Good afternoon. Welcome to the National Citizens Inquiry. Today is Tuesday, August the 18th, 2026, and we are in High River, Alberta. Before we begin today, I want to take a moment and just introduce our commissioners. We have Mr. Vincent Gerses, Miss Krista Nicholson, Ms. Patricia Robertson, and Mr. Dan Harder. And I would also like to introduce our legal counsel, Mr. Paul Jaffe and Mr. Wayne Lenhart. I know that there are many of you that are coming to the NCI for the first time. And so I'd like to take a moment to give you a little bit of history of this citizen-led, citizen-funded, and citizen-organized movement. My name is Ted Kuntz, and I am the chair of the Board of Directors of the National Citizens Inquiry. Today is actually day 43 of hearings that have been conducted by the National Citizens Inquiry across Canada since 2023. The National Citizens Inquiry was conceived in 2022. There was a group of 11 of us who recognized that the government's response to COVID was something unlike we had witnessed in our lifetime. Mandates were imposed, businesses were closed, travel was restricted, medical interventions were mandated, and the consequences of those decisions by our federal and provincial governments had significant consequences on Canadians and on Canadian society. And we believe that there needed to be an investigation, there needed to be a conversation about the government's response to COVID. Was it appropriate? Was it justified? Was it evidence-based? Did it honor our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, our freedom of security? And that group of 11 of us believe that it's challenging for a government to investigate themselves. And we decided that that is a role for citizens. And the reason it's important for citizens to take on that responsibility is because citizens are independent of those decisions. We're not held by a political agenda, a corporate agenda, a foreign government agenda, a particular ideology, or a particular narrative. What we're committed to is the truth. And we believe that for Canadians to make good decisions, responsible decisions, that they need to know the truth. And one of the things that we experienced during the COVID experience was that there was significant amounts of information that was withheld from the public, that was actively censored. Doctors, researchers, scientists, even government members of our parliaments were silenced so that a particular narrative was put forward that was not allowed to be challenged. With hindsight, we recognize that many of those decisions caused significant harm and that we needed to review those decisions both to understand what happened, but also to prepare ourselves for a situation that may come in the future. And so the National Citizens Inquiry was conceived. It began with a vision of going across the country to 8 cities across Canada, 3 days of testimony in each city. And after 24 days of hearings, that our commissioners who hear the testimony would summarize the evidence that had been presented, write a report, but an important component of that report was to provide recommendations based upon the evidence that had been provided, based upon the testimony. And that report was provided November of 2023, and it included more than 400 recommendations of how our governments might respond more appropriately, more effectively, and honor our rights and freedoms in the future. Unfortunately, those recommendations, that summary, has been largely ignored by our governments. In both our federal and our provincial governments, the words National Citizens Inquiry has never been uttered. We've had less than a handful of elected parliamentarians attend the NCI and be willing to speak and testify at the NCI. I would suggest to you that the National Citizens Inquiry is one of Canada's best-kept secrets. What we're doing is we're compiling a record. And I firmly believe that at some point that record will serve Canadians well when there is enough courage amongst our elected representatives to hear the record and honor their recommendations. The National Citizens Inquiry didn't stop in 2023. We recognized there were other conversations that were needed. We then conducted a series of hearings on the question, are children safe in Canada? A report is being finalized, and that will be made public shortly. And currently, we're conducting an inquiry into another important conversation, and the question is, are farmers safe in Canada? Is our food safe in Canada? Is our food supply safe in Canada? Earlier this year, we held 3 days of hearings in Kelowna, British Columbia, and I have to say that the testimony that was shared at that time was disturbing. Those that heard the testimony, I think, uniformly came away very concerned about the quality of food in this country, about the safety and security of our food supply. We're continuing that conversation over the next 3 days in High River. We will hear from farmers. We will hear from ranchers. We will hear from scientists, from medical doctors, those that are in public health, who can enlighten us on the consequences of the actions that are being taken currently. I think it's important for Canadians to recognize that we need to better educate ourselves so that we can be more responsible citizens, and in so doing, be able to hold our elected representatives to account. I've said before, and I'm going to repeat it again, I believe that when this time in history is properly recorded, that the National Citizens Inquiry will be one of the most important events in Canadian history. We are an example of citizen-led, citizen-funded, citizen-organized leadership that is committed to the truth, whatever it may be, and committed to accountability. There is nothing like the National Citizens Inquiry in the world. I think we ought to be proud of what citizens in this country have created, supported, and participated in. We will hear disturbing testimony. I also want to share with you that a number of the witnesses that we have invited to testify, who had agreed to testify, have withdrawn that opportunity to testify out of concern of the repercussions of standing up, speaking out, and telling of their experience. And I think that's even more important because what it speaks to is that there's a culture of fear in this country. There's a culture of censorship. And if Canadians can't speak out, if they can't share their experience, if those that are researching the conversations and the critical information about our food supply can't speak out loudly, we can't make good decisions. I also want to share with you that we have invited our elected representatives to the inquiry. We've invited them to come and simply hear the testimony, but we've also invited them to come to testify. And to date, there is no elected representative, either federally, provincially, or municipally, that has agreed to testify before these hearings. That concerns me deeply, and I think it should concern all of us. There was a statement that was shared by one of our colleagues today, and she said, those empty chairs that are here because our elected representatives are failing to attend, that doesn't mean that the record here is being diminished. If anything, it explains why these hearings are important. We need to create a record. And I know that at some point that record will serve this country well. I invite you to join us over the next 3 days. Hear the testimony of those that have something important to contribute to this important conversation. Are farmers safe in Canada? Is our food safe in Canada? And support us in this work. This is a citizen-led, citizen-funded initiative. There is no corporate funds. There is no government funds. Our agenda here is to share the truth because we believe the truth matters. I look forward to you being educated, being inspired, and being moved by the testimony you will hear over the next 3 days. And now I'd like to invite John Graff, one of our board of directors, to come forward and begin these hearings with a prayer. We honor our charter that begins with the supremacy of God and the rule of law, and so we'd like to honor that here. John?
Thank you, Ted. Could we all bow our heads before our Lord? Heavenly Father, we thank you for being present here, for bringing these witnesses that will bear testimony of what they've experienced and what they know to be true. In you is truth, and upon you is all basis of truth. Lord, we just lift that up, lift you up. You say that in you was life, and that life was the light of men. And these men and women that come to give testimony, Lord, they come to bear witness, and they come to be a light in the darkness. And Lord, help us all to be that light in the darkness that will shine into our communities, into our families, and into our nation, bringing truth and bringing light in dark times. Lord, we thank you. Protect us all, be with us, and guide the conversation. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, John. And now I'd like to call Mr. Paul Jaffe to come forward and call our first witness.
Thank you, Ted and John. Good day, commissioners. For the record, my name is Paul Jaffe. I'm one of two counsel here today and throughout the next 3 days. With me as co-counsel is Wayne Leonard. This day 43 of NCI hearings will be no less interesting than the prior 42 days. The one difference I've observed is that we now have 10 witnesses set for today. And so if I appear to be paying a little more attention to the clock today, you'll understand why. We've got a lot of evidence from a lot of very interesting people to get through. So that's my plan, is to hold it relatively to the schedule. The 10 witnesses here today constitute, as have been the prior 42 days of hearing, a mixture of lay witnesses, people whose life experiences, either as in the context of the subject of this hearing, are farmers safe. So we've got a number of people involved in the farming industry, as well as a number of people who are advocates in relation to issues that relate to farming. In addition to that, we have some experts, a couple of whom you'll hear from today, who will bring to us evidence based on a scientific approach to some of the issues related to farming in Canada. So with that brief introduction, we do have our first witness here today. Lonnie, can you hear me okay, and is your mic working?
How's that? Is it working?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Our first witness, commissioners, today is Lonnie Averill. Lonnie, can you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
My name is Lonnie. Middle name is Hal. Last name is Averill. Averill.
And Lonnie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I understand that you have driven in from the Eckville area of Alberta, about 2.5 hours or so away.
Yeah, that's correct.
So thank you so much for making the trip and being here today. Lonnie, I understand that what you wish to speak about is your firsthand experience as what we've referred to as a generational mixed farm background. In other words, you've grown up in the farming industry. You've been involved with what's called the Pregnant Mare Urine program, and you wish to speak about this equine herpes virus program, virus vaccination program that you have firsthand experience of observing with respect to the horses that you have raised in your farming background. So with that very, very brief introduction, maybe you can expand a little bit about, tell us about who you are, what your background is, and what brings you here today to speak to us on these matters.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. I was born in Saskatchewan. We came to Alberta when I was 4. Large family farm, mixed farm. There was some beef, roughly 2,500 acres of grain. And my dad was actually one of the originals when the pregnant mare's urine industry first came to Alberta. That was back in 1965, I believe. And since then, it had been cut off a few times because of cancer scares. And I originally took it over from my dad in 1989. And I'll speak to more on that as we go here. And are farmers safe in Canada? You know, I kind of like to look at it, are Canadian farmers in danger? And that goes a lot broader, because that's going to include consumers and everyone that's walking the face of this realm, in my observation. It's going to affect everyone. You know, when you get to my age and you look back and you start to connect the dots on all the things that you've seen over the years, and you begin to realize why we're in the state that we are right now. And I begin to comprehend that the manufactured destabilization of the agriculture industry has been going on for a very, very long time, you know. And I'll go back to something that happened. I was just out of high school, and Dad sold a section of land that I grew up on, and that was south of Eckville, 640 acres for $1,000 an acre at that time. That was a lot of money at that time. Now you go fast forward two years more, and interest rates peaked out at 21%. Now, if you don't think that got rid of a few farmers, it surely did. You know, so fast forward, and I'll go a little bit on Bill 22, if I may.
Sure.
Because it definitely involves the equine industry because of what I read into it. I heard about it on April 10th, Bill 22, the Alberta Animal Protection Amendments Act. And I looked into it quick. I had something to do that day, and I was already upset. So I got back, and I spent a couple of days really digging into that Bill 22 deeply, and I understand some of the trickery on words and things that are used against us. Now, number one, the one that really stood out to me was about modernization, especially of authority when it comes to the farmer and the animals. Like, I'd like to know what modernization means. I really would, when we're talking about such a thing as that.
Lonnie, can I just stop you for a sec? Just to clarify things, the Animal Protection Amendment Act, I understand, was actually enacted and proclaimed into force this spring here in Alberta, right?
That's correct.
And it has. You're about to discuss that, but just a touch more on your background leading us up to why it is you're concerned about this recent enactment. As my notes indicate, back in the 60s is when your family was involved in this equine, this pregnant mare urine program, which was intended to provide a source for. Can you explain that? How the hormone industry for postmenopausal women was connected with this pregnant mare urine program, and what happened to your family history that brings you to this point where we're now looking at this new enactment and you're about to express concerns about it?
Okay, and as far as the pregnant mare's urine industry, what it was the estrogen that was removed from the urine. Now, after 3 months gestation, prior to that, most of the estrogen goes to placenta and things to the pole. After that, the mare gives off quite a bit of estrogen in the urine. They extract that estrogen, and it is a hormone replacement for women when they go through that tough time in life. Through the menopausal stage, and that's the whole thing about the pregnant mare's urine industry. People used to think it was a birth control thing, but it was never that.
Okay, now I understand there was that industry basically wound down for a number of reasons, which we're not going to be able to address here today. But you also wanted to speak a little bit before we get into the Animal Protection Amendment Act about the vaccination program and your own personal experience observing your own. I think you had 150 horses or so in your own farm operation, and the impact of that vaccine program. Could you first of all explain what the program was and what you observed happening to your own horses?
For sure, thank you. So, like I said, I took it over from my dad in 1989, eventually bought my own place. I maintained anywhere from 180 to 200 head of mares. I stood 150 in the barn all winter on a rotational exercise program. That's why I had the extra mares. Now, forgive me, I can't remember the exact year, but PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, started to really go after us in the PMU industry. So the company, Wyeth Ayers, out of Brandon, Manitoba, decided that we should form an association, and we did. It was called the North American Equine Ranchers Association. Now, they were set up to deal with PETA and communicate in negotiations with PETA back and forth. Eventually, they came up with a code of practice. Now, not many of us were very happy about that. They formed this association. We had to pay memberships. This code of practice, a couple of the things that really affected me big time was stall sizes. Like, all of a sudden, my stalls were 1 inch and 2 inches, 3 inches too narrow. And I never had a problem with my stalls. I had mares, lots of mares that laid down. They were bedded with shavings every single day after the barn was cleaned. Never had a problem with it whatsoever. But the real one that got me was the vaccination program that they came along with. And at that time, it was called rhinopneumonitis. And what that is an abortion disease in mares, same like IBR in cattle. Now, that program involved 3 shots at 3, 6, and 9 months gestation. Gestation on a mare is 11 months. Old timers will say 11 months less 3 days, but that's them. So I didn't like this right from the beginning, and I refused to give the 3rd shot after the 9 months gestation. I had deep concerns on that, and they let me get away with it. I was surprised, but I refused to do it. Now, I had a good friend who had some really nice quarter horse mares and asked me if he could put his mares in my barn for the winter. It was kind of a nasty winter, and he brought me 9 really nice mares, and I agreed to it. We did discuss the vaccine part of it. He told me that he would rather see the 3rd shot for his mares. I didn't do any of mine. So we did. After that 3rd shot, 4 of those 9 mares aborted in my barn. I was devastated. And I did take one to Airdrie to the government facility and had an autopsy done, and it was indeed rhinopneumonitis that they had diagnosed it with. So, like I said, that was very devastating. So as time goes on, I didn't. Normally we have the odd mare that'll abort in the barn, especially young ones, but I never had any that I determined from the vaccine, but I did see results of it later when my mares were back out on pasture for breeding, etc. Never affected any mares per se, but I did regular checks on my pastures. Our mares are out for breeding, normally 20 to 25 head with one stallion. All of a sudden I started noticing problems in my foals, a few of them, and I determined it to be a neurological thing. Like I had foals that were born with crooked legs and stuff like that, and they come around and they're just fine by the time weaning comes in the fall. But these ones, there was definitely neurological trouble. They couldn't walk right, they were staggering, they're hanging their heads and everything. I ended up shooting 3 foals in the pasture that summer because they were in serious trouble.
Okay. Lonnie, let me put a time frame on here. Roughly when was it that you observed the impact, in your opinion, of this vaccine program that was administered to the horses? Roughly when?
Well, certainly when my friend's mares started aborting in the barn. But then on pasture checks, the foals were anywhere from a month to month and a half, 2 months old when I started to really notice.
Was that in the 90s? When was that all happening?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that was in the 90s, correct.
Okay, and when you say they required the 3 shots, and you didn't do that with your own horses, but you did that to your friends' horses who were at your barn, who is they? Who is requiring these vaccines be used with the horses?
Basically, the North American Equine Ranchers Association and the company, Wyeth Ayerst. Like I said, I'm surprised they let me get away with it, but I refused to do it. Why? I don't know. I just had a feeling that it was not going to be good, and it proved itself that it was not. You know, since then I've done a lot of research on vaccines, so. Okay, so since that time, roughly 30 years ago or so, your sort of eyes were open to some degree as the impact on your horses of what was being required. In this context, there was the equine vaccine program, but since then, you've had another 30 years in the field, and between the 90s and this recent enactment of the Animal Protection Amendment Act, I take it you paid a lot of attention to what governments were requiring of farmers who were raising horses, so that when this act came in, certain alarms were sounded in your head, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let's try and connect that to what is now happening, and you were about to go into what your concerns are about this new legislation. Okay. So March 30th, this bill was put on the table. April 10th, they had the first reading on it. And what I learned very early on, nobody knew about this bill. So somebody sent me a little bit of a blurb on it on social media, and I looked into it quickly that day. I had somewhere to go, so I didn't get a chance to look at it. I was already upset. So when I got back, I started digging into this. I spent a couple days digging into this Bill 22 and really going through it thoroughly, and I did not like any of what I seen. And so on April 18th, I put out it was a 20-minute video breaking this down, and in 2 days that video had over 90,000 views. So yeah, all of a sudden people are starting to learn about Bill 22, and I had a lot of comments, and then on...
Lonnie, if the public wanted to see that video, how would they find it?
Sorry?
How would they find that video if the public wanted to see it?
Oh, I just put it on social media. Facebook had 90,000 views in 2 days.
Is there a link or a name that you can give us that if the public who are watching want to see it, how do they find it?
How do they find it? Oh, basically on my Facebook profile.
Okay.
Under Lonnie Averill. I don't go by any other name. I don't go by an alias.
Okay.
But that it can be found there. And I did a couple of 5-minute ones after that to clarify a few things, because boy, I got a lot of questions and a lot of comments, and it did get shared out a lot. Today it has over 120,000 views. But I don't blow my horn about anything, but I believe it woke them up as well in the legislature.
Can you give us a couple of examples of what you see as being problematic with this new legislation?
Number one to me is the authority that they're given to people that have no business. They don't know anything about animals, and they're giving them authority to walk in and tell third, fourth, fifth generation farmer families how to look after their animals. They can take your animals, they can have them put down. There's way too much authority being given to people that don't know about animals, in my opinion. Just in the wording in that. And then the authority, the fines, the increase in the fines, just some ridiculous things. And the one that really got me is back to the equine herpes virus part. And I discovered that when I dug into the minutes of the second reading, the transcripts and the minutes of the second reading, and it talked about this modernization of authority and a modernization of a few other things. And a little further on, and then it talked about how Mr. Sigurdsson at the time was a Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation. He stated clearly, Mr. Speaker, I've had extensive engagement with numerous livestock producers. Well, I don't believe that for 1 second, because I know quite a few, and I never heard a word about any engagement from Mr. Sigurdsson on this bill. So and then a little further on, it talked about special privileges given to the equine industry, rodeo, show jumping, horse racing, that type of thing, special privileges, and went on to say how well they looked after their animals, generational, all of that. Well, I don't know if he forgot or he just forgot to mention that November, December of 2025 basically stifled and basically shut down the equine industry on any movement, any competitions, because of what they said was an equine herpes virus outbreak. And what did they do in that time? They forced people to vaccinate their horses so they could travel, so they could go to competitions. That in itself had devastating effects. There's things I can't prove. Yeah, you bet there is. Any horses that died, they did bring out a few and that got sick, but I would wager a lot of dollars on every one of those horses was vaccinated with this EHV virus. I will never change my mind on that. So time goes on, and all of a sudden it just disappears. We don't hear any more about it, but it's still in that bill, you know. So, and a big part of that was forcing these vaccines, you know. Mm-hmm. I won't change my mind on that.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else about that new legislation that you want to express your concerns about at this point?
I think I'll leave it at that, because I know there's other witnesses that are going to speak a lot more to it, and
sure.
They've done an excellent job.
Sure. So as a multi-generational fellow who's grown up on this farm raising horses, seems just trying to put a sort of a broad theme to your concerns is the tension between the regulatory authorities and yourself, who has far more experience in actually dealing with the horses over many decades, and you see that tension as problematic, and that the requirements under this act are detracting from the health of your stock. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's a pretty good breakdown, yeah.
Okay, Lonnie, I'm going to let the commissioners ask you a few questions. Like I say, we're kind of under some pressure from the clock at this point, but is there anything else you want to talk about before I turn you over to the commissioners for a few questions? Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I will add quickly that the PMU basically had another cancer scare and was shut down in Alberta. There's not many barns left. Also, something that I see as concerning, Pfizer actually, I think 6 or 7 years ago, took over Wyeth Airhurst and are now in charge of it, and they moved everything to North Dakota. It used to be in Brandon, Manitoba. So it disappeared shortly after that. I did get a buyout, and after that, another year later, I became involved with the structured water technology, and one day I hope I can talk a lot more about that here too. I can't do that right now because of safety concerns, and I take that very, very seriously. I've been at that for 26, going on 27 years of my life, dealing with CFIA, health officials, scientists, government. So is something that I hope to talk about again here at another time, as time goes on and it becomes safer. And basically what happened when COVID was declared with our company that I co-founded 19 years ago now, our doors were forced closed with outrageous fines, like, I mean, serious, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and guaranteed jail time if we were to market our technology. So hopefully that gives a bit of an understanding of the importance of safety to me when we're still doing it underground.
Lonnie,
it's getting close. It's getting close where there's going to be approvals, and I will get to speak to it a whole lot more then.
I'm sorry, it's getting close to what?
Where we will have some approvals and can start bringing this to the masses. Right now, we can't.
Okay, and I just want to get you to expand a little bit on one of your comments. One of the things that the NCI has observed, and Ted Kunz mentioned it in his opening comments, is the fear of some people to come forward and express their views on what they see happening in the farming industry. When you talk about safety, and have I got that in the right context here? Is there a concern about what might happen to you and others who support your views if you air these concerns in a public forum like this?
Yeah, and I'm not so concerned with my safety. I mean, I'm getting old, but it's more about the people that I work with, and there are a number of them. I won't name names right now. I will not, I refuse, but it's more about their safety. We keep doing what we're doing. That's not going to stop. Unfortunately, we're very limited. You know, we've also combined some frequency with it too, and it's turned into a real mind blower. And I do pray and hope that one day we can bring it to the masses. Big Pharma's not going to like it, not one bit, okay. But I don't really care.
Okay, Lonnie, unless there's anything else you want to quickly add that you haven't mentioned yet, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners, who I suspect have a few questions for you. Vincent?
Thank you for your testimony. My concern is, do you have a mechanism to express these serious concerns that you have to the ministry about these issues? And if not, what are your recommendations to have a voice and be heard?
Will they listen? I don't know. I've not really approached them. I've basically done a ton of research in the last number of 10 years or so, and I mean, that's digging into government documents, scientific documents, and you can find them. It takes a lot of time, but I hold them in my vault, and one day I hope, and I still do, I do it once in a while. If something comes up, I will bring up one of their documents and throw it back in their face in whatever way I can, whether it be on a video on social media or, you know, I've never sat, well, I shouldn't say that. Our MLA, Jason Nixon, I've sat across the table with him a couple times, but other than that, I have not spoke to this a whole bunch with him. Certainly concerns on our health industry and what they've been doing to people, but not about the equine part or anything like that. I did discuss a little bit about our water technology, but very, very little.
But is there a liaison with the livestock ministry that you can connect with directly with your concerns?
Could you repeat that, please? I missed.
Is there a person or within the ministry that you can reach out to directly and voice your concern directly, to go directly to the ministry?
Oh no, we've tried that. That's when you get threatened with jail time. You know, at that time, I'll disclose this. We had 18,000 liters going to the United States. And at that time, we asked to add hand sanitizer and a vegetable wash to our drug identification number, which we do have in Canada. And we received email confirmation 2 days later and told in no uncertain terms, do you sell this to the United States of America or any other country in the world? And that's when we were threatened with the serious fines and the guaranteed jail time. So who do you reach out to right now? I had a personal phone call on Robert Kennedy's cell phone for 5 minutes. And he told me what can happen to him if he speaks about certain things. And he told me right out, the FDA will have him thrown in jail. So who really is in control? You know, that's how I look at it. Who do you approach? That's why I'm grateful to be able to sit here and talk a little bit about it today. I probably said more than I should have already.
Thank you.
I'm hard of hearing, sorry.
Sorry. I just needed some clarification on the mayors, you had to give them a vaccination at 3, 6, and 9 months. Mm-hmm. Was that the equine vaccination or was that something else?
Sorry, I missed that part. Was it
you were talking about you were forced to give the mares a vaccination at 3, 6, and 9 months, and your concern was it caused abortions in the mares. Mm-hmm. What vaccination was that?
It was called Reiner pneumonitis. Don't ask me to spell it. Now, is it the same as the equine herpes virus? From what I've gathered, very, very similar. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
The other thing is, for people who are not in the industry, what do the letters PMU stand for?
PMU?
Yeah.
Pregnant mare's urine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the panel? We're done? Okay, Lonnie, our timing is perfect. If there's anything you wish to add while you have this platform, and get out there, now's your chance.
Thank you, and I certainly will. And I'm going to go to a quote from my grandfather. And I was 15, maybe just about 16, and him and a couple buddies were sitting in his big office at the family farm, Pogovic Farms, just out of Innisfail. And they're talking. Pierre Trudeau was our leader of the corporation at that time. And Grandpa looked at his buddies and he said, "Guys, we have not seen anything yet until they declare the common cold a disease." And that is a direct quote from my grandfather when I was 15, 16 years old.
Wow. Very prophetic. Okay, Lonnie, well, look, thank you so much for making that long drive in from Eckville today to be here today. Hope you can stick around and enjoy the rest of the day. So on behalf of the NCI, for your passion on these issues and your activism and your evidence here today, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to where this is going to go. We need this desperately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we do have another witness on deck. Right now she's joining us virtually. I don't know if we've got her. There she is. Hi, Jessica. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Jessica, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Jessica Rose, R-O-S-E.
And Jessica, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. I understand are you in Israel as we speak today, or where are you?
Yeah, I'm in Israel.
That's where you've been living for a while now, I think. Is it?
Yeah. Pretty interesting place to live.
Okay, well, I know you're very used to presenting on matters in the nature of what you will be addressing today, but let me just put on the record, I want to introduce you by covering some of what I understand to be your background, and I'll then ask you to expand on it or clarify it, and I know then you have a sort of a planned presentation, but my understanding is that you'll be testifying today about what's referred to as self-amplifying RNA injectable products and related safety questions. Now, keeping in mind the theme of this week's hearing is are farmers safe in the farming industry and the food supply. So in the context of that large area, you'll be addressing this self-amplifying RNA process. There's also reference in my summary of what I think you'll be testifying to is this Flucifa, which I'll get you to expand on a little bit. Just in terms of your background, I understand you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics from Memorial University out in Newfoundland, Masters of Science in Medicine, Immunology, also out in Memorial University. Did a thesis on HIV, immunopathogenesis. You've got your PhD in computational biology, and a dissertation on the kinetics of chronic human viruses and biomathematical models. That's just a very brief glimpse at some of your background, and maybe before we go further, oh, by the way, welcome back, because you've testified at the NCI in the past, so your presence here today is not a first time for you at the NCI, and so we're very glad that you've joined us again. But can you expand a little bit about your background, because I understand it's quite unique in many ways. It deals with the scrutiny of data and the appropriate application of data within the mathematical field, and you've got a heck of a lot of background in that area too. So don't let me kind of sell you short in terms of your academic qualifications. Load us up with what your background is so that when we hear you discuss these other areas, we'll understand who you are.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It was a pretty thorough introduction. I have completed 2 postdoctoral projects, degrees, whatever you want to call them, in biochemistry and molecular biology as well. And in December 2019, I completed my second postdoc, and then we all know what happened shortly thereafter. So ever since then, my life has been dedicated to bringing the truth to light as to what the human species has been put through in the last 6 years using data. I've been focusing on pharmacovigilance data, a particular set of data from the United States called VAERS. The reason I started doing this is because I do study zoonotic pathogens. I have basically everything that I've done has been focused on either viruses, the dangerous ones like HIV and CMV and hepatitis B as well, and also bacteria. So I've been around the block with everything virally pathogenic that you can imagine from every point of view. And it's because I'm fascinated by this stuff. So everything that I've done, my heart's been completely in. I'm very passionate about. And above all, I'm a human being, and I love being a human being, and I love human beings. And I think that human being has been, and being one, has been completely assaulted. And I think that our animal friends are also being assaulted, but they've probably been assaulted a lot longer than we have.
Okay.
I'm going to touch on that today in my presentation.
As we are here today, you remain, I think, a senior fellow at the Brownstone Institute since January of 25, and also a senior fellow, the Independent Medical Alliance Health and Immunology since September of 24. And it all connects with your focus on this pharmacovigilance data, and you've referred to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, and your management of that data in the context of your interest in the viruses and the impact of these mRNA vaccines, I think, is what has been a large part of your focus. So in the context of that and the background that you've given us, I understand you have a presentation you wish to make, and don't let me slow you down from that.
No worries. Yep, I will just share my screen and confirm that you guys can see it. It's a bit glitchy, so I'm just gonna make sure that you can see it for sure. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can. Oh, well, at
Okay.
least we see the NCI cover page. I think this is your presentation, yep.
Yeah. So can you see the Merck sequivity on the right?
Yes, we can, yep.
Okay, so this is the right thing, as long as I'm sharing the right thing.
Great.
So this is hopefully going to be brief. I tend to go over time when I give NCI testimony. It will be about a few things, but I want to start and focus on this product called Sequivity, which is a self-amplifying RNA product, which I will explain, which has been being used in swine since 2018, which surprised me when I found that out. So this is a self-amplifying RNA product. Again, I'm going to explain what that means. If you're interested, I've written a Substack article about this. There's a little more detail there and background, but just so that everybody knows, this is the way that Merck describes their product. The vaccine utilizes the innovative RNA particle technology that is part of its legacy Sequivity platform, combined with the power of microsol diluvac fort, which is just the adjuvant, that they use to circumvent and porcellus ileitis products to create safe, flexible, and precise vaccines to fit the unique needs of specific herds. The reason I put this passage up from my article is that at no point on their website can you find a description of this as it is, which is a self-amplifying RNA product. And I find that very irresponsible and telling at the same time, because if you're considering vaccinating your animals, or if you're being told by a government entity, for example, that you need to, you should have the right to know what it is that you are considering injecting into your animals. And this is not something anyone should inject into their animals, if you ask me. So just some specifics on it. The genetic material, and I'll explain what this means, that they use in their product is encoding hemagglutinin and neuraminidase genes from whatever swine flu happens to be circulating. So again, I've already mentioned this, but it bears repeating. This technology was publicly launched in 2018, the middle of 2018, and I was shocked when I found this out, because I didn't even know that the technology had been developed that far. I'm not sure what it means, if it's part of a clinical trial, experimentation, I don't know, but this shocks me. And I'm not sure that anybody knows that, even if they're using this product, if they're aware that this is a completely different type of technology. Again, nowhere on their website is it mentioned that it's this kind of technology, and therefore there are transparency issues. I question here why they explicitly refer to this as RNA particle technology instead of what it actually is. So I asked the question, did the public know that pork or swine meant for food supply was being injected with this experimental technology? So just a very quick rundown of their process that you can find on their website. Basically, they collect pathogens by sampling animals. They do this via veterinarians. They send these to diagnostic. Then they use sequencing to sequence the genes. And then they send these to the sequivity analysts. And then whatever genes that they find that might be useful for use in their product, they insert them into these RNA particles, they call them, which are lipid nanoparticles, or for all intents and purposes, that's what they are. They're nanoparticles. And then, of course, they create their safe and flexible targeted vaccine. And then, of course, we can see the future, but I suppose we cannot see the future because I don't think they've anticipated at all what some of the potential problems with these products are. So just as a reminder, this self-amplifying RNA lipid nanoparticle technology is based on a similar technology as the COVID modified RNA LNP products that continue to be riddled with unsolved critical quality attribute problems and potency issues. So just to go back in time a little bit, this is the part about their development of this technology in the pipeline that I was aware of. But back in 2020, when they were starting to develop these modified RNA LNP products for humans in the COVID context, they did start experimenting at the exact same time in the trials with the self-amplifying RNA product. So if you want to look up in clinicaltrials.gov, this is the number here. You can read a little bit about this, I imagine, because they have to. They put up some of the adverse event data. But yeah, this is, as far as I know, these are the first trials in this context that were on the go using the self-amplifying technology. So this is a very different animal, I call it, from the so-called conventional modified mRNA. These technologies carry an RNA molecule, an RNA polymerase called RDRP. This is RNA-dependent RNA polymerase. And it can synthesize its own complementary strand using this RDRP. And basically what that means is that it can allow photocopying of the genetic material that's inserted, so it can replicate autonomously. The claim of the people who manufacture these products is that the self-amplifying messenger RNA is safer, quote unquote, because you need less of it to inject. And I'll explain why that is in a moment, and you can decide for yourselves if you think that this is a good idea. So yes, self-amplifying RNA comes with its own RNA copying software. So a little bit about how they design these. And personally, I think this is horrific, but you know, a lot of what's done in terms of messing with nature to me is horrific. So what they do is they use the Venezuelan equine encephalitis virus, and Lonnie will probably gag when he hears this. By the way, I used to live in Innisfail for a month.
Oh, great.
So this is an alpha virus. And what they do is they take the coding material of this virus, they remove some of the necessary parts that would make it unable to replicate so that it wouldn't really be the full genome. And then they insert different genes like these hemagglutinin and neuraminidase genes from various and sundry, you know, flu viruses that infect swine in the case of sequivity. So in the case of COVID, they use the spike gene, and in the sequivity case, they're taking, quote unquote, the gene of interest that they obtain from sequencing animal samples. I'm going to elaborate on this, but just as a teaser, alpha viruses can infect a variety of different mammals, and they're very, very deadly to certain mammals and animals. So there's a huge problem biologically with introducing this kind of product based on the Venezuelan equine encephalitis virus that I'll get to right now. But you're probably already thinking right now, like, of the potential, the farmers who are listening are thinking about the potential problems with doing this, with introducing this to a large population of animals. and of course, the environmental implications. So, oops, this is supposed to not be blocking this, but anyway, the main point of this slide is that this V virus and alpha viruses in general can infect many mammals, dogs, pigs, cattle, rabbits, horses, of course. And there's a potential for prolonged high-level antigen expression, which I will show you why. Very strong innate immune activation, which can cause hyperinflammation and reactogenicity, pardon me. Cytopathic effects, which just means that the cells get killed, and that's absolutely inevitable, and I'll show you why. And the worst part, which I will elaborate on, is the theoretical recombination with circulating alpha viruses. Again, you guys are farmers, you're listening, you probably already know where this could go. So back to this RDRP, this photocopying machine that they leave in the coating material of this product. So basically, this is from a video from Dr. Bean, if you're aware of who he is. He makes incredibly good videos on YouTube that explain high-level science. So I borrowed some of his little some screenshots from his video. Basically, what happens when you introduce this to a cell, a human cell, for example, is that the RNA template by the RDRP is copied. So more and more and more of this particular RDRP is produced such that it can subsequently produce a lot of spike protein. I made this presentation when I was talking about COVID, so you can just replace the word spike with whatever gene we're talking about. So in the case of sequivity, we're talking about flu genes, the neuraminidase and the hemagglutinin. So basically, what you're talking about is a machine of production of specific cytopathic proteins that is nonstop. Photocopy, photocopy, photocopy. Protein, protein, protein. Endless foreign protein production within the cells that you introduce this coating material to. So this allows for the persistent production of whatever protein that coating material encodes. So the mechanism of action here, again, this was in the context of the COVID shots. So when you look at the number of mRNAs per dose, it may or may not be similar to the amount in the context of the sequivity product, but I'm not sure. So with the messenger RNA, this is the so-called conventional RNA. Basically, what you're talking about is it's not a one-to-one mRNA to protein. It's probably something more like 1 to 1,000 that we're talking about. But the idea is that when you introduce the coating material in the context of this we'll just call it the COVID shot messenger RNA, you have a limited amount of spike protein that can be translated by the ribosomes, which are these little machines inside your cells, from a single strand of messenger RNA. So what we're talking about is a limited amount of protein that is possibly translated. It's probably why they introduced so many, 40 trillion, for example, is the estimate, mRNAs in the Moderna product and 13 trillion in Pfizer, because they wanted to ensure that there was, sufficient coating material to produce sufficient amount of spikes to induce an immune response. And on the left side, if we switch gears, you basically have an endless supply. Because what happens is the self-amplifying RNA engages with the ribosome, and this replicase is translated and engages with the self-amplifying RNA, and then that is replicated. So you have this step where you have the photocopy of the thing that's going to produce more antigen happening. So it's a massive amount of foreign protein being produced from one single strand. So this is why they're very excited. The people who developed this technology say that this is so great because we only have to introduce a really small dose. But what they don't tell you, first of all, is we don't know what cells this is happening in. And I can guarantee that every single cell that is introduced to this is going to end up dying, either by metabolically becoming exhausted or by apoptosis. Something's going to end up, killing it, or it's going to end up dying. So the bottom line is the initial amount of product that's injected is less, but it yields more protein and for a longer amount of time. And it's only until the cell actually dies. So, yeah. And these questions here that I presented 2 years ago in Japanese parliament have still not been answered or addressed properly. The basic one is, does this turn off and when? So think about this. You inject your animal. Basically, we have no idea when your animal cells that get introduced with this coating material when they're going to stop doing that. And the worst part is that we all shed. We shed proteins, tons of proteins, skin cells, hair cells, saliva, blah, blah, blah. And animals, they're probably shedding more than we are. And there's absolutely no reason not to believe that they're also shedding the byproducts of this crap. And if the self-amplifying RNA is getting into exosomes, for example, and trafficking information between cells, there's also no reason not to believe that those things aren't being shed on us. So I actually have real concerns about being around animals that are being injected with this crap, because in addition to livestock, they've started, without telling anyone, I'm sure, the veterinarians don't know either, to make it the standard in terms of rabies to use this self-amplifying technology as well. So these are the list of questions that I presented before. How will it ever be possible to turn them off? It won't be. Are the replicases self-limiting? We don't know. Do the siRNAs, that's self-amplifying RNAs, contain self-cleaving motifs? This is more technical, but basically, does it mean that they can make themselves stop doing what they're doing? We don't know. Is the segmented poly-A tail resulting in longer duration? This is just, how they manufacture this coating material. And, the question is, does it make it last longer? I'd say yes. And is the risk of recombination, this is the most important question, with endogenous RNAs going to be assessed? Because it hasn't been, to my knowledge. And how is it going to be assessed? So I said this 2 years ago. I don't have much faith that these questions will be answered prior to the injection rollout. And that's in reference to them rolling out these self-amplifying products in Japan in 2020, I believe it was 2023. It could have been 2024. I think it was 2024, a couple of years ago, and they weren't. And just so that you know, the original summary of the safety profile from the clinical trial was redacted. That's never a good sign. And the possible outcomes of this continued amplification of these foreign proteins, of course, it's very detrimental to the cell. So it's going to deplete the cellular resources, and that's going to basically ruin the cell. It won't be able to do its normal functions because those ribosomes that are translating all of this protein, they're needed for translating the proteins that we need to live. So they're kind of being hijacked. It's the perfect word to use when you inject this crap into your body or the bodies of animals. And the disruption of gene expression could impair essential cellular processes, of course, lead to cellular dysfunction, inflammation, saturation of the processing machinery that could mess up other RNA molecules. And that could lead to widespread disruption of gene expression in general. Like I said, induction of cell death pathways, and the formation of new double-stranded RNA intermediates is inevitable during self-amplification. So basically, you're going to ruin the cells. That's the bottom line here. Now, I don't think the public is aware of this. I would be amazed if people knew that this equivity crap was being used in pork since 2018. It still blows my mind. And I wonder if the public would approve. I don't think they would. And what about the well-being of the animals? I'm an animal lover. I'm not a farmer, maybe one day, but it kind of breaks my heart thinking about this. Makes me feel like they're being used as test subjects. So the underlying RNA particle technology, this is in reference to this equivity, has deeper roots. So Merck acquired Harris Laboratories, and they so-called pioneered related approaches back in 2015, and a related USDA license dates back to around 2012. And they've stated that millions of doses of this equivity vaccine platform has been safely used in swine herds for more than 10 years. That's earlier from the license. I get cringy when I see these officials who like Lonnie said, don't know squat about farming or animals. They throw around the word safe and effective. It makes me very nervous now. I don't trust anything that they say. I trust science and I trust biology. So yeah, that's a little bit of an eyebrow raise. One of our Canadian colleagues, Anna Blackney, out of UBC, recently published a paper in The Lancet with colleagues, and it was entitled Safety and Efficacy of mRNA Vaccines, Mechanistic and Public Health Perspective. Now, Anna is very prominent in the development of self-amplifying mRNA technology, very. I've actually been on an interview with her. We are on absolute, different sides of the same coin. And this article, I say this with all due respect, is absolute garbage. I've debunked this. I've written an article. Again, you can read that on my Substack. And just the abstract alone, the claims, the 4 points here that are claimed in the abstract are all wrong. They're all wrong. The entire paper is premised on falsehoods, not even bad assumptions, just falsehoods. mRNA cytoplasmic expression, that's how long it stays in the inside of the cell, it's not transient. The mRNA was nucleoside modified to specifically ensure that it stays around for a long time. And it does that by evading the innate immune system. These are the first line defense against foreign material like foreign mRNAs and DNAs. This is not true. Lack of genomic integration, that is completely unproven. And there's absolute evidence that this could be a thing. but because me and my colleagues, we're fighting every day. We just published a new paper like 3 days ago in OncoTarget, fighting back against people saying like everything that we're saying about DNA contamination, for example, is garbage. This is a completely unproven statement. Until there's evidence which is reproduced from non-conflicted parties, you cannot make a statement like that. Rapid clearance of lipid nanoparticles, mRNA spike, BS, all around. There are at least this many publications that I've listed here that demonstrate that this is false. This is all peer-reviewed material by non-conflicted parties and even some conflicted parties. This is absolutely false. And it's funny that the language that they use is that this new technology, they say it distinguishes them clearly from other gene therapies. And me and my colleagues have recently found out that these basically are gene therapies because of how they operate. They're not really vaccines. I mean, they induce an immune response, but injecting DNA will also induce an immune response. And these are gene-based. These are gene therapies. Maybe not from, the technical point of view of classical gene therapy by definition, but they are. So that's another thing. The self-amplifying RNA pipeline. So this is not over. This is just beginning. This is why I have a problem with the fact that they've already been injecting this particular product since 2018. I wonder how much, how many other products I'm unaware of that they've been doing this with, but this has all been in the pipeline for a long time. And there's a lot more coming down the line if we don't absolutely refuse to allow these products into our animals and ourselves. I'm going to pivot a little bit here, but not really, because it's the same thing. This is another company, Moderna. We're all familiar with it. They currently have, if you go to their website, 37 mRNA products in the pipeline. And a lot of these are in phase 3, and there are only 3 phases of a clinical trial. Some of them, 4 of them here that you see here, are commercially available already, which means they've been approved for use, which is shocking. It's kind of ironic. I'm not sure you guys are aware of the increase in cancer rates all around the world since 2021 for some strange reason, but they're also making cancer antigen therapies using mRNA technology. Wow, that seems ironic. So these gene-based LNP platforms are not plug and play, which is exactly what they're doing now. Like I explained with the Venezuelan equine encephalitis virus, where they're taking out some of the coding material of the actual virus and they're stuffing back in whatever they want to the cell to produce as protein. Or if you're talking about the nucleoside modified LNP products, swapping out the spike gene for, flu genes for humans. No, because none of these problems have been solved. They've barely even been addressed. There's a Nature paper that discusses this concept of frame shifting. I'm not going to explain what this is. It doesn't matter. It's just everybody needs to know that there is a laundry list of problems that go way back to the quality control issues that have not even been addressed, let alone solved. So yeah, nothing should go ahead because these things aren't safe. And it doesn't matter how many, officials say that they're not. I won't really go into the DNA. This slide just indicates that they were absolutely aware in the context of these COVID products that this was a problem since 2021. This is just more emphasis on the fact that the lipid nanoparticles, which are the carrier molecules, They do bioaccumulate, especially in the ovaries. And just to nail the point home on this whole it's safe and effective thing that they always say, the original COVID products, they didn't have any genotoxicity or carcinogenicity studies at all. This is in their own document. So that there's no way they can claim that these things aren't causing cancer because they never looked. And the same applies to this, next generation or whatever you want to call it, self-amplifying technology. This is just a slide showing, this is for COVID in humans, so I don't want to dwell on this because we're talking about animals. And yes, okay, I was going to speak about this as well. This is all related to the fact that these products are being not only pipelined, but expedited through any kind of notion of I would say a decent clinical trial. Everything's being expedited because they're trying to convince the public that these things are plug and play. So a new product called Mflusiva was approved, FDA approved on June 18th. That's just not very long ago. This is for humans now, but the point remains the same. I also wrote this up in an article if you want to look. This is a screenshot from their own, pardon me, write-up of the product, including the safety issues, which is the screenshot that I have here. And in their own data, it's written right here, there were what they call unspecified deaths. And there were 23 in the mRNA 1010, which this is the Mflusiva product, and only 9 in what they call the comparator group. There's a couple of important things to understand about what this comparator group was, by the way. This was not a saline placebo that they measured against their mRNA product. This was another flu shot that was also FDA approved, which probably comes with adverse events as well. This is one of the tricks that the vaccine industry guys use when they're doing clinical trials. They will not compare the actual vaccine, this includes the self-amplifying things, against a saline placebo, because they're too afraid of how different the results are going to be. So what they do is they compare it to another version or another vaccine. And so what's really important to notice in these, I made these charts. Basically, they're showing the serious adverse events, we'll focus on that, and the death rates on the right. And what I did was I introduced a hypothetical saline placebo group, because that's what they should have done. And when you do that, you have a 30 times higher chance of dying on both of the flu products when you compare it to a placebo, which we would assume would not cause a serious adverse event because it's saline and would not kill you. So they didn't do proper studies, even though they did this study the way that they did it, with the comparator group being injected with the regular flu product. Still more people died in the mRNA context. It's shocking. And this is what the FDA calls an approval-worthy product. So the reason I'm talking about this is because I just want to raise awareness in the data and some of the studies that clearly demonstrate, and I don't really interpret. All I do is present like what they show. And that's all I ever have to do. This is what I've done with VAERS data. It's like, here, this is your data. This is government data. Supposed to be used to assess safety signals. And there's like, little bit of a safety signal here. So like, what are you going to do about it? There hasn't been much of a response from the authorities, so that's why I speak to the people. I want them to know, like, what's going on in the background. Compendial standards were not adhered to in any way, shape, or form with these gene-based products, whether you're talking about the nucleoside modified mRNA, the so-called conventional, or these self-amplifying things. No. All of these problems remain. I'm not going to get into the DNA here because I don't think that I have time. And if you're interested, this is my short speech at the Japanese Parliament. If you want to watch it, I can press play. Do I have time to do that?
I don't know how long it is, but I'm sure it would be of interest to us.
It's 12 minutes, and it kind of summarizes the self-amplifying RNA problem.
Well, I've got you down for another 18 minutes, so if we've got the time for this film, and then I'll have the commissioners ask you a few questions. I think we can do it.
All right, that sounds perfect. First of all, thanks for inviting me. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here. Thanks to Mr. Kawada, you truly an inspiration to me. I was working with HIV for many years. All the parliamentarians of Japan, to Lily, where is she? She's somewhere. Lily and Rob, and Lirico, who is the reason I'm here, actually. It was with her help that I got here on time. And all the hardworking people, the sound people, the organizers, the food. I just have to say that because I always forget. Thank you. So today it's going to be a little bit dry and sciencey, but it's important information. So I'm going to read verbatim what I had prepared. I want to provide evidence of the predictable harms of the self-amplifying RNA with the nanoparticle-based products, based on but not exclusive to the ongoing compendial standard violations of the modified RNA LNP or conventional RNA products that were used in the COVID-19 context. In the biotech industry, a compendial standard refers to the set of guidelines or specifications or the standards that are developed by the regulatory agencies, the scientific organizations, or the trade associations to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy, which we've all been hearing for 4 years now, of biological products such as vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other biologics. A paper was published recently in 2023 by Dowdy, and he says, it remains entirely unknown mechanistically how endosomally trapped FDA-approved RNA therapeutics escape into the cytoplasm. And basically what that means is that we have no idea. We have no qualitative definition of dose. Endosomal escape, or in lay terms, the amount of RNA potentially available for translation into protein, has been a major hurdle in the development of successful RNA therapeutics because it's LNP topology dependent. And because antigen expression is proportional to the number of conventional mRNA transcripts successfully delivered, or in the case of self-amplifying RNA produced during vaccination, quote unquote, we have no definitive quantitative definition of dose, as I said. The LNP-based RNA delivery problem has not been solved, and there's no way to predict a dose. Maintaining comparability between clinical and commercial products is a regulatory requirement. Any process modification and formulation change between processes, such as upscaling from a PCR-derived DNA starting material to a plasmid-based DNA E. coli starting material for synthesis of modified RNA by in vitro transcription, would also need to be substantiated by critical quality attribute-based comparability. This is part of good manufacturing practice that serves as safeguard. Demonstration of comparability between clinical and commercial lots is required and is especially critical if scale-up is involved, which it was in the cases of Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 products. It's clear that good manufacturing practices were not adhered to and critical quality attributes were not assessed properly when the COVID-19 commercial products were upscaled and produced using the DNA plasmid E. coli system because DNA is in the vials. We hypothesize as a group, independent research group, that the enzyme DNA is traditionally used to degrade residual DNA, the necessary byproduct of the modified mRNA synthesis process, was ineffective because it failed to work on DNA-RNA hybrids that formed. This allowed for the transfer and subsequent packaging of DNA and DNA-RNA hybrids into the LNPs. The problem with this is that DNA-RNA hybrid formation involves excised introns called R loops, and if these hybrids with their R loops are exogenously introduced via lipid nanoparticles into cells, accumulation of these R loops can induce disease states, and that includes cancer. So this is another mechanism of action, and it's well documented. This R loop phenomenon is well documented in the literature. Residual DNA was a known problem and was in fact being mitigated by the European Medicines Agency in early 2021. Can somebody put up the slide? Is there somebody there? I had some slides prepared. I guess they took a break, hey? Just the first slide. So they were checking for residual DNA post in vitro transcription reactions as they were obligated to do, but nonetheless, this DNA was not removed from the finished products prior to injecting billions of unsuspecting people with these contaminated products. Somebody cracked the whip and kept the machine running at the expense of the people. It'll come up. DNA has been discovered in all the vials that have been tested in at least 4 independent laboratories around the world, and the amounts of DNA in many cases far exceed current commercial acceptance levels as established by the EMA. This is exceedingly alarming because these levels, nope, that's the wrong presentation. There's one called Japan Parliament. I'll just let him get to it. It's not important. This is exceedingly alarming because these levels are already far too high since they're based on the introduction of naked DNA and not lipid nanoparticle encapsulated DNA, which is a far more efficient way to deliver foreign DNA to a cell. And yeah, that's the one. You can use that. Of the DNA discovered is the now famous or infamous SV40 promoter enhancer. This SV40 enhancer is a nuclear localization sequence and a known and documented gene therapy tool used to efficiently deliver intracellular elements like DNA and plasmids to the nucleus of cells. Kevin McKernan discovered the SV40 promoter enhancer sequence upon sequencing Pfizer vials, and what's highly suspicious is that this SV40 promoter enhancer was not disclosed by Pfizer in their plasmid maps, as per rolling rapporteur reports. Why was a nuclear localization sequence in the plasmid in the first place? It's used in eukaryotic or mammalian systems, and the T7 promoter was the only promoter required in the prokaryotic E. coli system used for the in vitro transcription reaction for it to work. And why is its presence, now known by many regulatory bodies, not being investigated by the manufacturers? Thanks to, can you click? Thanks to the Canadian journalist Noé Chartier and Scoops Magoo, we know that the EMA has been trying to get answers from the FDA and that Health Canada officials have also been trying to get answers. Some representatives, however, undermining the seriousness of this finding, the SV40 finding, by making absolutely false claims about the non-functionality of this enhancer with absolutely zero evidence to support the claim. You can click through a few slides. They're all basically the same. The EMA is also asking some good, hard questions now. And in light of the fact that the Canadian government has recently ordered the destruction of the COVID-19 XBB vials, it's possible that this is an attempt to destroy the evidence of the SV40 DNA elements. Possible. Will the new XBB product set to roll out in Canada in November contain this enhancer? We don't know. The bottom line is, I'll close it off now. The bottom line is that these gene-based LNP products are not plug and play, and there are serious pending CQA, GMP, and potency issues that have to be addressed. And the problem with the self-amplifying technology, the RNA LNP technology, is that it utilizes this exact same platform. So it's riddled with problems that haven't been resolved. So you can't just use it again and then add another problem in terms of the RDRP gene, which I'll talk about now. It's ridiculous. The self-amplifying products are being trialed in 2020 alongside the other BNT162 versions, including the one that was injected into billions of people, namely the BNT162b2. This new type of injectable products carries its own RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, which means it carries a gene that enables autonomous copying of the mRNA template in the cell. The claim by the manufacturers is that this is a good thing because it translates into a lower initial dose. This is a misnomer because based on the scientific community's complete current lack of certainty as to how much genetic material actually makes it to the cells, how much gets endosomally released, and therefore how much protein is made. Again, this is all LNP dependent, and it means that we cannot know how much spike protein each individual will produce. So just shortly, the intracellular protein production workflow involves the translation of a gene that encodes this RDRP protein, whereby once it's active, it can mass produce mRNAs for subsequent translation into spike proteins. This means far more antigen is produced in the cell. You can keep clicking a little bit through and present it on the cell surface. So even though it means that the initial amount of product injected intramuscularly into the deltoid is less, it yields more protein once active inside the cell and longer antigen exposure. And if shedding is the thing, this is going to be a real big problem. It also means a lot of other things that we don't know anything about. I just want to ask some questions and then I'll let it go. And I want to ask it this way. Will we get answers to these questions prior to the injection rollouts of the self-amplifying RNA products? Are the replicases self-limiting? If you want to bring these to scientists or leaders, these are important questions. Do the self-amplifying RNAs contain self-cleaving motifs that enable them to cleave themselves during replication? Does the segmented poly-A tail result in longer duration? I know this is high tech, but if you say these words to somebody who knows, they'll be like, I don't know. Is the risk of recombination of endogenous RNAs going to be assessed? This is the most important point because these alpha viruses upon which this RDRP is based on they can transmit between different mammal species. So there's a possibility, we don't know, that's why we have to ask and check, of these things recombining and wreaking havoc in an environmentally widely distributed way. So that's the last point I'll make. There's a lot more to say, but I don't want to exceed my time. So if you ask me, my professional opinion is these things are a disaster waiting to happen and they should not be injected into a single person. So beyond the fact that they might be being offered, if you have anybody that you love who's trying to or thinking about getting them, tell them not to. Advise them not to in a docile way, I guess. So thank you very much. Sorry for going over time. Yes, that's it. Okay. Sorry, I guess that was the right amount of time. But that's about it. I always end my presentations with a call to action. It hasn't changed in years. Help the injured is always number one. This is why I look at adverse event data. A moratorium and a recall on all of these products, which are absolutely not safe or effective. And we're looking for accountability. I don't know if anyone's following what's going on with Anthony Fauci, but looks like, you know, there will be some accountability soon, hopefully. And for the love of God, hold on to national and personal sovereignty and protect your animals at all costs. I hope this has been instructive. I'm not sure if sometimes when I talk about this stuff, I'm not sure if I'm speaking to a high level, but I hope it was informative in some way.
It certainly was, Jessica. We're very grateful for this. It's absolutely incredible, actually, in my view. A couple things. First of all, we had to rush through your slide presentation, but it will be, for the benefit of the commissioners and the viewing public, it will be an exhibit within the archive of evidence assembled by the NCI. So it will be there for others and perhaps the commissioners to scrutinize more carefully, and the benefit of some extra time. The other thing I was just going to ask you real quick before I turn you over, you looked at the Merck product, which was licensed and evidently put into the self-replicating RNA stuff for the animals back in 2015, I think, in the States, if I've got that right. Am I right to say, and we're dealing with our farmers safe in Canada, so in the Canadian context, and with what we saw happening in the States with the Merck product, and you talk about 37 further RNA self-amplifying products in the pipe with Moderna that hasn't completed the phase 3, but where are we at in Canada with this stuff? Like, what's happening with our farm animals across this country, which sort of ties into your concerns?
Well, just to be clear, the Moderna pipeline, those are all for humans as far as I'm concerned. But in terms of Canada, yeah, Sequivity is being used there.
The Merck product is used in Canada?
Yeah. Yes.
So does Canada essentially follow what the FDA approves for in the States? So back to the agricultural sector, and Canada's basically slipstreaming behind the FDA on these products?
That's exactly right. Like that. This is what I've learned from watching and studying how these regulatory bodies and how the entire biopharmaceutical complex works. It seems to all stem from the decisions that are made from the daughter agencies of HHS in America. So yes, Canada will follow suit.
Great.
It's primarily in Ontario, by the way, with Quebec and Manitoba involvement as well.
I see. Okay, thank you, Jessica. I'm going to turn you over to the panel now, who will have some questions for you. Vincent?
Thank you for your presentation. I understand there's a tremendous amount of money involved in, first of all, scientific research and funding, and that research and funding demands results in new products in the pharmaceutical industry. And then there's a tremendous amount of money that goes into marketing, and that demands sales. And then that money is also filtered down to Health Canada, which provides a green light for distribution of these products. My question to you is, what safety valves currently exist to ensure the safety of these products that you're aware of? And the larger portion of this question is, what and where would you put these safety valves to ensure that these products do not get distributed until they're safe in actuality, objectively
Are we
safe?
talking, right, are we talking about the nucleoside modified or the self-amplifying?
All products coming out, because we've seen this problem over and over again, and you seem to have a grasp on all of these mechanisms of funding and distribution.
Personally, I wouldn't put any funding or distribution into these products. I would call for a recall on all of them and a moratorium on further development, because I think that they're dangerous. That's the quickest answer I can give. I really think they're dangerous. I don't understand what the obsession is with the entire industry and these gene-based therapies is. I suppose it is to save money, because they are, even though it's not a plug-and-play type thing, they are using it that way so that they can save time and money on, just introducing a new gene into the platform and say, hey, we have a new safe product. But there's never been anything wrong with using protein vaccines. Never. They work. They're actually better as inoculants against challenges with pathogens. There's not going to be a risk with destroying cells by forcing them to make foreign proteins. There's not going to be a risk with recombination with other alpha viruses. If an animal happens to be infected with another alpha virus and then gets injected with this crap, it's absolutely theoretically possible biologically that these things could recombine and create something very, very dangerous. So I don't only think that they don't work and that they cause a lot of injury. I really do think they're dangerous. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I wouldn't put any money into it.
I think my question was based more on safety valves. Where would you see governance putting safety valves on the insurance that these are objectively safe? Because that word is thrown around quite a bit. You know, what is safe?
I'm not even sure. I know I wouldn't put a safety valve on. I'd put a door and I'd slam it shut. I don't think that these things should be used. I'm very adamant about that because I know how they work biologically.
That answers my question. Good. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you very much for your testimony. On the issue of the why, that's probably speculative, I'm sure, but this saves time and money, you think, potentially, and that is time and money, like in what respect and to what end, please?
Okay, so a conventional vaccine, which are the ones that we're all familiar with, we're probably all about the same age. They take about 5 to 10 years on average to get from concept to approval. There's a reason for that. There are three clinical trial stages. They're completely different. They can't overlap. That 10-year time frame can't be rushed because you need a certain number of years to complete each of the phases, and then you need post-marketing surveillance, and you need to get approval. So this all takes about a decade. It always has. That's the status quo. That takes time and money as well. You need to enroll people in the trials and et cetera, et cetera. Once you get the product approved, you have to make them, you have to distribute them, put them in vials, et cetera. These COVID shots were firestormed through production in like a total of 9 months. I mean, the phase 3 clinical trial was 6 months, and that is so lamentable, lamentably slow. That was one of the very first red flags. After I learned that this was new technology, I'm like, listen, there's to anyone who would hear me, there's no possible way that you can call something that is distinctly novel from at least 2 points of view, the mRNA and the LNP point of view, a safe product after looking at tens of thousands of people for 6 months. So it was rushed. It was absolutely, the COVID products, you know, because they were going under this guise that we were in an emergency, blah, blah, they absolutely rushed it through, and it got green stamped, you know, rubber stamped, green labeled, safe and effective, after billions of people were injected, and, you know, they just ignored the people who got injured and said it was safe and effective. So like I said, now, because they have this rubber stamp and the green label that this platform is safe and effective, they're just going to swap out the genes, and the trials are going to be probably non-existent or lamentable as well. They certainly won't be years long. And they don't have to do anything. They don't have to grow up viruses. They don't have to do, you know, these assays or that, they don't have to make anything. They don't have to make an actual vaccine product. They just have to take some coating material, like I showed in the sequivity process, and stuff it into a lipid nanoparticle, and then shake it up in a vial and inject people. Like it's a huge money saver.
This is the plug and play part that they're pitching.
Yeah. Yep. So it's going to save them billions.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I think Dr. Jessica Rose, we are very grateful for you. Is there anything else you want to finish off with before we let you go?
Yes, I would just like to say, love to all the farmers. You guys are such heroes. I had the pleasure of going to a retreat on a farm in the States last year, and they had it's regenerative farm, and they had so many chickens and pigs, and it was just, it warmed my heart. You guys warm my heart. You are our source of nutrition, and you're the baseline, man, and we can't do anything without you. So you have my love and support. I just want you to know how important you are, and don't give up fighting bad guys, because we need you.
We sure do, and I'm sure it's reciprocal there, gratitude for the fact that you've applied your immense scientific expertise on the subjects that you've addressed today, and kind of like a team effort. So on behalf of the NCI, once again, Jessica Rose, your participation here has been invaluable. Like I've said, your slide presentation will be online as an exhibit, so we can take some more time with it. And also thank you so much for not pleading the fifth, like you've referred to Fauci. I think in the hundreds and hundreds of witnesses we've had over 42 days, not one of them has done that, nor would I expect them to.
That was brilliant.
So once again, thank you for joining us all the way from Israel. Thank you so much. Dr. Jessica Rose.
Bye, everyone.
And commissioners and everyone, we're going to take a very brief 5-minute break before the next witness. Thank you.
The Highwood Memorial Center. I mean, talk about buildings. This is the kind of building you want to pick up and take home with you and put somewhere in your local community. It is fantastic. And this is where our Farmers Safe in Canada, the hearings that everybody's talking about, that they're learning about aspects of Canada's food supply that are both encouraging but also terrifying. We're going to be hearing from farmers who will talk about how their herds have been culled by bureaucratic regulations that no longer make sense. We're going to hear about the need to rejuvenate our soil. We're going to hear about farmers who have been shut down because they sell raw milk. We're going to hear from scientists about the vaccinations that they're putting into animals. And you get to decide whether this is something you want or don't want. You get to understand what is really happening with that food from the farm to your table. So tune into the live streams. We broadcast all the witnesses testifying over the next 3 days at nationalcitizensinquiry.ca, on our social media challenges. It's an amazing event. It's an event you don't want to miss. And you can come down here to the Highwood Memorial Center and watch in person. Come on in, register. There's room for an audience, and people love that experience. You get to meet the commissioners, you get to meet the witnesses, you get to meet the people behind the scenes at the National Citizens Inquiry. So come on down. If you can't make it, then we'll see you on the live stream. Bye for now. Hi, everybody, and welcome. All right, everybody. Part of the great works of the National Citizens Inquiry are our volunteers. And these are the people, some of them, that actually make these hearings a rip-roaring success. And here today with me, we have Betsy and Sarah and Dee Dee and Arlene. And tell us a little bit, how did you get involved with the NCI volunteer program?
Well, I have listened to many NCI's travels around Canada already, and I just felt compelled to
power back to the people. It gives people the right to have information that, our controlled media doesn't want you to have, that our politicians are trying to keep silent. So I think that's one of the things that brings people together, is that here we get to see firsthand the scientists, the citizens, the people that are actually doing and speaking truth and bringing us information that are often silenced or canceled. Sarah, you know a lot about this.
I do. I've been involved for many, many years now, but this is actually my first time volunteering at the NCI. But I was involved with Ted's group from Vaccine Choice Canada, and been involved in that way, and of course, been involved in many other things.
So Sarah, tell us, because you have been engaged politically, one of the things I think people are finding out, there is this innocent Canadian belief when you first start delving into some of these challenges, because everybody has to be questioning a lot of things about what's going on in Canada right now. You think common sense, the facts will play out, people will listen and do the right thing. Does that actually happen?
There are people out there trying to do it, there's no question, and there are people out there who really just don't really know what's going on. And the fact that things like this are not put on the mainstream media lead people to believe that this isn't true. So I think something like this is extremely important, because it's an outlet for individuals who are willing to look at this to find out what's really going on, because there are so many that still believe the narrative because that's all they're fed.
So how important, and I'll go to the meeting next, how important is it to have the website, the National Citizens Inquiry.ca, with all the hearings that we've done in the past? Last hearing was Our Children Safe in Canada. Before that, before anyone else was questioning COVID, it was the National Citizens Inquiry that gave the platform to the experts that were saying, wait a minute, the testimony that's on those archives is just invaluable. It's being used in all these other countries, except for Canada. But for you as a person and getting involved with the volunteer aspect of the NCI, how did you arrive here?
Well, I've sort of been a freedom fighter sort of right from the very beginning. I didn't take the COVID vaccine.
Okay, let's talk about the term freedom.
Yes.
Isn't that what Canada's supposedly about? And here we are having to fight for our freedoms. Isn't, looking back over the last, since 2020, the 6 years, the face of Canada, and I always say I love COVID because it taught people that people we put into power actually have power over us. A lot of power. And even if what they're doing is right or wrong, it's still power. They can shut you down, they can do all kinds of things. So I love the term freedom fighter because that means you're a Canadian. And Canadians have to understand that Canada was once about a free and sovereign nation. And we've seen some changes.
And that's pretty much why I've been very strongly involved pretty much since 2021. I walked away from my job, started a health coaching business to help people because of the vaccine injuries, the turbo cancers, all of that kind of thing. I'm part of LSI with John, and so it just seemed to be the next logical step for me to come out and start supporting the National Citizens Inquiry. I think it's a very important platform. I think there's a lot of people that don't even understand or know about it that really need to understand that this is, we're at the forefront and we need to keep speaking and keep fighting.
You bring up a really important point, and I think Canadians need to start taking responsibility for their future, because that we don't have much of a chance at this point. When I look at the issues, like even this topic, are farmers safe in Canada? Do you know how many calls we got? We would love to testify, but they'll shut us down, they'll shut our business down, they'll shut our farm down. Our nation is operating in a constant state of fear these days, and that can no longer be tolerated. We have to end that whole lunacy aspect of what's transpiring in Canada. Arlene, when you look at what the NCI is doing, I mean, literally giving the power back to people, giving the people the platform to speak truth, to get together, to give people the opportunity to put on the record what is really happening as opposed to how the media wants to cultivate. I was going to use cull the information. But that's what they do. They kill it. They kill the truth. So for you, being a volunteer here, what does this
Welcome back, everyone. Our next witness is Greg German. So Greg, if you would give us your first and last names, and then spell it, and then I'll do an oath with you.
My name is Greg German, last name German.
Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. From your resume, I see that you have been involved in the, if I may say, the commercial end of nutrition, in that you've had a company since 2016, and I think you've been in the provisioning space for a while. So I'm going to let you talk about your journey there, and I think if I have any questions, I'll stop you and interject. And after that, we'll see if the commissioners have questions. So I'm going to turn it over to you and let you do your thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. We've had a company in food since 2016, and that company came to be because we previously founded a alternative mental health care clinic, and we were very interested in holistic care. We were very interested in getting to the deep roots of trauma, self-limiting beliefs, addiction, depression, anxiety. And what comes along with that is an interest in what supports people in responding to care in their holistic health. And so I became very interested in nutrition. And after watching hundreds of our patients come through, nutrition kept coming up, and I could see a correlation between nutritional status and our patients' ability to respond to care, to maintain positive affect. We saw greater resilience, better engagement, and improvements in overall capacity when nutritional status was improved. And actually, I want to qualify this. Those are observations, and we've not proven causation just there. And so I'm here today to give testimony on two pieces of how food security is relevant to mental health. And both of these come from the way our food production system is organized. I was mentioning that we had correlated nutritional status with people's ability to respond to care and people's ability to regulate mood. And an important piece of that was nutrient density. I noticed that there were many folks who were following nutritional recommendations from their mainstream healthcare team, and yet they weren't showing evidence of healthy nutrition. And so today I'm going to talk about our commercial food system. And this commercial food system has been optimized for yield primarily, but also uniformity, shelf life, transportability, speed, processing efficiency. And these things are important. We need our food system to be efficient. And they've resulted in two limitations that are relevant to mental health. One is a decrease in nutrient density. For some nutrients and in some foods, when we optimize for yield and uniformity, we lose the nutrient density that we need for our nervous systems to operate optimally. And secondly, when we're looking to optimize yield and efficiency in our food system, we see a centralization. We see a loss of diversity, and this creates a structural vulnerability that is also relevant to our human nervous system, which I'll unpack. So let's begin with the first one, the loss of nutrient density. The idea that nutrient density in our soils and in our foods has been decreasing over the decades is fairly well established. There's a seminal work by Davis, Epp, and Riordan, and these references and all that I'll make today have been provided for the record. And this study, it was a massive study done by the USDA, and it showed a decline in many nutrients between 1950 and 1999. And I'm going to focus on a few today because these are the ones that are most relevant for mental health. We see a significant and statistically significant decrease in iron, calcium, phosphorus, vitamin C, riboflavin, in some cases protein, and zinc. And I want to qualify that this is not every crop, and this is not every nutrient. And I want to be clear that I'm not making the claim that all modern mental health conditions should be laid at the foot of a declining nutrient density in our food. But I do want to make the connection that producing more food is not necessarily the same as producing more human nourishment. And when we're here talking about food security, I think it's salient for us to note that a food system that produces kilograms is less than we deserve. And the food security that I think we're all looking for is really human nourishment security. I cited several other studies, a 75-year study on wheat that showed that wheat over the years, especially modern cultivars, which are modern genetic variants, are losing nutrient density. And we can see studies showing soils that have lost between 43 and 53% of their bioavailable zinc, copper, and iron. And recently, a 2026 meta-food analysis in Nature found that while yield has increased with many of our modern genetic variants, those genetic variants which respond well to fertilizers and artificial nitrogen to grow, they produce calories but are reduced in their nutritional density. And this is important for our central nervous system, which I'll get to in just a minute. So the evidence provided shows that there has been, in general, a decrease in mineral density, in nutrient density in our soils, in our plant foods, and as a result in some of our animal foods eating those plant foods. And now the question, does this matter for our mental health? It turns out that it does. I'll first talk about iron. This is one of the most important nutrients when we're talking about mental health, because iron is not only important for anemia, and this is commonly understood, but it's also important for cognition, fatigue, anxiety, stress. Iron determines our ability to transport oxygen, metabolize oxygen, and this is highly relevant for the processing in our central nervous system. And so I've listed here several studies showing, and these are all randomized controlled, placebo-controlled studies showing everything from cognitive improvements when supplemented with iron, showing iron deficiency in postpartum mothers who are eating what would be considered a complete diet. And in 2025, there was a massive systematic review of statistical significance with over 1,400 participants, and this showed that they showed causation between iron and anxiety, fatigue, physical well-being, cognitive intelligence, short-term memory, and more. Importantly, when they removed people from the study who were not iron deficient, the benefits completely disappeared. So that's a really neat back-end way to confirm that iron indeed is causative in our capacity and in our mental health in general. Another I'll touch on really briefly is zinc. And the reason I'll touch on this one is because along with iron, zinc showed one of the most precipitous declines in modern wheat, most modern grains, and in our soils. Again, I've listed several studies here showing the impact on mental health of declining zinc in our foods. A meta-analysis combining all of these found that zinc status was causative in depression and depressive symptoms. So a lot there, a lot to think about. And an important thing to note is that everyone in these studies had what we would consider at the surface level an adequate diet. Nobody was malnourished per se from a calorie standpoint. People were eating a typical diet in North America, and yet they had these lurking, in some cases, subclinical nutritional deficiencies. So, one thing I want to say right now is a note to farmers. Our current nutritional system, our food production system, has incentivized yield. It's incentivized production, and farmers have logically responded to that. And as I'm pointing out some of the pitfalls of optimizing the production of our food system without looking at nutrition and nutrient density, I want to be very clear that this is not a criticism on farmers at all. And over the years of being in food, I've had the distinct pleasure of meeting dozens and dozens of farmers, ranchers, food producers, and I'll echo what our last presenter said, that these are some of the most hardworking, bravest, these are salt of the earth folks, incredible people. They put everything on the line every year to bring us the food that we need. And really what I'm talking about here, and what I will be proposing at the end, is shifting the incentives in our food system so that we can have a more nutrient-dense output. Now I'll make a third claim, which is that small shifts in our production can dramatically change the nutrient density of our food. This is somewhat common sense. It's been well established across both plant and animal foods. Because we're here in Alberta, I'm going to briefly touch on beef as a specific example. And we can see that I've cited many studies here that show that grass-finished beef, when it's raised properly and with an eye for the nutrient density of the beef, in a single generation we see dramatic shifts, dramatic increases in omegas, vitamin E, iron, zinc, many other bioactive compounds which are themselves supportive to mental health. And so the point to be made here is that nutrient density is not fixed, and it's a lever we can pull on quite easily, and we can make change there quite quickly. Okay, so far we've discussed how our food system is incentivized to produce volume, and volume sometimes runs anathema to nutrient density. Now I want to talk about the second vulnerability that comes from incentivizing volume, and that is structural. Concentrated systems are more efficient, and over the years we've seen a centralization in our food system. This is relevant to mental health because a centralized system is more easily disruptible. A system that can produce an enormous volume of food is good, but if that volume of food can be disrupted easily, or if a single plant goes down and that has a dramatic impact on the food on our shelves, then this has a serious impact on our mental health, because the way the human brain is organized, when we perceive a threat, it completely changes the way that we experience ourselves in the world. So while efficiency removes redundancy and centralization removes alternatives and capacity, we can note here that as we benefit from the increases in volume, we pay the price in our ability to mitigate disruptions. A really powerful example occurred during COVID. Here in Alberta, we have the Cargill processing plant, which processes about 4,500 cattle a day. It temporarily shut down for 14 days during 2020. And the second significant plant was at reduced capacity. And the result, after only 14 days, was 125,000 cattle backlogged. And these cattle were all being finished on grain. And when you keep cattle on grain for much longer than they're meant to be on, it causes negative health implications for the cattle. And so we saw massive fluctuations in our beef price, and we saw massive fluctuations in our beef supply during that time. And that has an impact on our mental health. When people acknowledge that the grocery stores can have empty shelves, when we know that small changes can result in a massive impact on our food supply, it destabilizes the human nervous system. It puts us in a position where we are less able to connect, less able to communicate. Our nervous systems reorganize around different priorities. We become less creative, less collaborative, and we tend to take on a every man for himself mentality. And so I've given many examples here, all cited, and interestingly, after this event in 2020, the Canadian government produced a significant amount of literature itself talking about food security, and specifically one that just recently was published, the 2026 National Food Security Strategy, explicitly states that consolidation exists throughout Canada's food system, and it reports that we now have only 5 grocery retailers that account for over 75% of our grocery sales. We have only 2 firms that control 90% of our federally inspected beef, and those are the 2 mentioned. We have only 4 companies that control over 70% of our hog processing. And the trend continues. Every year we see fewer farms, we see a decrease in the diversity and the adaptability of our food system. And so I've given the PDF here for anyone who wants to take a look. In addition to that document, the Competition Bureau of Canada has concluded that Canada's grocery industry is heavily concentrated, and it's calling for us to take a look at this, to take a look at how we're producing food and to weigh the benefits of a consolidated and centralized system against our ability to buffer when things go wrong. Now, I've touched briefly on how our anticipation of food insecurity can destabilize our mental health. And I want to make a parallel to what happened during COVID itself. Coming out of the COVID era, we saw some really interesting research that showed us how when the human nervous system is destabilized, when we experience fear, as is the case during COVID and as can be the case during food insecurity, we tend to orient towards a desire for leadership, a desire for a clear next step. We lose the ability to evaluate the veracity or the merit of that next step if we feel like it's going to take us back to safety. And as we look at our food system, that's really important for us. If we're talking about having security and having lasting stability in our food, we need to acknowledge that we're gifting ourselves the stability in our human nervous systems. So, I'll change gears and talk about a solution. And luckily, there's a single solution that can address all of these things. It can address a declining nutrient density. It can address a consolidation of our food system. And as a bonus, it can help us keep more resources within our communities. Another impact of the centralization of our food system is that we're shipping a lot of resources out of our communities. Farmers spend a tremendous amount of money on fertilizers, on pesticides, on big equipment. And with the solution, which is to open a parallel economy for small farms, for us to reorient our priorities towards more nutrient density and allow ourselves to blend a big system that produces the food that we need with smaller systems that ensure we're maintaining our soils and we're delivering the nutrient density that we need. Together, these can help us keep more of our resources within our community and solve both of these weaknesses in our current system.
Are there any hints you could give to all of us as to how we can buy better food, more nutritious food? What should we avoid? What can we emphasize when we're out in the shopping in the supermarket?
Absolutely. You're asking how can we as individuals begin today buying more nutrient-dense food? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just sort of trying to sharpen this up a little bit and say, okay, if we have a choice, how do we choose better food in the supermarket or wherever we're buying it? What can we look for? What can we avoid? Any hints you can give us?
Sure. In general, organic foods have a higher nutrient density, but not always. And nutrient density decays with time. And so foods that have been transported long distances, foods that have been stored for long times, will in general have a lower nutrient density. And there are some blue oceans that are becoming more mainstream now, but remain unexplored by much of the population. And one of those is organ meats. Ruminant organ meats are massively nutrient dense, and they contain nutrients in highly bioavailable forms. with none of the natural toxins that would dissuade predation that we might find in some plants, especially vegetables. And so pursuing organ meats is a fantastic way to access high quality bioavailable nutrition.
At this point, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions or anything they want to pursue. Yeah.
So I have a question for you regarding organ meats. You were talking about the amount of cattle that are processed on a daily basis by the two major suppliers. Do you have any idea what happens to the bulk of the organ meats that go through those facilities?
Not specifically at those facilities. I know that some plants, they are encapsulating those organs. I know that a lot of organ meats are shipped overseas. And I know that a lot of organ meats are composted. Yeah.
Yeah. Chris,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Craig, for your testimony. Can you tell us a little bit more about your background and how you got into this work that you're doing now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I began with an interest in medicine, and it was my plan to pursue medicine and be a psychiatrist. And I became disenchanted. I began to feel misaligned with our modern medical approach, our pharmaceutical approach, and our standards of care. And so the clinic that I founded was founded from a desire to deliver care. I felt a strong calling to deliver care, but I just felt misaligned with our current Western mental health approach. And so the care that we deliver in our clinics now is the result of over 10,000 hours of clinical rigor, and it has accreted from ongoing education and evolution. It's a combination of clinical hypnotherapy, polyvagal theory, neurolinguistic programming, and essentially we guide people into deep states of relaxation where we can access their unconscious mind and get to the roots of trauma, as I said, self-limiting belief, and we can reframe and release the unconscious roots of behaviors and outcomes in our lives that we no longer desire, and replace those with unconscious beliefs that will drive the behaviors and outcomes that we do want. And it's from that lens that I became interested in nutrition, because when someone's nutrition is misaligned, whether that's inflammation from eating too much of the wrong things or malnutrition from not eating enough of the right things, in both cases there is a ceiling on our ability to regulate mental health. There's misalignment in what we call our neuroendoimmunomodulation, and so having optimal nutritional status is a massive precursor to optimal outcomes from mental health care.
Thank you. And could you explain any educational background you have?
So I did pharmacology at the University of Alberta, and then I was involved in research on the Human Islet Project for a period, and then went on, and I have a designation of Master's Neurolinguistic Programming from the American Board of NLP, and I'm a designated clinical hypnotherapist.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone? Okay. Just as an aside here, since we've got a couple of minutes, Dr. Malone and his wife have a Substack now online, and I've subscribed to it myself. He was asked by somebody on a podcast why he went into medicine, and he said, the reason I went into medicine is I thought it would provide enough money for me to buy a farm, which he's done in Connecticut. And I believe they're about to, he and his wife, who is a PhD in psychology, are about to release a book on homesteading. So anyway, it's one of the few Substacks I watch regularly. This guy is the Renaissance man of the 2020s, and he's also published stuff basically pointing out all of the flaws with respect to COVID and what they've done and what they haven't done. So, pardon me for the plug. I don't know this man at all, but I would highly recommend anyone to watch his Substack if you're interested in any of this stuff. Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you very much today for coming and giving your testimony. Good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne and Greg. Commissioners, we do have the next witness ready to go. He's joining us virtually. Nicholas, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, but we can't see you just yet. There we go. Nicholas Hulsher, would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nicholas Hulscher, Hulscher.
Nicholas, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear, yes.
Thank you. You're joining us from Michigan today, I think. Am I right on that?
Correct.
And I'm going to just read to you some of my notes as to your general background, and I'll ask you to expand or correct as you feel inclined. But I understand that you do have a PowerPoint presentation that we're going to get to in a second. I understand you propose to testify about genetic vaccine platforms used or being developed for food-producing animals. It involves some scrutiny of what are called plasmid DNA and RNA replicon particles. We've heard from Jessica Rose today about self-amplifying RNA technologies, which I think is within the areas that you're going to be addressing to some degree. Within your studies, you've scrutinized poultry, farmed salmon, trout, swine, ducks, and cattle applications with these various technologies. You frame the core issue that you'll be addressing as a food safety risk assessment in the context of what reaches the consumer and at what dose and what oral dose response may exist, and whether the current surveillance could detect a human outcome, the impact on people from the use of this stuff in the, I think Jessica Rose referred to it as crap. And it's a word that even I can understand. So without trying to misstate what she covered, that's my understanding of your background. You are an epidemiologist and an administrator. You're associated with the McCullough Foundation, as I understand. You've got a master's in public health from the University of Michigan School of Public Health in 2024, and you had, prior to that, a bachelor's degree at Oxford University in the sciences, I think, in 2020, if I'm right on that. You can correct me.
Oakland University.
Sorry?
I got my bachelor's from Oakland University.
Oakland. Oh, I'm sorry if I misstated that. Okay, but so then as an epidemiologist, an administrator, and a person who is focused on those areas that we've just now touched upon, I understand that you do have a 32-slide PowerPoint presentation that you'd like to go into. Am I right on that? So unless there's anything else you wish to add at this point before we get going, I'll turn it over to you.
Fantastic. Yeah. Can everybody see my slides?
Can't see your slide just yet. There we go.
All right. Fantastic. All right. So today, well, first of all, thank you very much for having me today to testify on this very important topic that affects not only Canadians, but Americans and some individuals in Europe. And so today I will be speaking on genetic vaccines in the food supply. And there's various platforms, and we're going to go through all of them It's not just RNA, it goes to DNA plasmids, it goes into viral vector platforms. I mean, it's all very shocking, and basically, most people have never heard of any of this. And, it's actually expected because, nobody really talks about it, and our agencies have failed to investigate this. So basically, animals raised for food are being given vaccines that are so-called vaccines, but for the sake of this testimony, I'm just going to be calling them vaccines. They're being given vaccines that instruct the animal's own cells to manufacture a foreign protein. And so that's a different mechanism from a conventional vaccine, which delivers a protein or a killed organism directly. And so my question is, what exposure that creates for the person who eats the animal? And we know nothing about it. It was never characterized. Nobody measured what, if anything, reaches the customer. No measurement means no dose. No dose means no risk assessment. So these products went into the food supply before anyone asked the question. And 32 years later, it has still not been asked, not by the companies, not by the regulator, not by anybody, other than, a few select individuals. And so this is an epidemiological argument. It concerns what's been measured, what has only been assumed, and whether the systems in place could detect a problem if one existed. And they could not. So my argument comes down to 3 points. These genetic vaccine platforms have been used in animals, entering Canada's food supply for 21 years, and in North America for 32. Not proposed, not under consideration, literally in use since 1994 in the US, since 2005 in Canada. And in that entire period, nobody has measured what reaches the consumer. Nobody has established an oral dose response for any component. Nobody has built a surveillance system capable of detecting a human outcome from these vaccine components in the food. So the absence of a reported problem tells us nothing at all. It reflects a system built not to look. Canadians were enrolled in an untested exposure. They were never told about, cannot detect, and unfortunately cannot escape, other than not eating these food products, which we'll go through in a few slides. And so I'm not going to tell you these products have been necessarily proven harmful to humans, because the study that would show that has never been run. I'm telling you, Canada permitted a novel exposure into the food supply, declined to measure it, and built a system that could not detect a problem if one existed. So this is one of the most important points of this presentation, the shopping list. Which foods are we actually talking about? So first we have chicken and turkey. This is the largest exposure and the least discussed. Commercial poultry in Canada is given recombinant vector vaccines, which are genetically modified live herpes viruses carrying inserted genes from other pathogens. One of them, it's called Innovax ILT, has been registered in Canada since 2010. ILT is infectious laryngotracheitis, which is basically just a respiratory disease of chickens. These products are literally delivered in the hatchery, most often into the egg 3 days before the chick hatches. And I'll have a later slide that addresses that. Now, farmed salmon and trout, a plasmid DNA vaccine has been licensed in Canada since 2005. A second was authorized in Europe in 2017 and is in commercial use in Norway, which exports salmon to Canada. Pork, RNA, and Jessica Rose covered this quite well. These RNA particle replicon products have been used in swine since 2012. In Canada, under veterinary import permit, they use it here in the US as well. So that's fresh pork, bacon, ham, sausage, deli meat. Duck. France has actually ran a mandatory campaign since October of 2023 using 2 vaccines, and an activated one, and from May 2024, a self-amplifying messenger RNA product from SIVA. That's the company. And so they vaccinated over 35 million ducks with 2 doses across through July 2024. And we don't know how many mRNA they got because it's not really published at all. And they've never tested that, for consumer outcomes either. But the thing is France exports poultry. And so duck and duck liver can enter Canada with no screening tied to those self-amplifying injections. Then we have beef and dairy. That's not active. That's not in use right now, but they are testing it. There's 2 programs in China, one in the United States, and they are actively developing them. They're trying to license these mRNA injections for beef products, and so basically, it's very concerning. It's very concerning that when you look at all of these meat products that most people eat, they are actively being administered gene-based vaccines. And so these are the platforms. And so all of them work slightly differently, but they're very similar. So there's the live recombinant viral vectors, which are whole viruses modified to carry a gene from a second pathogen. The herpes virus of turkeys being the dominant one in poultry. And then we have the plasmid DNA. That's a circular piece of DNA carrying a promoter and the antigen gene. We have RNA replicon particles. These are alpha virus derived, delivering replicating RNA. And they claim the structural genes are stripped out, so they infect a cell once and can't spread, but I'm not quite sure if that was adequately characterized. And we have conventional messenger RNA and lipid nanoparticles, and then we have the self-amplifying RNA, which encodes a replicase gene, so the template copies itself inside the cell. And so they share one property, all of these. The animal's own cells manufacture the antigen. So what goes in is not what the immune system eventually sees. And so this actually creates 2 separate exposures rather than one. So basically, what happens once one of these is inside the animal, the construct enters the cell, is translated through what's called the rough endoplasmic reticulum, and the antigen is displayed at the cell surface and released. And so that's 1 injection, 2 exposures. And so the first exposure is the delivered construct, the nucleic acid, the ionizable liquids, the polyethylene glycol, lipids in a nanoparticle formulation, or the particle proteins in a replicon product. And the second is that antigen itself, which is usually a toxic protein, a foreign protein that the body doesn't like. And so that's the biology behind it. And so the next question is, when did this start? And so it's very concerning. And, I didn't even know this until very recently. So basically, the first licensed genetic vaccine platform in a North American food animal was not in Canada, and it was not recent. It was a recombinant fowlpox vector vaccine for poultry licensed in the US in 1994. That's 32 years ago. And so Canada then went first on nucleic acid injections. So in 2005, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency cleared a plasmid DNA vaccine for farmed Atlantic salmon in British Columbia, the first DNA vaccine license for a food-producing animal anywhere in the world. And that was 21 years ago in the fish Canadians eat. Recombinant herpes virus vectors followed in 2007, reached Canada in 2010. And in 2012, that was when we got the first RNA-based swine injection, the Sequivity platform by Merck, And again, that's now used in Canada. And then lastly, we have that France self-amplifying messenger RNA duck vaccine that, we don't know where those animals ended up, where those meat products ended up. And so this has all been accumulating for 3 decades. So, and this one was particularly concerning. So I said poultry was the largest exposure, but here's why this one in particular behaves differently from all the others. So a recombinant herpes virus vector is a live virus, again, modified to carry a gene from a second pathogen. And so this particular vaccine is given to the chick in ovo. So that's 3 days before it hatches or on the day of hatching. And then it literally stays there. The herpes virus of turkeys establishes lifelong latent infection in the bird's lymphoid tissue and periodically reactivates. And so it's literally the design the manufacturers advertise. Merck's own producer literature says the vector will persist and replicate lifelong in the vaccinated bird. So the bird carries genetically modified replicating virus expressing a foreign protein from before it hatches to the day it's slaughtered. So that's very concerning. Herpes virus of turkeys carries what are called telomeric repeat sequences, and related herpes viruses, including Marek's disease virus, are known to integrate into host telomeres. We're not quite sure if the vaccine vector does that. They haven't really studied that. And so, nobody's measured what is present in that meat, not the vector, not the expressed antigen. Canada classifies live vectors carrying foreign genes as its high risk category of veterinarian, a biologic, and then measures nothing in the food. So, the classification exists, but that measurement does not. And more on these poultry vaccines that stay presumably till the day they're slaughtered. So in 2009, producers in British Columbia's Fraser Valley were granted an emergency permit to use, it's called Innovax ILT. Again, that's that viral vector injection during an outbreak a year before it was registered in Canada. So the product family is very large. Literally like 4 companies that make it. They produce literally like billions of these vaccine doses every year for the United States and like 60 countries. But chicken is the most consumed meat in Canada. And so the thing about this is, when we inject something that presumably stays in the chicken, forever, we should probably be testing to see if that ends up exposing the consumer to a hazardous health issue. And then we get to the United States. And the United States, they have a lot. And this matters because a great deal of what Canadians eat does cross the border. And so poultry is where the record runs the largest. Again, recombinant fowlpox vector vaccines were licensed here in 1994. That was followed by multiple other approvals in 1995, 2002. The herpes virus vector ones were licensed in 2007. They're now standard in the hatchery. And on top of those, we have 2 genetic products for avian influenza that were stockpiled. They're not in active use yet. An RNA particle vaccine in 2015. And so the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, contracted for 48 million doses. And we have a plasmid DNA H5N1 vaccine in 2017 that was licensed for chickens. And so, it's just a giant list. It's a giant list. And again, this is something that Americans are not aware of either. And so now we get to the health concerns of all of this. So um, everything up to this point has basically been, what food products are they in? What are the vaccine types? And so now we're going to look at, the risk assessment that should have happened. So the food safety risk assessment has 4 steps, and they are the same for whether the substance is a pesticide, a food additive, or a veterinarian biological product. And so step one is usually hazard identification. Could this cause harm in principle? That was partially done here and done in the vaccinated animal, not the consumer. Step two is usually exposure assessment. So, what reaches the person and at what dose? That was never performed. The step three is dose response. What oral dose produces what effect? That was never performed. And then step four is risk characterization. Where you combine exposure and dose response into an estimate of risk. Not done, and it cannot be done because steps 2 and 3 needed to be performed first. So every food safety determination Canada makes rests on steps 2 and 3. So these platforms went into the food supply without passing the assessment. Every other regulated substance, basically has to pass. And so, if a pesticide manufacturer came to the CFIA with this file, it would be sent away. So I said the second step of that assessment, exposure, has never been performed, but here is what would have been required. So 7 steps between the needle and the consumer and the state of each one. So 1, injection into muscle, measured, right? We know what goes in. 2, systemic biodistribution, meaning where it travels in the body. This was measured in mice, not in the food species. 3, deposition in edible tissue, that was not measured. 4, survival through slaughter, chilling and processing, not measured. Survival through cooking, that's just assumed. Survival through digestion, assumed. 7, uptake across the gut and systemic availability in the person, not measured. So 1 step of 7 measured in the target species, 2 resting on assumption, and 4 never examined at all. And so that's basically, there was never really an actual assessment here. And so cooking and digestion are the steps usually offered as the barrier, and they may well be, but an assumption is not a measurement. And again, these platforms have been licensed in food animals since 1994, and 4 of the 7 steps have never been looked at once. So it does not stay at the injection site, these gene-based injections. So the biodistribution on its own is basically the one real place where some data exists. So published work on self-amplifying RNA lipid nanoparticle constructs found material distributed well beyond the site of injection. It turned up in draining lymph nodes, spleen, and also it ended up in the lung, kidney, liver, and heart. And so you look at the diagram there, marks those sites. Notice what liver, kidney, and heart have in common. In a food animal, those are edible tissues, right? So the problem is people eat those. And so, in other words, they may be consuming the tissues where this product is uptaken the most. And so, again, this work was done in mice. Equivalent data in swine, poultry, and cattle are largely absent in the peer-reviewed literature. So this is a major documented gap in the target food species, and whether the same distribution happens in animals Canadians actually eat and whether the material survives to the point of consumption is unknown. Not unlikely, not ruled out, literally unknown because nobody thought or nobody wanted to measure it. And again, so this is this is important. So the biodistribution finding has a consequence for which foods matter most. And so the animal data put the greatest deposition outside the skeletal muscle. Again, lymphoid tissue, spleen, liver, kidney. Muscle is what people pictured, when they think about meat, and is the tissue most often assumed to stand for the rest. But this evidence shows that that's wrong. So liver, kidney, heart are eaten directly. Again, they go into sausage, they go into infant preparations, and they are exported in volume. And so organ meat consumption in Canada varies, by more than an order of magnitude across some cultural and dietary groups. Some people eat none, some eat several times a week. So a population average would understate the highest consuming groups substantially, and a standard practice in food safety is to assess the most exposed group, not the average one. But the problem is neither estimate exists here. So again, nobody's ever measured any of this. If you eat these products, does it get into your body? The manufacturer, the regulator, independent labs, we have not been able to identify an instance of that. So I've described the gaps, and so now it's important to basically, show what would have to happen for a human being to be harmed from these products. So it would be, first of all, one, material survives slaughter, processing, and cooking in a biologically active form. Two, it would survive the gastric acid and nuclease activity in the digestive tract. Three, it would cross the intestinal epithelium in more than trace quantity. Four, it reaches the tissue where it is translated, or the expressed protein itself is absorbed intact. And five, the resulting exposure is enough to produce a physiological effect. And so this chain was never checked before these products entered the food supply 32 years ago. So the third link on that chain was uptake across the gut. And so basically on the left, what has been studied, the injected route, 1 or 2 doses measured in a vaccinated animal of the target species over weeks. On the right, what people are exposed to, oral route repeated across a lifetime, different species, low dose in a food matrix, starting in infancy. So route differs, dose differs, schedule differs, species differs, and each would change the answer. And in toxicology, you should never accept an extrapolation across all 4 without data. So the quantity that matters is oral bioavailability. What fraction of ingested material crosses the gut and becomes systemically available? That number is not 0 by definition. It is measurable. And again, for these products, it has not been measured. So if the commission recommends one study, this would be the one. This would be the one. And, this would give us a lot of answers. So again, no assessment has been stratified by susceptibility. So, again, infants and young children, pregnancy, immunocompromised and elderly, high organ meat consumers. These would be the most vulnerable to the genetic materials and those toxic protein products in the meat or in the organ products. And again, since that hasn't been looked at in general, they should have at least, the regulators should have at least looked in the susceptible groups. Unfortunately, they have not. And so the last several slides were describing the absence of data. And so this quote is documented in one sentence. This sentence is from the Government of Canada. It appears in the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's environmental assessment for RNA particle products used in swine, published in July 2018. they said no special monitoring of the human safety of the product will be carried out. So that is the regulator describing its own surveillance design, in a public document at the time of authorization. It wasn't overlooked. They literally just said, we're ruling it out. We're not going to look, basically, it doesn't matter. So that sentence previously explains why the data is missing, basically. And here what follows is well, here, suppose these products were causing a human health effect. Would we know? Would we know? And to consider, this is what we would need to detect one. So first we would need exposure classification. So you have to know who is exposed. Nobody records which animals received which platform, and nothing follows the product to consumer. So exposure cannot be classified at all. A denominator, the size of the exposed population, that's unknown. A case definition, a specific outcome to count, none exists. No specific outcome has even been hypothesized. Outcome specificity, some signatures separating an affected person from background illness, none proposed. Latency, the interval over which an effect would appear, that's been uncharacterized. A reporting pathway by which a human event would surface. That the pathway that exists is directed at animal health. So put those together with no exposure classification, no denominator, and no case definition, the power of the system to detect a human effect is literally zero. So, it could run another century and report nothing, and it would report nothing whether or not anything was actually happening. So a surveillance system that does not look for a human outcome will not report one. And the silence of that is not evidence of safety. So these products, again, so basically you'll hear, and I expect what many people have already heard, that these products were used for years without problem. 21 years for the salmon DNA plasmid shot, 32 years for other genetic products used in North America. And, that would sound like, powerful reassurance. But, no study was ever run. Again, no exposure was classified. No outcome was counted. And so if you never take a measurement, you can go on indefinitely without an abnormal reading, and it means nothing at all. So presenting that silence to the public as a safety record severely misrepresents what it actually is. So this whole situation with these gene-based vaccines was that safety was assumed and not demonstrated, right? So for every other substance entering the food supply, the burden runs one way. Whoever introduces the product must demonstrate it is safe at the expected level of human exposure. An absence of evidence of harm is never accepted as evidence of safety. That is not a controversial standard. Canada applies it to pesticides, food additives, some veterinary drug residues. But these platforms were treated differently. They were deployed at commercial scale first. Again, human exposure never quantified. Safety was inferred from the fragility of the molecule rather than demonstrated by measurement. And the effect is that the burden shifted to the public. And so it is now for Canadians to notice if something has gone wrong using a surveillance system that can't detect it. So this is not a weak application of the precautionary principle, it's a reversal of it. So instead of establishing safety before permitting the exposure, Canada permitted the exposure and left the public to detect the consequences with no means of doing so. So that is an absolute failure of process. And, untested again is not the same as safe. And after 3 decades, the difference between the two is no longer an oversight. It is a decision that somebody made and nobody is bothered to revisit. So, and this is one argument that gets offered, all the time, and it's that it degrades and cooking destroys it, right? So nucleic acid and lipid nanoparticles are fragile, they degrade rapidly, presumably. And in fact, when we talk about the COVID mRNA injections, we've actually found those can persist in humans for 3.5 years. So, particularly if it's modified messenger RNA. So I would not necessarily say that it would degrade rapidly, but it would depend on the vaccine platform used in these animals. But so the thing is assuming it's degrading and cooking destroys it is again without an actual study demonstrating that. So we don't actually know, but we could presume, from a lot of these, if you do cook it at high temperatures, I would suspect there will be a minimal risk of these genetic material and the antigen products. But again, some of that could still persist after cooking. Sometimes you eat something that's not cooked or something's raw. You eat raw salmon, that could have the DNA plasmid in there. You have sushi. So again, this really needs to be tested. This is another study that really should be launched to see does this degrade. So here's basically a summary, before we go on to the recommendations. So 4 things are documented. Genetic vaccine platforms are used in animals entering the food supply. Yes. Constructs distribute beyond the injection site in animal studies. Yes. No exposure assessment has ever been performed for the consumer. The surveillance is not designed to detect a human outcome, which is literally documented by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency itself. And so there are 2 things that are open, and that's whether the platform components reach retail food. Again, that's not tested, needs to be. And whether dietary exposure produces a human health effect. That's never been studied. So the first 4 are established, and they're quite damning on their own. And the last 2 are open, but they haven't been studied. So there's one further dimension to this, and it does not depend on any of the science I've discussed. So Canadians cannot detect this exposure. There's no label, there's no public register, there's no disclosure at the point of sale. And sometimes they can't avoid it, right? No product may be certified free of these platforms, so no alternative supply exists. So someone who wanted to opt out, may have nowhere to go. And they were never asked. No public consultation preceded the 2005 decision. And none has been held since, as far as I'm aware. Canada already requires disclosure for organic production, grass-fed, antibiotic-free, country of origin, allergens. The principle that people are entitled to know how their food was produced is settled by some degree in Canadian policy. It was simply never applied here. So with every other attribute on that list, a determined consumer can find a product and verify the claim. With this, nobody can. Not the consumer, not the physician, and not the regulator either. So Canadians were enrolled in this exposure without being asked, without being told, and with no way to get out of it if they're eating these products. So this is what should be done. and my recommendations come in two groups. The first four are studies rather than regulations, and none of them are neither expensive or technically that difficult. So the first would be a tissue residue study. Measure the construct, the carrier lipid, and the expressed protein in muscle, liver, kidney, and milk from commercially raised vaccinated animals at slaughter and after normal cooking. That would cover steps 3 and 4 of the exposure pathway we looked at previously. Second, I would put this one above the others, particularly is an oral bioavailability study. So this would be to establish whether and at what fraction surviving material crosses the intestinal epithelium. One well-defined measurement, and that could help settle this question that we now have quite strongly. And so third, a retail surveillance program, independent testing of retail meat, milk, eggs, farmed fish, and with published methods, published results, and basically publicly make those publicly available. That will tell us, are these modified genetic material, and are these toxic antigens, are they in the retail food? And again, that will tell us a lot. But again, we don't know at the present moment. Fourth would be a stratified intake assessment covering infants, pregnancy, and high organ meat consumers, right? So we don't want infants consuming herpes virus viral vectors. We don't want that. And so none of this needs new science, really. We have the methods to be able to do all of this. So those four recommendations would generate the missing data, and these next four build the capacity to notice a problem if one exists. So number 5, we should have a moratorium on all further authorizations of these products. No new authorization of these platforms in Canadian food-producing species, including under emergency pathways, and still until the studies mentioned previously are complete and published. The emergency pathway matters especially, if avian influenza comes in, and that decision gets made fast and under pressure, they'll never do those previous studies I just mentioned. So, and again, we just simply don't know any of the exposure in humans. And so number 6 would be exposure classification. So record which animals received which platform and make that record retrievable. So without an exposure variable, no epidemiological study of this question is possible. And so it would be very, very important to know exactly how many, which specific animals received these. At 7th, consumer disclosure at the point of sale or on the label. On the same principle, Canada applies to organic, grass-fed, and antibiotic-free claims. And then 8, a reporting pathway able to receive and evaluate a human food safety signal. At present, there's absolutely none. So, commissioners, let me close. Canada put these products into the food supply without measuring what reaches the consumer, then built a system incapable of noticing if something went wrong. That is a failure of the most basic obligation a regulator owes the people it serves. And exposure has existed in the Canadian food supply for 21 years without being measured once. Not once. In that period, the platforms grew more complex and the scale grew by orders of magnitude. Plasmid DNA in farmed fish, live genetically modified vectors in billions of chickens, self-amplifying RNA in ducks. Cattle is in preparation, and the evidence base did not grow whatsoever. And so the studies that would resolve this are neither expensive nor difficult. There has been no obstacle beyond a decision that the question was not worth asking. That decision should be reversed. This expansion should stop until the work is done. And in the meantime, Canadians should be able to look at a label and see what they're buying. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. I've got a couple questions, and then I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners. How unique is Canada in this respect? You talked about in 2018, the CFIA decided and stated unequivocally that they would not study anything which might detect the impact on humans from consumption of food produced that, which had been exposed to these self-replicating RNA vaccines, if I've got that right. CFIA specifically said it would not investigate the impact on humans in 2018, which is incredible. Was that, first of all, let me ask you this, was there a debate about that, or was that just an edict announced from Ottawa? What was the story there?
As far as I'm aware, there was no public debate. They may have had internal debates, but I'm not aware of the exact background of how they came to that decision. But what I would say is it was a disastrous one, and I would have no clue why they wouldn't just simply commission one single study, one single human safety study on it. But they decided to just rule it out, and the reasons for that, unaware of.
How unique is Canada in this context? I mean, as compared to, for instance, the United States or other developed countries in terms of its decision to not even look for the impact? Like what's happened in the States? Is it the FDA or the Department of Agriculture or whatever regulatory authority would be in charge? What position have they taken?
They've taken basically the same. I haven't found a direct statement where they say they will just not do human studies. But they have not done any. I've looked very hard. None of this data I laid out, none of those studies I laid out that need to happen have been conducted by the USDA in the United States. And yeah, it's the same thing. They roll out these novel gene-based platforms into animals, and they just presume that it's not going to affect the humans eating it. And that goes with, as far as I'm aware, every country deploying them.
Wow, very interesting. In any event, Nicholas, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners, who I think may have a few questions for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive submission. I just wanted to say that I found it very extensive, shocking, thorough, and very helpful in forming recommendations forward in this report.
Thank you.
I would like to reiterate what my fellow commissioner has just said, and I'd like to also express my thanks to you as an American for being so very responsive to the Canadian context, because that took effort, and we're blessed to have American testimony given, and sometimes it relates mostly to America, which is not uninformative for us. We're interested in that, but thank you very, very much for your particular focus on the Canadian context in answering this question. Just one further question. You said it would be simple to undertake, let's say, some of these recommended studies. Simple and or perhaps inexpensive. What could be done to incent this type of study as an industry or from the perspective of researching? I say this because I suspect there's no money behind doing these studies, and therefore that's why I ask. I'm not deeply involved in understanding how research is funded, whether it's in academia or otherwise. But I fear that we need some almost independent body to undertake this somehow, because it seems that you might be going against the system, let's say. Do you have any comments on that?
I do. So, a large proportion of research funding will be obtained from governments, and knowing that, they may have serious conflicts here, they probably will not fund such studies, but they may if enough pressure is put on them. But you're right, independent researchers will probably need to undertake this. And the simplest study that would be very cheap, but it would be buying those products, the salmon from the supermarket, buying the pork, preferably a, form of raw pork that hasn't been cooked yet, buying the chickens, and then somebody with that lab capability to look for that specific genetic material can simply just look for it in that meat. And so that, I would suspect, would not be super expensive, and an independent lab could do that. But the problem, again, with that is those with those sorts of capabilities, many of them are afraid of backlash. Many of these labs, particularly with universities, may be afraid to lose their job for conducting such a study. So, but it can be done very easily. We would have to identify a scientist with the capability to do it that does not cave in to pressure from their bosses.
Do you see any benefit to working in one jurisdiction on this as opposed to another? I'm sure you want the same answers in the United States. So do you think it's easier to undertake this research here or there? Or are they equally difficult? Any thoughts on that?
It should be possible everywhere, in every country that's administering these. There should be no difficulty. There should be no extra difficulty necessarily, depending on the country. So yeah, I think it can be done. It can be done in Canada. It can be done in the United States, and it can be done in Europe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You also, very interesting. I have friends that were in food research, and all of their funding came from Germany, Denmark, and Netherlands. But it was all funded by the pharmaceutical industry as well. But their funding did come from Europe because they couldn't get funding in Canada or the US. So I think we know who the driving force is behind everything. The other question I have is about appeal. Because every time I go to the grocery store, even organic fruit and vegetables has the appeal sticker on it. So is it organic or not? And what exactly is appeal? And what does it do? Like to us as humans? Is it a protective cover? I'm not sure.
I'm not particularly well versed in that product, but I would assume anything introduced, of that nature to a large number of food items may not necessarily be the best for human health. But again, I'm not an expert in that particular food additive. But I would say that you know, as well, I know at least here in the United States, yeah, some things may be labeled as organic or maybe labeled as, you know, containing, say, avocado oil, for example, and doesn't contain any of it and is not organic, and they just basically lie. So, yeah, I would say, you know, it's concerning that sometimes these labels may not be accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Nicholas, our timing is perfect at this juncture, and I don't think the commissioners have any further questions for you. Is there anything else you would wish to say to sort of tie things together as a closing comment?
Sure. So we just need to do these studies. We just need to do these basic studies looking for these vaccine materials in food products. That's the easiest way to start. And as soon as we get that data, we'll know the answers, right? We'll know the answers. If there's nothing in those products, all right, then maybe we're good. But if there is, that opens up a whole can of worms that we have been exposed to for 30 years. And so that study needs to be undertaken. It needs to be undertaken rapidly as more and more of these gene-based vaccines are introduced into the food supply. And I think if we raise enough awareness, you know, if consumers don't want this, they don't want DNA plasmids in their salmon, you know, we can raise our voices and perhaps we can have them conduct these studies or at least have them acknowledge it. And so, yeah, those would be my comments. And thank you so much for having me today.
Well, thank you so much for helping to sound the alarm on the refusal of the Canadian government to conduct what is, just as a function of common sense, such an obviously needed study. It is remarkable, I think, for many of us to hear that that was the position stated as clearly as you've indicated by the very agency that's supposed to look after our health and oversee the food production in this country. It's just remarkable. So thank you for sharing that with us. I wish to also say for the viewing public and the commissioners, your slide presentation will become an exhibit within the archive of the evidence at the NCI. So it's there for people to review. And so on behalf of the NCI, Nicholas, thank you so much for your presentation today. It's been extremely interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And commissioners and others, we're going to take just a very brief 5-minute break right now before our next witness. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Part of the great works of the National Citizens Inquiry are our volunteers. And these are the people, some of them, that actually make these hearings a rip-roaring success. And here today with me, we have Betsy and Sarah and Dee Dee and Arlene. And tell us a little bit, how did you get involved with the NCI volunteer program?
Well, I have listened to many NCIs travels across Canada already, and I just felt compelled to be involved.
Compelled. See, people get compelled because once you start understanding what the National Citizens Inquiry does, it gives power back to the people. It gives people the right to have information that, you know, our controlled media doesn't want you to have, that our politicians are trying to keep silent. So I think that's one of the things that brings people together is that here we get to see firsthand the scientists, the citizens, the people that are actually doing and speaking truth and bringing us information that are often silenced or canceled. Sarah, you know a lot about this.
I do. I've been involved for many, many years now, but this is actually my first time volunteering at the NCI. But I was involved with Ted's group for Vaccine Choice Canada and been involved in that way, and of course been involved in many other things.
So Sarah, there is this innocent Canadian belief when you first start delving into some of these challenges, because everybody has to be questioning a lot of things about what's going on in Canada right now. You think common sense, the facts will play out, people will listen and do the right thing. Does that actually happen?
You know, there are people out there trying to do it, there's no question, and there are people out there who really just don't really know what's going on. And the fact that things like this are not put on the mainstream media lead people to believe that this isn't true. So I think something like this is extremely important because it's an outlet for individuals who are willing to look at this to find out what's really going on, because there are so many that still believe the narrative because that's all they're fed.
So how important, and I'll go to the meeting next, how important is it to have the website, the National Citizens Inquiry.ca, with all the hearings that we've done in the past? Last hearing was our Children Safe in Canada. Before that, before anyone else was questioning COVID, it was the National Citizens Inquiry that gave the platform to the experts that were saying, wait a minute, the testimony that's on those archives is just invaluable. It's being used in all these other countries, except for Canada. But for you as a person and getting involved with the volunteer aspect of the NCI, how did you arrive here?
Well, I've sort of been a freedom fighter sort of right from the very beginning. I didn't take the COVID vaccine.
Okay, let's talk about the term freedom.
Yes.
Isn't that what Canada's supposedly about? And here we are having to fight for our freedoms. Isn't, looking back over the last, since 2020, the 6 years, the face of Canada, and I always say I love COVID because it taught people that people who put into power actually have power over us. A lot of power. And even if what they're doing is right or wrong, it's still power. They can shut you down, they can do all kinds of things. So I love the term freedom fighter because that means you're a Canadian. And Canadians have to understand that Canada was once about a free and sovereign nation. And we've seen some changes.
And that's pretty much why I've been very strongly involved pretty much since 2021. I walked away from my job, started a health coaching business to help people because of the vaccine injuries, the maternal cancers, all of that kind of thing. I'm part of LSI with John, and so it just seemed to be the next logical step for me to come out and start supporting the National Citizens Inquiry. I think it's a very important platform. I think there's a lot of people that don't even understand or know about it that really need to understand that this is, we're at the forefront and we need to keep speaking and keep fighting.
You bring up a really important point, and I think Canadians need to start taking responsibility for their future, because that we don't have much of a chance at this point. When I look at the issues, like even this topic, our farmers safe in Canada, do you know how many calls we got? We would love to testify, but they'll shut us down, they'll shut our business down, they'll shut our farm down. Our nation is operating in a state of fear these days, and that can no longer be tolerated. We have to end that whole lunacy aspect of what's transpiring in Canada. Arlene, when you look at what the NCI is doing, I mean, literally giving the power back to people, giving the people the platform to speak truth, to get together, to give people the opportunity to put on the record what is really happening as opposed to how the media wants to cultivate. I was going to use cull the information. But that's what they do. They kill it. They kill the truth. So for you, being a volunteer here, what does this mean to you?
This is the second time that I'm volunteering for an NCI.
And wait a minute, see, you come back the second time. There's actually a group of people that are the volunteers in there at every single hearing, regardless of where they are. All right, so we'll be seeing you again too, right?
Yes, absolutely. And like you have said already, it's just an amazing platform for people that have gone through awful trials and attacks and
cancellation. I mean, good word. Yes,
it's a safe place. You have the voice, tell their stories, for other people to learn, to know what's really happening around us.
opportunity to have an amplified voice, a voice that's legitimized. So when we do these hearings, this is only the beginning. So the day one of the hearings here in High River, Alberta, you can come down, you can watch the testimonies being given, you can volunteer, you can go to the website, we broadcast live stream, you can see the witnesses in real time when we live stream. But more importantly, what happens after these hearings is reports are made. And so there's a whole other team of volunteers that work to get these reports out into the hands of the elected officials, the people that can make a difference. So every aspect of volunteering, because this organization belongs to you, the people, for making Canada better and stronger. And I know, Sarah, I can see you've got a little bit more to add, so give it to us.
So I just wanted to say, I come out of the mainstream media. I'm a former CBC reporter, retired. And of course I have many people that are still in the mainstream media. And it's not that they're all duplicitous or doing this on purpose. Often they literally don't know. And so the powers that be can be farther up the chain. So individuals are not necessarily behind this. I just wanted to throw that in because I know there are people still in the media, but they don't really know what's going on. And I think part of the key is to try to find those individuals, even if you can.
Sorry, it just reminded me of a CBC reporter when we went to the Grey Cup to ask about, the concerns about, this was during the COVID vaccination program. And I remember asking the CBC reporter, like, are you telling people that these athletes could be in danger? And she says, I know nothing about that, and ran away. So you're right, there are some very good people, but you know what? We're also at a time.
Our next witness is going to be Jason Smith. Jason, could you give us your full name, spell it for us, and then I will do an oath with you.
Jason Smith, Jasonsmith.
And you swear that the evidence you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, I gather you have been in the livestock business of some sort for at least 20 years, and you have had some problems with the CFIA, Canadian Food Inspection Agency, with respect to your herd at one point. So I think without further ado, if you could maybe just start giving us that testimony as to what happened. And if I have questions, I'll ask you as we go. And if you've been here for a bit, you'll see I'll end up with the commissioners asking you questions eventually. So go ahead. You've been a farmer for at least 20 years. Let's start there.
Yes, I started in 1999 raising whitetail deer, and then eventually moved into whitetail and bison, and now we're bison and cattle. So early on in my career, I got involved in the association, the Whitetail Mule Deer Association, to get better informed on the issues that involved our business. CWD was the biggest disease that was apparent in the deer and that people had concerned about. So right away, I built my farm different than everyone else. I probably got into it 15 years, maybe 20 after some of the first people. So I started by double fencing my farm because it was very apparent early in my career that the problem was nose-to-nose contact. So if I had a clean herd, I wanted to make sure that I didn't contract anything from the wild. So, and then later on in my career, we found out that they genotyped these deer, and certain deer were resistant to the CWD prion. So we were able to test for that, and then we started to breed deer that were resistant, and this was not through vaccines or anything. This was just a natural resistance that some deer had. So I became a leader in that with a couple other guys. We spent a lot of time trying to get our herds to where we were, reasonably protected from the disease. I became a pretty large supplier of breeding stock because I did follow the rules that we had kind of come up with. It would be the best for not getting CWD. And my double fence was probably the biggest thing that I had done to ensure that I didn't contract it from the wild.
Okay.
So as I went on, that we would, the deer were raised in Alberta. Most of them were sold into Saskatchewan, into the hunting industry, and go onto large tracts of land out there. And the animals, when they're harvested or when they die naturally, the head has to be removed and sent in for CWD testing. So I had close to 20 years of absolutely no positives on my farm and 100% submissions.
Okay. Are these animals, are they wilder or are they tame animals?
So every whitetail behind high fence in Alberta came from Alberta. The original people that got in were allowed to trap 6 in the wild. You were given a permit, you could trap 6 in the wild. When I got into it, I just bought off other people because whitetails have twin fawns every year.
Are there specific regulations that relate to deer as opposed to other animals?
Absolutely, yeah. The cervid industry has a mountain of regulations that they have to follow. Every animal is double tagged, serial numbered to your farm. Government inspectors come every year to check your farm, count your animals, make sure if you're out by one, you get under investigation, find out what's happened. It's very, very strict rules.
Okay. So do you have these herds regularly? Do you then dispose of them and get a new one, or how does it work?
The herd itself?
Yeah.
Once I was taken out by the government, I was told I was not allowed to get back into it.
Okay. Well, how did it all happen then? You've had this herd in the past without trouble, is that correct or not?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, you've had deer as a sort of a crop, as it were, for a while without problems, and all of a sudden you did have a problem with CFIA, or how did it happen?
So I bought my animals off of private individuals that had permits years ago. They multiply fast on farms. So I bought my breeding stock from other farms. As I raised them on my farm, never had a lot of trouble CFIA. I joined the board early in my career in 2002, I think it was. So I was involved with lots of government meetings, became president for 7 to 10 years. So I was very versed in the rules and spent a lot of time trying to make sure I didn't get the disease.
Okay. So how did this issue happen that got your herd destroyed?
Okay, so we sold animals from Alberta to Saskatchewan. I owned a hunt ranch in Saskatchewan, the largest whitetail preserve in Saskatchewan, but we also sold to other places. One place that I had sold 2 animals to in Saskatchewan, took the animals there in early September, and they didn't harvest them till the spring. I think it was February, or I guess it was late winter. And they sent the heads in to be tested, and they tested positive. So I was contacted in April of 2023 that 2 animals from my place had tested positive.
Tested positive for what?
Chronic wasting disease.
Okay. Yep.
So they tested positive for chronic wasting disease. April 2023, they put a quarantine on my farm and said that I was under investigation. So they test the animals. Once they test positive, they do a second test in Ottawa, which apparently determines how long they've had the disease. So they determined that the animals had had the disease for over 12 months. So then they decided that they had to take out my herd. So the first thing they said was that they would come to the farm and inspect my live animals. We would count every animal on the farm, make sure that I didn't have an improper inventory. And that the 2 inspectors that came, they said that they would 100% be able to pick out 4 or 5 or 6 animals they suspected on my farm of over 500 that had CWD due to their physical characteristics, that they were starting to deteriorate, they hang by waters, they drool, there's lots of symptoms. So they come and inspected my farm, and it was quite funny because they did a lot of talking by themselves away from me. And finally I said, so which ones have it? And I said, well, we're unable to determine which ones do have it. We don't see any animals on here that look sick or possibly have it. But they said, we're 100% positive that you have the disease because those ones in Saskatchewan have gotten it. I disagreed, but it's tough to disagree with the government. And I asked what my process going forward was, and they said that they were going to order the herd to be killed. There's been a test in the U.S. It started in about 2002, and we've defined up until 2006, 2010, but it's a live animal test. The only test that the CFIA has acknowledged that's acceptable is the dead test, where they test the brainstem. I offered to pay for this live animal test, and that if there was no positives, that we could move forward, and I wouldn't sell any more breeding stock, but I would be able to supply animals to the hunt ranches, which are a terminal facility, and guarantee that any ranch that we sold to, they were only there for 2 months, that they were harvested very quickly. I was told that that is not acceptable and that wouldn't happen. So we argued back and forth as much as I felt I could push it, and there was no avenue that they would let me keep my deer and move them off my property. So I had to agree to the destruction of the herd. Right. So then they put, fast forward, trying to get my animals put down before the fawns came, because the fawns were born in June. And the reason they did that is so they didn't have to compensate me for the fawns, which obviously is just like a bred beef cow. If she's got a baby in her belly, she's worth a lot more than one without a baby in her belly. So we struggled with that, and I dragged my feet until we depopped it in mid-July. I think it was July 17th, the week of July 17th. So then we had 90% of the babies born. So as the depop went, I was, when we were negotiating this, I had asked, there's a mediator in Saskatchewan that's helped with helping people that are going through this. It's obviously a very stressful thing. And I was told that if I brought the mediator in, it would affect my compensation and the timeliness that I got paid. They did everything I suggested, possibly bringing my lawyer in to make sure that I was treated properly. The CFI inspector then again said that if I do that, that it would affect my compensation and in the time that I would get compensated. It was a absolute railroad job, pushing me as fast and hard as I can to get these animals destroyed and get the testing done. So we finally agreed on the date or the week to do it, and they won't do it for you, or they prefer not to do it for you. So I was forced with my wife and my 3 daughters to shoot 550 deer that I spent 20-some years raising. Didn't really know what PTSD was until that. They also wanted to use my shop and my wash bay and my facilities to do their testing. And I said, well, if I don't agree to that, am I forced to open my property and allow them to use it? And the comment was made again, the more cooperative are you with us, the more likely you are to get paid on time. So the money was used as a carrot to do what they wanted, when they wanted, and how they wanted. I requested that nothing be done unless it was on paper. I requested an email on every step that they wanted from me so that I knew what I was getting into. And I said, if you send me an email, then I'll prepare anything you need, have it ready for you, get it done. And I said, but I don't want to do anything without an email. And then I can talk to my lawyer or whatever. This is how I fed my kids. So it was very much a very big deal for me. I didn't have another job. So as this all went on, I was pushed and pushed and pushed to do this and do that. Things they didn't ask for, then they come to my property and demanding it. It was very, very demanding and very degrading as a grown man that pays my mortgage and pays my bills, never been in trouble with the law. It was a very degrading thing on how a guy was treated. So we went through, and in 3 days we shot all the animals. Well, the fawns were shot ahead of time because there's no way to chase a 2-week-old fawn into a facility to shoot it. And we didn't figure shooting them in the pens was humane. We needed them concentrated so it could happen in 15, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a small pen. So that's how it was done, and how we decided to destroy the animals did appear to be the most humane way to do it. They tested the animals, they took over my property. They talked about containing diseases, and they talked about biosecurity. Anytime I went onto my farm before this, I had to put my feet into a boot dip of bleach. When I took my tractor into the pens to feed the animals, I had a quad sprayer with a pump on it, and I had to soak all the tires on the tractor. When we came out, we had to do the same thing. It was just absolutely insane. Had to have an incinerator for deer that had died, so no animals were, going into the bush like a lot of cattle and whatever other animals tend to happen with. So the biosecurity was insane. When they showed up, there was very little biosecurity other than keeping the blood off their boots and their hands, but they walked in and out of my farm like it was their house. When it was all said and done, before we had the results of the tests, I asked the procedure for getting back into it. They said, well, we know you have CWD, so you'll never be allowed to get back into the industry. And we kind of took that as that's our fate and we'd never be able to do it. I was a leader in this industry. My hunting business in Saskatchewan had over 50% of the records. There's separate records for wild hunting and separate records for high fence hunting. We had over 50% of the records in Canada for what we raised. I was very much a leader. It's the only thing in my life that I've ever been looked up as a mentor in an industry or whatever. People phone me from all over. So we were leading it. We were making an exorbitant amount of money on 100 acres. So when this all come down, there's maximums that they'll pay you. And these numbers are about 15 or 20 years old. So it doesn't matter what my receipts are, what I'd proven that I'd sold animals for a decade, they didn't matter. It just mattered that it was more than the maximum, and then I would get the maximum. So I got a call. I don't remember how many days it was, but it wasn't that many days later that all 550 of my animals tested negative. So there was absolutely no reason to take my herd out. There was no reason to put my family through what they did, and there was no reason to take 90% or 85% of my income away. I promised my wife I wouldn't go to jail over this and I wouldn't do something that I never would do in my normal life. The inspector walked up to me, looked me square in the eye, and he said, "At least we know now." And it's tough to go from a leader in your industry, having your farm double fenced, following every rule. When the Saskatchewan government was having trouble with hunt ranch operators submitting their heads, me and my business partner at the time in the hunt ranch went around the industry and we convinced the people to follow the rules. We convinced the people to follow all the rules, that testing your animals was proper, it was important to the industry, and it would help sustain the industry. It was important to genotype our animals to try to get a natural solution to the CWD problem. So I did everything right. I followed the rules. My inventories were always 100%. When the game farm inspector came to my place to inspect my farm, every time there was not one X on the checklist. It was wide open. It was very transparent. And I am very convinced that I was taken out because I was making the industry move forward. And it had been apparent for over a decade that the government was trying to get rid of game farms. They were taking them out dozens at a time every year. So on top of not having the disease and paying me between 30 and 40 cents on the dollar for my proven value of the animals, I believe I was a target because I'm pretty good at standing up at meetings and speaking my mind and telling people how to do things a better way, and I always led by example. And to my opinion and many of my peers, that was my demise.
Was it difficult to replace that herd after it was gone? And did they give you any trouble in that regard?
It would have been difficult because at that time I had about 80% of the deer in Alberta because they'd taken so many herds out, so it would have been difficult to buy them. And I entertained it, but even though I did not have one positive, the game farm inspector looked me in the eye after he told me that, well, at least we know. And I said, well, then, so now I should be good to repopulate and get back into the industry. He said, we did not follow the disease protocols with entry and exit of your farm in the DPOP. So we do not believe that we will ever give you another game farm license. So on top of not having the disease, then they arbitrarily told me I could not do it again.
Okay, is there anything you want to add to this account before I ask the commissioners if they have any questions?
No, I think I've pretty much covered the short version of the story.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have any other trouble with the department in question? And did you go to your MLA or your MP or?
I talked to them a little bit. I was on a cell phone basis with both my MP and my MLA. But the beauty of the CFIA is before they'll compensate you, they make you sign a piece of paper saying you will not fight and you will not go back on them. Okay. So to get paid, so I could get into something else, I wasn't able to go after what happened.
Okay. On that note, I think I'll ask the commissioners if they have anything they want to explore or any questions to ask.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That was very difficult to hear, let alone have to experience. I'd like to ask you what recommendations you might make if you had a voice to the CFIA at this time in terms of changing what happened.
Well, to start with, 95% of the deer are going to a terminal facility, much similar to beef or chicken or whatever. The difference is part of it is the trophy and part of it is the meat. They can all be tested. So the trophy you don't eat horns. So allow the terminal facilities to continue to operate, which they are allowed to operate in Saskatchewan. So if you own deer in Saskatchewan on a farm, you can hunt them on a terminal facility in Saskatchewan, but Alberta would not be able to because we'd have to cross a border. So to allow people to be able to hunt them where the main source of the money comes, and then they're all tested, so that be hung, for the test comes back right away. It's days, so less than what it would take to hang the meat. And if an animal is positive, well, then the meat could be destroyed properly, and it would continue the flow of the commerce and the money coming, because most of it comes from the States. And that's the beauty of the business, is my little business did about 1.3 million US, and I work 9 weeks a year on my hunting business. And all that money stayed in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Like, it was just an absolute beautiful little business for a small family. And my business partner that also owned half of the hunting business, who he had his own farm, and he went through a DPOP, but he did have CWD. But how they're treated and how people are mismanaged to 20-year-old statistics on CWD. There's been a live test for 20 years now, and the CFIA won't acknowledge it. There's terminal facility to terminal facility, they don't acknowledge it. If the animals have suspected of certain diseases, a beef animal, they slaughter it, they test it, and if it doesn't have the disease, it goes into the food chain. It's the way it is. Like, there should be some avenue, instead of taxpayers paying a terribly small rate, but a high number. Like, it was a lot of money I got because I had so many animals, and people are compensating me out of their tax dollars, which isn't necessary. There was huge avenues for these animals that wouldn't have cost the taxpayers a dime. And so I lost, the taxpayers lost, everyone lost. So it'd be to get up with the speed on these diseases and follow what some other jurisdictions do. And it is so endemic in the wild. So any animal on my ranch in Saskatchewan that was left from one season to the next season got CWD. So we just quit letting animals, if we had to hunt them ourselves at the end of the season. Some of the deers were a little smarter than others, and we had to wait till late in the winter. So if we had to harvest them ourselves, we did, because they always contracted it after a year on my ranch in Saskatchewan in the Battleford area. And many areas in Saskatchewan were endemic that way. So my friend and neighbor, close 45-minute away, he contracted it from the wild. CFIA determined that he got it from the wild at his farm, but he wasn't double fenced. If he'd have been double fenced, he'd have never got it. So they were, through what pens animals were in, they determined that it was through nose-to-nose contact from the wild cervid that he caught his disease. So education would help, but they've got to get up with the times. And the compensation. If something happened, foot and mouth disease happened in beef right now and devastated the beef industry, and we were paid by 20-year-old prices, that wouldn't do the Alberta or the Canadian beef economy much good. And why am I subject as a deer farmer to 10, 15, well at the time, it's 15 years old now, and I'm sure it hasn't changed. And the other thing, I'm not in the industry, but I'm certain that their protocols on how soon or quick an animal can get CWD hasn't changed. If I was able to ask those questions and get truthful answers, I don't think my case has changed CFIA protocol, because from what I understand from other producers, everything is the same as it's been for a couple decades now. They're behind the times.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for coming today. Where in Alberta are you located?
Right outside the town of Eckville, so about 30 minutes west of Red Deer. Northwest.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions?
I guess one thing I'd want to add is, I don't want to give names, but there's been many people taken out with the CWD protocols. One individual in Alberta, who I was very well acquainted with, friends with, contemplated suicide over his ordeal. The CFI inspector that dealt with my case was also the CFI inspector that started dealing with his case. He was taken out 2 years before me, and he was compensated a year after me. He hadn't heard anything from CFIA in his dark days for about 8 to 10 months. And finally, I took it upon myself, because I'm fairly forward, and I contacted the inspector and asked him what was going on with this individual's case. And the inspector said to me on the phone, he said, "I've dropped his case. I don't like his mental health, and I don't want to be involved if something happens." But he never pushed the case on to somebody else. So this individual sat at home day after day as his family members, friends like me, his wife held his hand, and he was on suicide watch for just about 3 months. To make sure he didn't do it, he was not left alone at any time. If his wife went to work, somebody was with him. So, and this inspector didn't want that on his hands. Well, the blood was on his hands because he created it. Some of us are able to take more than others, but we have to recognize in farming how difficult these diseases can be to the producers, and we didn't ask for them. 99% of the time, it's, foot and mouth comes in on the boot of somebody that went through Africa, and that's not anyone's fault. So the government, if they want to use these diseases, or use these protocols to protect the people from these diseases, they also need to protect the producer from it. And it's a financial protection on top of a mental protection. And if farmers are not protected for their mental well-being, how are we going to be able to do a better job to supply food to the rest of the world? This country was founded on farmers and ranchers. It wasn't founded on big tech. It wasn't founded on oil and gas. None of that was there. So if we don't stick and protect the founding people, and it's a dying industry, because I'm a young farmer and I'm not a young man anymore, we need to get young people into this, and we need to protect them, their mental health and their financial health, or we're going to be reliant on other countries. And if we think our food supply is bad now, wait till we're buying all our food from China. I can guarantee they don't have the protections that we do. And not that I think we have enough protections in our food industry, but we need to protect the Canadian food industry, which is farmers and ranchers, mentally and financially, and they'll protect the rest of the country financially by producing some of the best products that can be grown in this world. Because I think we are leaders. We have a long way to go, but we need some government help, and it's going the other way. It's very sad.
Any follow-up on that? Going once, going twice. Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you very much for coming and giving your testimony, Jason.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Our next witness is going to be Sylvia Joan McNeil. Could you spell your name for us, please? Excuse me, spell your entire name, and then I will do an oath with you.
Sylvia Joan McNeil, Sylvia Joan MC capital Neil.
Okay. And do you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I gather you have policy experience in policy research, and you are going to give us your view of Alberta Bill 22, the Animal Protection Amendment Act. And I gather you've had a close look at that. I think maybe I'll just let you start into your presentation, and I'll question you if I need to along the way, and then we'll have questions from the commissioners.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you, Jason, for telling us about your devastating experience. I'm talking about Bill 22, which Alberta just introduced in the legislature during calving season this year, and I just fear when I'm not an expert in policy. My husband farms, and I'm just very concerned about the food supply, and I just fear that Bill 22 is kind of aligning. It's a new Alberta law that really aligns closely with the CFIA, and it's got some bad signs that suggest that they're going to make what happened to Jason more common potentially with this new law, and I fear that they're targeting cattle and foot and mouth disease. So I'll just show you what I think from looking at the bill. So they introduced it very quietly. They introduced it March 30th, and it was passed a month and a half later. It's not actually proclaimed into law yet. I'll tell you why in a minute. It's received royal assent, but each act that comes down on us has regulations as well, and they're still writing the regulations. So they pass the act, it's voted on, but the regulations aren't written yet, and so it's not actually doesn't come into force on proclamation until the regulations are finalized. And I'll tell you a little bit about the regulations that we're expecting. And there's 27 new regulations already in Bill 22. So what they've done, we had an animal protection amendment. We had an Animal Protection Act in Alberta, but what they've done is Bill 22 is the amended version. And I'm going to show you that the amendments make it look more like a disease control bill. But they say it's still about protecting animals from abuse, but it doesn't look like that to me. So they say that they engaged with the livestock industry when they did the bill, but we can't find anyone who they actually talked to in the livestock industry. Here's the Minister of Agriculture. He's announcing this with the SPCA and the Veterinary Medical Association. And though all the publicity they mainly focus on those people. And obviously they did consult with peace officers because they're really important. They've gained a lot of power in this bill. So the purpose, they say it's for animal welfare, to protect animals from abuse. When you ask them why they passed this bill, they always trot out some examples of some pets that were abused. And, but I don't think that the actual words support that. The bill is very hard to decipher because it's not actually, we don't get the actual new act. What we get is a whole list of what's changed, what's different, and it's all got these confusing clause numbers and everything, so it's hard to follow. And so I was very confused about what this bill was doing. I saw some concerning signs, but and then I noticed that they say right in their publicity what it does. The fines are increased hugely for, it's supposed to be if you are caught abusing an animal, then but the fines have increased enormously. Jail sentences have been added. Peace officers have more powers. Peace officers can now seek a prohibition order without a charge ever being laid on a person. And they always say it's about pets, not livestock. But here's the Minister of Agriculture, right in his announcement when he introduced the bill, he says, whether it's livestock or a farm or pet, on a farm or pet. So livestock is not excluded in this bill. So here's the executive director of the SPCA, and she's very pleased because we've got new tools for peace officers. We've got increasing penalties, these prohibition orders, which are much broader than anything that was there before. The peace officers can issue corrective action orders all on their own. They don't need a court to do any of this stuff. And there's a lot more. All the regulations are like the farmers have to do, or animal owners have to do a whole bunch of new things, so they're not, caught abusing an animal. The Veterinary Medical Association, they're happy because it's all about quality veterinary care, and veterinary powers will be increased under this bill too. It's always licensed veterinary care, so we know how that works with regulatory capture. You don't have your license unless you follow what the government wants you to do. So this Bill 22 is part of many laws that are coming down in Canada. The government is writing increasingly broad and draconian legislation, and then the courts, they don't interfere with the legislation once it's put in place, and what ends up happening is we, the people, lose our rights. So, and each new act is like Bill 22, it's an act, it's the Animal Protection Amendment Act, but it comes with a whole bunch of new regulations. So they vote on the act, so that's what's passed through the legislature, but they have, the regulations are written, they can be written at any time after, so nobody votes on the regulations. And the regulations can be pretty important. So this is part of a global push against livestock agriculture. There's a large, very well-funded lobby against meat and animal agriculture. And part of that is the UN has this policy they call the One Health approach. And the One Health approach, it's always advocating that we shouldn't eat meat. And you can see this like bill, so I'm just going to mention Bill C-293, which was something that passed in Canada in 2025, I think it was, or no, 2024, and it died in 2025. So but they even say in their Bill 293, they talk about how they support the One Health approach. And I've just put in the exact quotes from Bill C-293. So they say, basically, what they say they need to regulate live animal markets and industrial animal agriculture, regulate or phase it out. But what they mean is farmed animal agriculture. So they're literally saying phase out animal agriculture and replace it with alternative proteins, which is garbage food. So the wording of the actual bill, it suggests to me that the purpose has changed. The original Animal Protection Act of Alberta was clearly designed to protect animals from abuse. The new bill, in my opinion, suggests it's more about control. So the peace officer powers, there's some that haven't changed. So before, under the original Animal Protection Act, peace officers could come to your farm or your house, and they could take custody of the animals if they're of the opinion that they're in distress is the criteria. They can take your animal, they can transport it, order care, deliver it to a caretaker, or destroy it. And the owners must pay all the expenses of destroying it. And the owner pays for everything, and the government, peace officers, and vets are completely free of liability for all their actions. So those are all things that are still the same in the amended version as the original Animal Protection Act. What's changed is some of these things. So like when they take custody, they can deliver it to a caretaker. Caretaker used to be humane societies, but all reference to humane societies has been removed within Bill 22. So now it's the peace officer agency. So the animals are delivered to a peace officer agency if they're in distress. The opinion for the distress used to be based on reasonable and probable grounds, but they took out probable. So now the opinions are just reasonable. And as I mentioned, the animals are now taken to a peace officer agency, not a humane society. And there's some very strange things in this bill where it says, it used to be that it was pretty straightforward. If the peace officer was of the opinion on reasonable and probable grounds that your animal was in distress, he could take action. But now it's like, if he's under a reasonable opinion that your animal will become distressed, and his goal of his action, he can relieve or prevent distress. So that's entirely new, that it's going to be future distress. And I don't know how the peace officer is going to predict future abuse, because they're still saying it's like distress from neglect or abuse. So there's these new, peace officers have a lot of new powers. So one of them that's really surprising again is peace officers can now put your animals under quarantine. So again, why would an abused animal need to be quarantined? They can issue corrective action orders with any terms and conditions the peace officer considers appropriate, and they can seek a court order if the owner doesn't comply, and they can seek a prohibition order before charges are laid. So, and the prohibition order can have any terms and conditions you have to be found guilty in a court. It's very confusing the way it's written. There's like 2 different ways. The peace officer can, but basically the peace officer can apply for a prohibition order even without charges. And the prohibition orders, I'll get into that, but they're very, very restrictive. And I just want to clear up about warrants. There's been a lot of confusion about the warrant. So under the old and the new Animal Protection Acts, peace officers don't need a warrant to come anywhere on your farm or your buildings or anything, or your barn, but they do need a warrant to enter your private house. And the only thing that's different is under Bill 22, if you are under a prohibition order, they can come in your house without a warrant. So here they are talking about prohibition orders, and the minister and the SPCA are pretty happy with this ability of peace officers to seek prohibition orders without a charge or a conviction. So that's where I figured out that that's what they can do, is from their press releases, because it's rather confusingly written in the actual bill. So a prohibition order is a big loss of rights. So if you're found guilty of an offense, the court sets any terms and conditions they desire, and you can be prevented from owning or residing with animals indefinitely or for life. And you basically have no rights. They can come in your house without a warrant. They have to know where you're living at all times. It's enforced across Canada. And if they do let you have animals, they decide what veterinary care you're going to use on those animals, whether you like it or not. So, of course, veterinary care could be vaccination or a treatment that you don't want. So the peace officers have all these new powers of inspection. So in this slide, I'm comparing on the left-hand column is all no's. That's where the original version, you didn't have the power to do any of this stuff, but under the new version, you have all yeses there in the red. Everything you can do here. So before they could just inspect your animal and that's about it, and your vehicle. But now they can come in, they can examine, seize, and copy all your records on your computer, electronic. They can use your computer and your hardware or software. You're required to answer all questions, and the weird thing is they say they can exclude anyone other than the person being questioned, except for your lawyer, which just seems like a very strange thing to say. So in other words, they can isolate family members, I guess. They can photograph, take samples of animals, food, and water. And again, why do they need to take samples of the food and water of an animal if it's just neglected or abused? It sounds to me like disease control. And yeah, basically, if you complain, you can be charged with an offense. There's no frivolous or vexatious complaints, but that could be their idea of whatever complaints you have. So the increased penalties are major. So it used to be a fine would be $20,000, and now it's $250,000. But the worst thing is it can be charged per animal. So if you have a herd of livestock, $250,000 per animal is obviously going to end your business. Jail time has been added. All these things have been added. Like you have to repay if they think you benefited monetarily from your offense. You have to pay that back. Yeah, there's just it's become very it's like you're guilty. So here's the regulation. So as I said, Section 15 of the amended Act, it lists 27 regulations right now, which and they can add as many as they want. Notice how the last regulation is that the minister can make any other regulations he wants. And I've just highlighted there 15Q, which is that he can make any regulations he wants or she wants regarding the care of animals. So where are they going to get these regulations? These are the regulations they're still writing because we don't have the final version of the bill. But this is the Code of Practice for the Care and Handling of Beef Cattle, which just came out in 2025, coincidentally. And it lists 78 new requirements that farmers have to use to handle their cattle. And it's extremely, it's definitely bureaucratic overreach. Most farmers know how to care for their animals and keep them healthy. It's their business. And they really don't need this bureaucratic dictation about, the details of their business, but that's what this does. And the Code of Practice was written by NFAC, which is the National Farm Animal Care Council. And NFAC, if you look on their website, they have, I think it's many, many partners. I forget how many, but all the big food companies and the CFIA and the World Organization for Animal Health are partners. And the WOA and the CFIA both align with the UN's One Health policy to reduce meat consumption. So that's just very common. So this Code of Practice for the Care and Handling of Beef Cattle, one of the most concerning requirements for me of the 78 requirements they have is a veterinary client-patient relationship must be established and maintained with a licensed practicing veterinarian. And what it says, and I've written the exact quotes from this code, the client must give responsibility for medical care over to the veterinarian, and he must agree to follow the veterinarian's instructions. So you no longer have the right to refuse vaccination or whatever treatment they decide to give your animal. It's not up to you anymore. So I'm just going to summarize then some of these new powers over animal owners that Bill 22 gives us. So the large fines, exorbitant fines now, and jail time, and just you have to answer all questions, you have to assist them and not complain, and the peace officer can take action if its opinion is reasonable that he will become distressed somehow. I don't know how they predict future distress, but to me that sort of suggests, again, disease control. They can take copies of your records, they can quarantine, which is strange for abuse, and they can issue corrective action orders and prohibition orders. And this mandatory VCPR is very concerning. So my next question is, why do they need Bill 22? Because we've already got all these other laws. So on the left here, I've showed the original Animal Protection Amendment Act, Animal Protection Act, and then the amended version, which is what we've been talking about until now, is the amended version. And these are all about protecting animals from distress due to abuse or neglect, they say. And on the right-hand side, we have the Disease Control Act. So there's the CFIA Health of Animals Act, and there's the Alberta Animal Health Act. And both of those acts are focused on disease control, and again, they have a lot of regulations within them as well. So if my hypothesis is right, and this seems to be about disease control, why do we already have the CFIA and the Alberta Animal Health Act? So what's going on here? So I'll just talk a bit about the CFIA's Health of Animals Act. It's supposed to be to control the spread of animal diseases, and it allows for the disposal, in other words, the killing of animals suspected of being affected by disease. That's Section 48. And Section 48 is what was used by the CFIA to kill all Jason's deer, because they don't need proof. They can kill without proof. So this, I'm showing you here the exact words from the CFIA Health of Animals Act, Section 48. They can dispose of your animal if it is or is suspected of being affected or contaminated by a disease, or it has been in contact with or in close proximity to another animal or thing that was or is suspected of having been affected or contaminated by a disease. So Jason gave me these slides from his deer farm, and this is the kind of devastating action that can happen when the CFIA can kill without proof of disease. And on the CFI's website, they list 4 diseases of concern that they're concerned about now. So high pathogenicity avian influenza is what is getting birds killed. And chronic wasting disease is what got Jason's deer killed. And I feel like now they're focusing on foot and mouth disease for cattle. So foot and mouth disease is identified by the CFI as a key threat. It's not a disease that affects humans. It just affects cloven hoofed animals, so cattle, bison, deer, pigs, and goats, I think. So in Africa and Asia, foot and mouth disease is endemic, so it's just part of life there. But most animals recover, but they're weakened in health. And Canada has been FMD-free since 1952. So in Canada, we enjoy this status of FMD-free where vaccination is not practiced. But unfortunately, the CFIA suggests climate change makes FMD outbreaks more likely. So they've got an official response plan. This is on their website. Their response plan is destruction of all infected and exposed animals, tracing and surveillance for finding exposed locations and infected animals, quarantine, decontamination of affected premises, and FMD vaccination to control the spread if required. So they have this new thing. We've never used FMD vaccination in Canada before, but they're building up their vaccine bank for FMD vaccination. And once animals are vaccinated for FMD, they can never be exported because you can never prove that they're free of FMD. So this, on their website, they say their 2 options are vaccinate to kill or vaccinate to live. But if you vaccinate to live, that means they have to be quarantined for life. They can't move or be exported. So again, coincidentally, the CFIA came out in this spring, I guess in November, but with their amendments to the Health of Animals regulations, Part 15, traceability, which says they want much more reporting of livestock. So you have to much more reporting of births, deaths, and movement, and they want all the data in a centralized database rather than on paper records. And actually, that bill was pushed back by farmer pushback. Farmers were very active in getting that pushed back, so they pushed it back for now. So again, getting back to this, why do we need Bill 22 when we've already got the CFIA and they can already do all this stuff anyway? So why do we need Bill 22? So I'll just compare. So on the left are the 2 Animal Protection Acts that were supposed to be for abuse, and on the right are the Animal Health Acts, which are for disease. And I'll just compare some of the things. So again, the reason for action is distress with Bill 22, and it's disease with the CFIA. And the Alberta has a similar act already. And you know, the grounds for the opinion, none of them need proof, but both the CFIA and the amended Bill 22, it's a reasonable opinion. And again, it's I think the ability of Bill 22, when it says will become distressed, that sounds to me like it's similar to the CFI where they say suspected of being, you know, in contact with the disease. It doesn't mean they have the disease. They might have been in contact with it. So here I'm just comparing some of these powers of the inspectors. The inspectors in the Health Act are vets, and in the Animal Protection Act, they're peace officers. But you can see, so in the original act, the Protection Act, everything is a no. They can't take samples or all this stuff. But now in the amended act, they can. They can do all this stuff, test, take samples, quarantine, all this stuff. These are all things that they can do. So basically now the Animal Protection Act of Alberta looks more like a Disease Control Act than a Protection Act. It's got all the same powers of inspection and testing. The fines and penalties also look more similar to the disease acts, like the it's actually funny because the fine is the same, $250,000 in the CFIA's Act as well for an offense. And jail time is similar, 1 year. And again, just Bill 22 actually has more peace officer powers, like that they can do things, like the Disease Act doesn't have this fine per animal, and you don't have to repay your monetary benefits. So Bill 22 is actually more, the penalties are worse than under the CFIA. So why do they need Bill 22? Like, so the peace officers have more powers, the courts have more powers, and the government has more powers. That's what Bill 22 gives us. And there's the new regulation for the veterinary client-patient relationship. That's one thing that isn't in the Disease Act as far as I know. So this to me is something new, that Bill 22, it's unique, where you have to give your care over to a vet, a licensed vet. So what we're saying is we need to get Bill 22 repealed before it's proclaimed into law. And so we're just suggesting to work with our producer organizations. And I just wanted to say that I think Bill 22 is part of a larger push, like this One Health push that's very well funded. And this is just one thing that's concerning right now. And so I'm suggesting like that we stop aligning with the One Health policies. And like this Alberta lot seems to give more power because it's aligning with what the CFIA can already do. And I really disagree with this veterinary client-patient relationship, because we can't, it means you can't even refuse a vaccination or a medical treatment. And I just say stop the bureaucratic control over farming.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments? Patricia? No.
Thank you for your testimony. When I look at this, do you think what happened to the ostriches has really brought this to light? And they're really pushing for Bill 22 to be passed. So people were not aware of what was happening, I think, in Canada or actually in Europe until we heard about the ostriches and how they were all culled.
Right. So
is this bill because of that, to shut that happening, shut it down, give more power to police?
I don't know. Like, I know that Lee Turner at NCI in Kelowna, he talked about, that's where I figured out about Section 48 of the CFIA legislation, because the CFIA used that legislation, no proof required. That's what they used to kill livestock. Like, that's what they used to kill the ostriches. That's what they used to kill Jason's deer. And that's what they can use for foot and mouth disease too, if they decide to. So I'm not really sure what you're asking, but I think that this is part of a larger push. This is just one piece. And I feel like the ostriches were like I don't know, but maybe a test case, and this is, like, I don't think this bill is because of the ostriches. No, I think it's just part of the whole plan.
No, but I think what I'm asking is, was it the ostriches that brought this to light, this bill? And because, the police didn't seem to have any rights. They couldn't kill, like the peace officers couldn't kill the animals. But with this new bill, what I'm reading into it, they can.
Well, that is very interesting, because, yeah, that's, like, I've been trying to figure out why do they need this bill, and, yeah, that could be, like, maybe because the peace officers can destroy animals, and they can, yeah, they're in control.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's just what came to me. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just like to thank you for this presentation. It was very, very thorough and very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussions or questions or, okay, any last items that you might want to say?
I don't think so. Just thanks for letting me present what I figured out and what I could figure out from this bill, because I just really don't like the control over the way we can manage our livestock, because farmers know how to manage their livestock and they don't. I just, you know, this requirement that you have to give your care over to a vet is very problematic. And some of these, yeah, it's just not a good law.
Okay. Well, on behalf of the NCI hearings, thank you for coming and giving your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next witness is going to be Molly Engelhart. I think, is that you on the screen, Molly? Can you hear me? Have you got your computer on, and is it off mute? Molly Engelhart, can you hear me? Okay, apparently we need 5 more minutes at this end. Can you hear me yet, Molly?
I cannot hear anything.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. We
Do
can
you want me
hear
to
you.
leave and rejoin?
We can hear you as well, but you might want to speak a tiny bit louder. Okay. Okay. Molly, could you spell your name for me? And then I'll do an oath that says you have to tell the truth.
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear anything.
Oh.
Would you like me to leave and rejoin?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me? I think that's a no. Okay. I think, oh, if she can't hear me, I get. Yeah. Anyone that wants a 5-minute break, I think we can take one now.
So here we have Chad. We're at the National Citizens Inquiry in High River, and I haven't been back here. Like, I was actually born and raised in Alberta, but I haven't been to High River, I bet you, in 30 years. And you know, it is quite amazing how much this area has grown. Mm-hmm. But it's a beautiful sunny Alberta day out there, and here we are at the National Citizens Inquiry on the 43rd day of hearings, approaching nearly 500 witnesses. And a lot of people don't know this, but Chad is actually one of the key people behind the National Citizens Inquiry. He is a volunteer coordinator. Before we get into that, Chad, why don't you just give people a little bit of a, what is, and where has Chad been? Give us a little bit of personal background about Chad, because I just met you a few moments ago in person, and, it's nice to learn a little bit about each other.
Yeah, well, thanks, Wayne. I guess I really have to thank you, actually, for doing these interviews and stuff, because, it's a vital part of getting our message out. And I wished I would have seen you in Kelowna, but I was not able to catch up with you there. But here we are in beautiful High River, and we're, the event is going off very well. So, I guess I basically started with the NCI back in Saskatoon, way back during COVID. And at that time, COVID was a pretty hot topic, and even having the hearings was a little bit interesting, because what was known about COVID then, there was some pretty serious reservations on both sides, I guess we could say. But it was good to go and hear from people that needed to have their story told. Told to the public, and it's all on hard copy. Everybody can see those, and if you go back and revisit some of those interviews now, you will get to see from the experts and from lay witnesses, really what the day held for people then. And like I said, it was very important for those people to get their message out, and I think those people will gladly stand behind what they said back then. Yeah.
So, I guess let's move into what is the NCI and the volunteer base behind it. And I testified myself in 2023 at the hearings in Vancouver. So I have a little bit of a flavor of what that's like. And I volunteered in Edmonton in 2025, and just to learn about the processes behind it. Then I sat there and I went to the Kelowna hearings, because they're close to where I live. And circumstances, serendipity, just happened to bring me to High River. And so I've learned a lot about the volunteers and what volunteering for the NCI is all about. But why don't you just talk about, if you had to start it, a process from end to end, where does a volunteer start, or the volunteering start, and what would be basically the last position? And maybe put some meat on these bones, because we've got greeters at the door, and then we've got people that are in the kitchen making meals for people. What's all the stuff in between? And, maybe even beforehand. What do you do beforehand to get us ready for these hearings?
Well, when I was asked to do this job, I thought it was probably a good opportunity for me to actually get the hands on and just get involved and help, get the truth out, right? And you know what, you meet so many people, great people that want to volunteer and put in their time. So basically what I do is I just, people apply to the website, and if they want to come and help out, or however they want to help out, the names come to me, and I contact everybody personally. I don't send you usually an email, or I will send you an email, but then I'll actually ask for a phone number and contact you to just get your story and how you can best help us out. And anyways, we've got every position, probably every position is an important position. So we got kitchen staff, and we got people that help with the commissioners, and we got just basically security. Security is important. Hospitality is a really big one. So anyway, so basically it's kind of like a food chain, and everybody in the food chain is important as a volunteer to us, right? Because without the volunteers, the event doesn't go off, right? So I guess in the same way, you need the witnesses too. So, if you want to come and you need to have your story told. It's important that, that you come and do that. And the witnesses, or the volunteers that we have here, will totally support you and do everything they can to make you feel comfortable. So,
you made reference to how you initially got involved at the National Citizens Inquiry and things like that. And I always ask people one question, and we need to drill down into it as deep as we possibly can. And what it is it goes like this: is why would you even bother to volunteer for the National Citizens Inquiry? You know, like, what is the single most important thing that drove you to say, yeah, this is an organization that I want to be involved with? And when I speak to people, to me, there's a couple of things, words that pop into my mind. One is like transparency and truth and stuff like that. But, you know, if just from your own perspective and in your words, like, why is a National Citizens Inquiry important to you? Like, what, like, just right from the toes all the way up?
Basically because people outside of government need to have their story told.
Molly, can you hear me?
About that before. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Technology.
Okay. Molly Englehart, if you could spell your name for me, and then I will do an oath where you'll have to tell the truth. So.
Yes, sir. Mollie is my first name, and my last name is Engelhart.
Yep. And do you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Okay, for the benefit of our listeners here, you have been in the food and agriculture businesses in California and Texas. And from the notes that I've got here, you're going to give us a really well-rounded shotgun approach to everything relating to those businesses, such as regenerative agriculture, restoration of soil and food systems, food sovereignty, resilience of local and independent producers, and it goes on and on and on. So I think I will just turn you loose to tell your story. And if I have any questions, I'll sort of butt in. And at the end of it all, the commissioners probably will have at least a few questions for you.
Yes, sir. I am most well known from going from a vegan restaurateur in the Los Angeles area to a Texas cattle rancher. It's not a normal transition that someone would go through. But in the realization of regenerative agriculture and the power that it had, I became obsessed with soil and wanting to have better soil, better food, and understanding the connection between soil health, human health. And I just got obsessed with food chains and how does everything get to the restaurant, how much nutrient density has been lost, and on and on and on. And so I made those discoveries, and I discovered that there wasn't really a lot of transparency in food chains and everything like that. And so I started to grow my own food, take all the waste from my restaurants back to a farm in California. And I used all of the waste to create soil organic matter and grow more food. In that, I decided and realized that veganism was not the pathway forward for humanity. There was no vegan food. All food involved death and life. Like all things in life, there's all things in life, there's life and death. And then COVID came, and they shut my restaurants down for no indoor dining for 2.5 years. And I was on the precipice of selling them for $31 million and to move more fully into being a mother full-time and farming. And that obviously didn't happen. The deal was supposed to close on May 1st of 2020. And we were closed down for 2 weeks to slow the spread, which became 2.5 years. And through COVID, I let one person stay on my farm in an RV, which led to the county coming out, which led to like one regulation after another, which essentially made it prohibitive for me to do agriculture in California. And I loved California. I never thought I would leave. But the amount of regulations that it took and the level of government intervention in every bite of our food became prohibitive for me to even run a farm. Even though I was really successful, I was producing a ton of food on just 27 acres. We have much more than 27 acres here now in Texas, but I was producing about $500,000 worth of produce on just 27 acres. Very productive, direct delivery to these food deserts in Los Angeles, and on and on. But the government just made it harder and harder and harder, and more steps to jump through just to exist, just to grow food for your community, which I view to be one of the most human things that human beings can do, is feed your family and feed your community. And it kept going. And so I now am a writer. I write every day for the 5th largest newspaper in the United States. It's also in Canada, Epoch Times. You can, and I mostly write about how we have traded our efficiency for our resilience, and that we have all these very cheap calories that we are really, really good at producing. But what is the outcome of those realities? What is the human health outcome? What is the farmer's health outcome? What is our children's health outcome with this really prolific shelf-stable calories? And so I now have just one restaurant in Texas on the ranch, and I have a farm-to-table program, and then we have a whole direct-to-consumer sales, which is much less than doing $30 million a year on Sunset Boulevard. Totally different model. But I'm trying to now look at food systems from the opposite side. How do we decentralize? How do we empower farmers to be price makers and not price takers? How do we sell direct to consumers? And how do we talk about what's happening in this consolidation food system and how it's impacting our health, so people know what the difference is between ground beef on my ranch that maybe took 3 years for the cow to on grass to be full size, versus the consolidated feedlot system where it's taking 15 to 18 months, and what is the impact on the animal and the human experience. And so I have a lot of experience in the food system as a purchaser, as a chef, as a buyer, and I have a lot of experience as I am a regenerative farmer. We have a hog program, a beef program, a very small lamb and goat program. It barely could be called a program, but I have like 25 lambs and 25 goats. And then we have a raw milk micro dairy and a restaurant here on the ranch with hospitality. And I'm also a big proponent of scale is dead, and we have to go scope for farmers. We need to encourage scope, because the price of land has completely divorced itself from what the land can produce, at least here in the United States. I am not familiar with your land prices, but I would venture to guess that if you bought with a loan a maple syrup farm, that the maple syrup could not pay for the mortgage on the land. But for sure, it cannot happen here. I owned an orange orchard in California, and I found the receipts from 1973. And in 1973, he got $17,000 for his oranges. And in 2021, I got $14,000 for 37% more oranges. So the trees were bigger. I produced more oranges. Inflation, everything costs more, the land costs more. And at the time, the land was worth about $25,000, and when he got $17,000 for 1 year's crop. And in 2021, I got $14,000 for land that was supposedly worth $1 million. So what I believe is that farmers have to become entrepreneurial and have a scope rather than scale, because we can't afford thousands of acres and just run more cattle. So I make apothecary products and face cream and have the restaurant and have a few Airbnbs. And not all of us farmers want to do all these things, but I don't see really other options for us to service the debt. And one of my big solutions I'm pushing for here in the United States, and I think that could be applicable to Canada, is two things. One is a financial product that would be like a government-backed loan. Here in the United States, for service members, if you get out of the military, you can get a 0 down and 0 interest loan for a home. And I believe that if you are feeding your country, which is a national security issue, which is a food security issue, which is a human issue, and we can't get more young farmers to go into farming because it's so expensive. And right now we need 30% down to buy agricultural land here in the United States, maybe 25 if you get a special loan. So I believe an agricultural loan product that would be backed by the government, that would be a bank loan, and you would still pay mortgage payments, but it would be very low interest or no interest, and very low down payment or no down payment, to help more young farmers get onto land, because it's impossible to service the debt and come up with 30% down and try to start a brand new farming business, which leaves us only to people who inherit it. And so that is the one idea that I think would make a huge difference. And I think there should be a constitutional amendment that would say that growing food, producing food, and selling food is a constitutional right. Like, it is the most human thing that we can come up with. And I believe that creating more small scale slaughterhouses, and here in the United States we have something called custom slaughter, where you could take if you shot a deer or you had a hog on your ranch, you could take it and they could cut it up for you, and it's inspected by the state and it's all clean and certified, but you can't sell that. It's all stamped do not sell, not for sale, not for sale. And so I believe that we could open up so much more capacity and decentralize the food processing, which here in the United States is 85% of our beef is processed by 4 companies, and even higher percentages when it comes to pork and chicken. I don't know, that is my story. That's what I'm well known and expert on, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about how regulations have hurt me, or how I believe my expertise, or ask me anything that you guys might have. I don't know Canadian laws. I can only speak to the harm that's been caused to me by regulations, and the hardships of starting new farming enterprises. And I also am really well versed in running farm-to-table restaurants and creating supply chains, because when I switched my restaurants to 100% farm-to-table regenerative, I had to create all of the supply chains.
Just a question about setting up your restaurant. What are the regulations like for doing that? Is that a barrier as well?
In Texas, there's almost no regulations, and that's why we moved to Texas. I love California. I love the beach. I love the weather. I love my friends and family. But the regulations are so prohibitive in California that I had a barn that burned down, and to build a new barn, I was $80,000 into soil tests and permitting for a prefabricated metal structure just to like be a shelter. $80,000, and we had a greenhouse that we were waiting for an electrical hookup for 5 years, and I was being fined daily for building a walk-in cooler without having permits. But the process for permits is so slow that you can't possibly expand or grow your business. So I illegally put in a walk-in cooler according to the correct specs, but I needed a walk-in cooler for my farm. It was just what needed to happen. And in Texas, they only regulate for building and walk-in coolers and stuff like that. They only regulate water and septic. Now, when you open a restaurant, you have to have a public service water, and then you have to have a septic tank that's with a grease interceptor, and then a health permit, but that's about it. In California, each of my restaurants had between 17 and 22 permits just to exist in the world.
What's happening in California now because of that? I mean, what's the price of a steak in a restaurant then? And
and at the price of everything, but I believe that it is falsely propped up and will collapse. I mean, I'm a good, I don't mean to brag, but I'm a really hard worker and I don't give up and I have follow through. And so, yes, talent and creativity and all those things are important, but like being able to do the same thing and follow through and keep going even when it doesn't look good and be optimistic, like I have those skills. For me to leave California was a big deal. And also to crush businesses that were, my restaurants were like, some restaurants were doing 9 million a year, 5 million a year, 7 million a year. To crush a business to that into just, there's nothing left and I'm selling Bitcoin and my life insurance to pay the final payroll. It takes effort to crush a business like that. A business like that with that much goodwill and 5,000 five-star reviews, it's not easy to crush it because it has a community base. But you keep going and you let there be homeless people sleeping in the outside patio, defecating every single day, and you make more and more and more rules, you will make it impossible. During COVID, they gave us outdoor seating, and then they said it was just for tables and chairs, but we couldn't have umbrellas or heaters, and they fined us for every single umbrella and heater. But it's hot in California, and it's chilly in the wintertime. So we kept getting fined for heaters and umbrellas, but they wouldn't give us a permit for it, but they wouldn't let us have people sit inside. So I felt like it was just another form of tax. Like they knew I needed the umbrellas and the heaters, and so they just kept coming and writing me tickets. That's just an example, but there's thousands of things like that where they make parts of your business illegal and then charge you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioners, do you have any questions or comments or observations or any of that?
Thank you.
Krista, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming and giving us this story, which is very interesting. Where are you located now in Texas?
I'm in Central Texas, sort of northwest of San Antonio.
I have my niece is on a golfing scholarship going there now, so you might find her knocking on your door.
Tell her to come out. We got all organic sourdough pizza and patty melts. It will be awesome. But I guess if I'm going to say anything, I think that we need to liberate the food system, that we need less regulations. Obviously, temperature and not killing people with bacteria or whatever is important. But we've gotten to this point where we've saved the however many hundreds of people that died of food poisoning a year, but we have 700,000 people dying of poor diets, and so we really just have to, if we want people to be able to eat healthy food, we have to liberate the farmers to be able to provide it. And right now, I don't know how the farming industry is there, but we've lost 8% of our farms in the last 8 years. It's not a sustainable future to lose 1% of your farms a year. And we had the highest rate of farm bankruptcies last year, and 85% of farmers in the United States derive their primary income from an off-farm job, which means that we are all giving our subsidized labor for the food system, and that's just doesn't get seen. Like we're all working for free on some level. And so, myself included, I write for a newspaper as my day job, and then I do my ranch as my other 90 hours a week.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners?
Did you happen to hear the testimony of Nicholas Helcher on the various vaccinations that are being imposed or being implemented on various products in the United States and Canada? For instance, poultry requiring certain mRNA vaccines, or not so much requiring them, but that there's authorization for the use of these various vaccinations that are unique, mRNA and otherwise, just different varieties, and that I don't know if you've had experience in your regenerative business with these vaccine products and whether you're required to use them. And he was explaining that both here in Canada and in the United States, they do not, there's no real testing to see if these vaccine products are found in the food supply system. Do you have any information about this?
I do have information about this, and this is in my wheelhouse. I don't know if you guys saw the story I broke last week, but it's going viral here in the United States that Cargill, which is one of the big four packers, and Cargill and West Texas A&M did a study on 20,481 carcasses, and of those, up to 20% of the male steers, like a male bovine that was castrated, were lactating when they were dairy cross, and when they were native, which would have been like an Angus or a Hereford or whatever, 14% were lactating. So we're talking about male cattle lactating, and I don't mean a little discharge. There's photographs and there's tested all the milk and everything. We're giving so much estrogen to our cattle, is what I believe it is. There's implants for growth. But I've been doing a lot of podcasts this week because of it, and someone asked me to do research about organics and vaccines. And so I've actually been researching this all week. And what's really interesting is here in the United States, we cannot use hormones in organic meat. And we cannot use, if I had an organic dairy, which I was certified organic, I'm now certified Regenified, I don't do organic certification anymore. But if I had an organic dairy and it's certified organic, and I have a cow get mastitis, and I give her 1 dose of antibiotics, then that cow can never make organic milk ever again. So there's perverse incentives to farmers to not care for cattle that might be sick in that case. But in the organic standards, they literally say all vaccines are okay, except for ones that are genetically modified material or excluded materials. And then they say, but we're literally just not, we're allowing the entire class of vaccines. And so even though genetically modified materials are not allowed, and you can't even give penicillin one time to a sick cow with mastitis, if you want to keep it organic, you can use any of the vaccine. The full category is considered acceptable in organics. And so I think that that is very disturbing, because I think that people don't know the level of medical interventions and who makes these products, the ear implants that are primarily estrogen, is Merck, and they're a big vaccine company. And in their own literature, they say one of the side effects is growing udders. And so they know that this is happening, obviously. But the other thing is that people I see on the internet saying, like, did you know that organic chicken from Trader Joe's has vaccines? All meat almost has vaccines, and organic is not telling you which vaccines you can and cannot use. Now, my understanding in the United States is that the Merck mRNA vaccine for swine is widely being used since 2018, and they make custom vaccines, so you can have, like, do a fecal sample or whatever of your animals. They can sequence whatever the sickness is on your farm is, and then make you a custom vaccine that has the swine have their, now not an old school vaccine where it's like the virus, but it's going to tell your DNA or the swine's DNA how to respond. So that has been being used widely since 2018. And my understanding is that there's a bird flu trial going on in chicken right now. There's also a dairy cattle vaccine going on that's mRNA, but neither one of those are widely being used yet in the United States. So that's where we're at with that. But I do think it's very interesting that you can inject cattle with as much, or poultry or swine with as much vaccines as you want, and it still can be labeled as organic, but you give one shot of penicillin and you have to sell that cow off. It can never be in your system again. It has to go to conventional. I think that that's a perverse incentive. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And you may wish to take a look at his testimony, because he indicated that these modified vaccines have been available since 1994. I believe it was with respect to swine in the United States. So you might want to cross-reference what your thinking is with his recent presentation. He's an American as well.
I would love that. I'll try to find it. Is there any other questions that anybody might have for me?
Thank you for your testimony. It was great. I'm going to ask you the same question that I also asked Nicholas. Whenever I go to the food store now, everything has a sticker on it, whether it's so-called organic or regular with a peel. And I'm trying to find out, what is it? Is it something that's sprayed on it, on the food? Or is it injected? Like, nobody seems to know what it is.
They are being very squirrely about the ingredients, and apparently there is 2 ingredient formulas, but when you look up, you can see that it says like 2 ingredients, and then it says proprietary, and it's not telling you what is in it. I do not know what's in it. I do know that there's supposedly different ingredients for the organic version and the not organic version, and I do believe that it is sprayed on and not injected, or it's dipped, or they're dipped in it. Randomly, years ago at my farm in California, a scientist came and they were talking, and I was giving him a farm tour, and he told me like, oh, I'm working on this crazy product that extends the life of, I'm working for this other company, but we're working on this that's going to extend the life of organic produce and make it just as viable and stay on the shelf as long as conventional produce, or longer. It's going to extend the life of conventional produce. And later I found out that that's what he was working on. And if I had known it was going to become everywhere, I certainly would have asked more questions. I kind of thought, that sounds weird. But I don't know what is in it, but I do know that we are having a huge pushback here in the United States from it. And because there was all these tests to show it couldn't come off, and people buying produce and sending it to a lab and it wasn't off. And so many grocery stores here in the United States, and the biggest grocery store in Texas, H-E-B, has committed to not taking any produce with a peel. And that is kind of a domino effect happening here. A lot of large retailers are committing to no appeal. And Whole Foods, I think, and a bunch of them have committed. I'm not positive which ones, but I know H-E-B did, and I know there's multiple others that have followed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would really like to know what it is, because children are eating this every day on their fruit. We don't know what it does, where it goes, where it's going to end up, how it's going to affect us.
There's 10,000 plus chemicals used here in the United States under the presumed to be like where companies are self-certifying that they are safe. And the law that was invented was, obviously you don't want to have everybody have to go through a testing process to put pickles in vinegar, because vinegar, we know vinegar is safe, and we know salt is safe, and we don't need to go through thousands and thousands of dollars of testing. But then you basically could self-certify that it's known to be safe. And there was just an announcement this week that they're rolling that back, that companies can't self-certify that something is presumed or known to be safe and add it in. But apparently there was more than 10,000 chemicals, or is more than 10,000 chemicals, that have not been tested outside of the companies that are using those. And so this is very disconcerting, and people didn't even know about it. And I totally understand the law, presumed to be safe for sure, like vinegar and salt and whatever, but then we're using weird things and they're presuming them safe based on their own studies, is very upsetting. And so now they at least have to submit their science. So apparently they didn't even have to submit their science that it was okay. And I don't know how this works in Canada, but I'm sure that you guys get food from the United States and from these big companies, and it's estimated that there is 10,000 compounds that we have not tested and we don't know anything about. And I also know on good authority that when we started spraying our wheat and our grains with glyphosate in order to desiccate it, it was industry that went to the EPA and changed the measurement. Like, why would it be that grain can have so much more glyphosate on it than an apple? That is because we don't spray Roundup directly on an apple. It would kill the apple tree. We spray it on the ground around it. But the original testing was done on the parts per million that is authorized in vegetables. But grain is now being sprayed directly with the glyphosate right 14 days before harvest. And that 14 days before harvest was meant to, if you imagine a cherry orchard and someone is spraying the ground for weeds, wait 14 days before you harvest the cherries. It was never thought to spray directly on our food, but there was no additional testing like what this parts per million is still safe. The EPA literally just changed their numbers because the industry changed their practice and it was necessary.
Thank you.
Just one quick comment that comes to my mind. You were talking a few minutes ago about organic food and whether something would be kicked off the organic list if certain things happen. But I think with these mRNA vaccines given to animals, you have a problem whether it's organic or not. Am I right?
Yes. Yes, and they're not, and the entire class, right now in the organic standards, they're saying, yes, we don't want genetically modified material, but we're allowing the entire class of veterinary vaccines for preventative health. And so what that really means is like, yes, we don't want genetically modified, but they're not enforcing that. So my understanding is that an organic pig farm could be doing that genetically modified vaccines and could be doing the mRNA vaccines, and there's nothing you can do about it. They're all getting vaccinated. And like if you buy baby chicks, even for your backyard, unless you actively go down and choose, like if you're just buying like backyard chickens, you have to go down and actively unchoose the vaccines for your baby chicks or they will come vaccinated. And then I'm like, I don't even do they just do it to everybody and then set mine aside? Are they setting mine aside? So we now make all of our own baby chicks, even though then I have a lot of roosters to make soup out of. I bought one of those big incubators because I wasn't trusting that they weren't all coming with the vaccines.
Well, any final questions? I think we could go on for another hour if we wanted to, but the hour is getting late. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So anyway, on behalf of the NCI, thank you very much for coming and giving your testimony today. Much appreciated, and it certainly fits in with some of our other witnesses. Yeah, thank you again, and good luck with your endeavors in the future.
Thank you so much, and feel free to email me if you have additional questions or anything else comes up, and how to watch that other testimony. I'd love to see what he had to say.
That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you again. I'm told by lead counsel that we now are having a break until 6:40 p.m.
All right, here we are in High River, and it's amazing. The last time I saw you, John, in person was in Kelowna at the March hearings on the question, are children safe in Canada? And actually, we go back over a year now to March of 2025, where I first met you at Edmonton.
In Edmonton, yes.
Where the question was, are children safe in Canada? And, you know, since then, it's been, I guess, quite a ride for...
Done some miles.
Yeah. We just sit there, we just keep on chugging on this stuff, and it's quite amazing. Why don't you just take a few moments and let people know about what's transpired, say, in the last 6 months or so since March, and I'll just jump in there wherever I can. We'll just have a conversation.
Sure, yeah. Well, there's a lot of interesting things that have taken place since back in March. At that time, there was the whole discussion of the CFIA and the new regulations that they were applying against the farmers and on animal tracking. That was interesting. The NCI had quite a few witnesses about that. We had a huge following of people online that started talking about it, and there was work being done separately in the countryside with people using the testimony and the witnesses to go talk to their local livestock representatives and for the associations. That was going on. Big uproar of pushback against it from the cattle community. And interestingly enough, the CFIA has come out and said that they will not pursue furthering the regulations against cattle and I believe bison. But the other livestock species, sheep and goats and pigs, who did not push back and did not have an uproar from, because most of our witnesses were in the cattle industry. So there was this pushback from cattle, not from sheep and goats and deer and elk. And sheep, goats, deer, and elk are going to be subjected to those livestock tracking regulations, where cattle and bison are not. So that kind of tells you that the voice of the people still does have an effect. It gives us some hope that on whatever side of an issue that people might be, that there is hope. People's voice matters.
You know, that's interesting what you just said there. I just learned this in the last couple of months, and I didn't understand what the word civics means. And since then, I've learned that civics it's not so much about, you know, how does a bill get passed in a legislature, how does it get introduced, how does it go through 3 readings and then eventually receives royal assent and that sort of thing. But civics itself is more about power. And to me, the National Citizens Inquiry does something for everyone, and that actually gives them back their power in ways that they might not have known. And, you know, the other part of that power thing, it's not just how do we exercise our own power, it's understanding how power is used, what it's used for, and where you're talking about the cattle farmers, cattle ranchers pushing back and they're showing their power, but then you got this entire group of other people that is not speaking out, not using their power. And all of a sudden, and one of the phrases that I like to think of now is you either do politics or politics does you. And it's not that the NCI is political.
Yeah, we're not.
It's certainly not. It's nonpartisan. It approaches everything on an even hand with an even hand and an even view towards everything.
Objective on everything.
And it serves this educational role. You know, so for myself, I've been using it we can talk a little bit about the NCI Ambassador Program, because we don't talk about that between you and I as much as we should. But, you know, I guess from an educational perspective, what are things that people can be doing to use the National Citizens Inquiry to actually not only educate themselves, but educate others too?
Well, the core anchor of the National Citizens Inquiry is the sworn testimony. So sworn testimony means something. It doesn't mean people just spewing out their thoughts and opinions, but it is, we have two types of people here testifying. An expert who has credentials to show that he has the ability to speak from a educated manner, experience and education and training on a topic, and understand what other people have gone through and make a comment on that. Or the lay witness who may not have credentials but has the personal experience, firsthand information. And those are the two people who testify. So under sworn oath to tell the truth and the whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. And as they tell that, we have lawyers who facilitate and test the truth of the situation, asking questions, facilitating the conversation to keep it moving. And then commissioners who ask questions for clarity and veracity. And that becomes a record. Under the cross-examination and the truth aspect of it, it should be, it's able to be verified as a true statement. Doesn't mean always that people come in and tell the truth, but under the test, the truth can be determined. And that produces a long-term record of what has happened, and from that, the commissioners make a recommendation and a report on that. That is something special that people can go to and actually learn truth. There may be people out there that do not want to know truth. Lies sometimes facilitate evil desires, but truth sheds light on the direction we should be going. And so that's probably the basic thing that most people should be doing, is going to our website, going to the Rumble channel or whichever path they wish, and see the record of truth.
And just so I'm going to jump in for just a second, and don't let me disrupt your chain of thought there, but we're talking about the National Citizens Inquiry.ca, where there's the testimony of the nearly 160 experts that have testified, and in total there's almost 500 people that have testified.
Correct.
And we're on day 43 right now of all the testimonies that have been given from coast to coast.
Yeah.
And back to the coast.
Yeah.
And so anyways, we're trying to educate people.
If people need to be seeking this truth, I know sometimes it's scary if you've been on the wrong path, have been following things that have been false. But if you are seeking truth, you will set your family and yourself on a path of security, a path for success, a path for all of those things if you seek truth. You won't go wrong. And so when people are looking, that's the number one thing that we have. And it's interesting that this little citizen-led organization with just people who put their pants on one leg at a time every morning, that has become the world's largest database of sworn testimony of these topics. You can find everything you need to know in our record. We did a calculation off of everything that's in the cloud of our database. And our database, if it was printed out onto 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, a couple hearings ago when we did the calculation, we would fill 96 semis of paper. 96, like there's nothing like this in the world. And it's free for everybody. Like we rely just on people's donations, a lot of $20 and $5 and $10 donations. No corporate backing, no government backing to do this. And so there is nobody here trying to twist the narrative and twist the outcome. What's the testimony? Who steps forward? That's what goes in the record. And so people can trust that and go to that. Then the next thing they need to talk about this with, like let's come together and wrestle with this. And sometimes, the biggest fear I have is that people go, and it just ends there. Like if we don't agree, come and testify. Come and let's discuss.
Well, it's interesting. You know, I listened to Ted's opening comments this morning. And, you know, myself, personally, I have written to every single member of the Legislative Assembly in Alberta to attend. I never received a single reply from any of them.
It's unbelievable. That's interesting. Like, that, and another thing Ted said is that from the reports and everything going out and the communication, not one member of Parliament, not one MLA has mentioned in Parliament or the legislature the words National Citizen Inquiry. That's impossible unless it's being controlled. If it was just left to natural randomness, somebody would say, hey, what about the NCI? Hey, should we look at this? And they'd say, oh no, we shouldn't look at this. But the deafening silence tells us that it is controlled, and they are afraid. They're afraid of the truth. And the only people that are afraid of the truth are those that work in darkness. And the NCI is a light in the darkness of this country.
You know, I got involved with the National Citizens Inquiry, and it was sort of by accident. I volunteered to testify in 2023, and I had no idea what was going to happen. And I'll tell you, I was a little concerned, because I was testifying about our provincial health officer and all of the things that were being mandated to us to do, and had filed what I spent 35 years working for government. And so I have a pretty good understanding of what things like the human rights tribunals are for, what the College of Physicians and Surgeons are for, what the Ombudsman's Office is supposed to do, what the Freedom of Information and Protection of and I used to work on Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy applications that were made. And it is amazing how, and I even filed a complaint with the RCMP with backup information, about 1,000 pages, which included signatures from over 250 people saying, yes, we want you to investigate what was going on with the COVID response. And not one of them, not one of those institutions that I filed complaints with would pick up the ball. And you just mentioned that there's got to be somebody driving it to shut that down.
Yeah. It doesn't happen by random chance.
Well, you know, and so the amazing thing is I now have something that I can take to my family, and I've done that. I can take the NCI testimonies to my friends.
Yep.
I regularly talk to my neighbors, and I am not shy about reaching out to our elected representatives. And I don't call them elected officials anymore. They are elected representatives, but they're not behaving as representatives. They think they have some sort of power over me. And I won't let them. And I refuse to, because the NCI does have the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And it's just absolutely amazing that there has been so limited, like there's only been less than a handful of currently sitting, or people that were sitting at the time actually testify.
Yep.
We had one in November of 2025, which was a BC elected representative, which is awesome. We had 2 at the Kelowna hearings, and then there was 1 in 2024.
Yeah.
But
These
were all members of legislative assemblies. 1 was in Saskatchewan, and 3 were from British Columbia. And I still sit there, and I'm grateful for their testimony.
Yep.
But what happened to everybody else other than that handful? You know, like, where are they? And it's not that they're not welcome.
No, we've asked all of them to come and sit. We've asked, so we're talking about agriculture and farmers and food. We've asked the Minister of Agriculture, and we've asked the shadow agricultural critic, whose office is just down the street from this building, could walk here in less than 2 minutes. And nothing or silence.
Maybe I'm going to walk down there and drop off a pamphlet for the NCI. I think I might just do
You
that.
should do that. Yeah.
You know, go and knock on the door and ask them if I could have a meeting.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether, I believe that if what they promote to the public, I'm talking about the critics, if they promote what they promote to the public about agriculture and their protection of the farmer, we're probably on the same page. But there is an aspect where everybody wants to fit in. You know, I know some of the local officials right here in this area are thinking that all of us should quit pushing back against government and institutions. We should just work to fit in. But we cannot have a society that progresses in the right direction if you don't have a push. There has to be a push. And the only push we have right now is taking us toward where our farmers are crushed, our food is at risk, and our culture is going toward decimation. And there's no one that can really argue against that. Everybody understands that.
So I should have actually introduced John a little bit more fully. You're a founding member of the National Citizens Inquiry, along with several other people. Why don't you give people the history of the National Citizens Inquiry all the way back to 2023? Okay. As much as you can, bring them up to 2026, but you know, give people a little bit of insight into, I call it a Herculean effort that has been done to establish this amazing repository of almost 10,000 pages of sworn testimony under oath that to this date remains uncontested and unanswered. You know, bring them up from give us the roots of this tree.
Okay. So way back during the COVID time period, you know, when we were all under mandates and we were all under the pressures that were going on then, you had the pressures on the one side, those that were afraid of COVID and afraid of dying and living in that fear structure. They needed an outlet to express that. The freedom side, you would call it, the people who were against mandates and wanted to live and have bodily autonomy, they needed a way to express themselves. And so, and we needed to come to what was the truth between the two groups. What was the commonality, the truth between those two? And was there some aspects of the actions of the government that were good and some that were negative? And we needed to find that out. We needed to understand what actually transpired from here. And so there was a few people like Preston Manning and Brian Peckford, few others that, and Ted Kuntz, some of our existing people that were involved in kind of that first stimulus meetings. And so the idea of a set of inquiries that would travel across the country, listening to everybody, kind of was birthed at that time. I came in in that time period when Brian Peckford and I were talking about it, and Saskatchewan needed a voice in this discussion. And so I talked to actually Alvin and Lyndon and some of the guys around in our area, and we talked about that, and we reached out across Saskatchewan to see if people would be interested in this, and it was accepted and desired by people to have a voice like this. And we thought that it's important for the ordinary person to be able to speak into the halls of power. We felt that we weren't being represented. We felt that the government representatives, our MLAs, our MPs, were representing government to us, not us to the government. So we got involved from that standpoint. And there was the hearings that started across Canada from back east, Truro, and then Toronto, and then Winnipeg, and then Saskatoon. I went to my first NCI in Winnipeg, and since that time I've only missed one or two. Maybe the Vancouver ones are the only ones I haven't been to since Manitoba. And, well, no, I didn't go to Ottawa or Quebec either. But outside of those, I guess there's 4 I've missed since Winnipeg. And so we started to see them move across, and it was just quiet. Like, there was no people turning out, hard to find volunteers, and even harder to raise money. And it was a struggle as they came across that first few times. They hit Winnipeg, and there started to be some people. They hit Saskatoon, and we started to get people behind. There was money and fundraising taking place. It was phenomenal for a little place like Saskatchewan that, 1 million people. I think it raised, at that period of time, there's $62,000 came in for this little hearing. And the excitement just started to grow. And we felt at the time, there was a change. We felt a change in the atmosphere, not just within the halls of NCI, but within the country. And we knew God showed. He said, this is my people. And it's just started moving across to Red Deer, to Vancouver, then back to Ottawa and Quebec City, and then back here to Regina. Right at that time period, we had the conversation when the first pass and we'd finished everything on the COVID questions. There was a segment of the NCI that said, okay, we're done. And these were some of the older fellows in the group, some of those that were a little more politically connected. And they said, we should stop here. That's about as far as we want to go. And then there was a group of us that said, no, the people's voice needs to continue. The importance of this isn't just COVID. The importance of the National Citizens Inquiry is the citizens need a voice. That's the thing. We need an independent voice for the citizens that we're not getting through the regular system of government. And that's the NCI. And it doesn't end with one question. The political people actually came out and said, it does no one any good if a group of people go around investigating government. That was the political class's comment. Well, that's exactly what we need. The government cannot investigate government.
No, it should not investigate itself.
It can't. It never works. Look, we can all see what's happened. I don't care what side of the spectrum, if you're left or right, you all know that the other side doesn't investigate itself. It can't.
You know, it's interesting. My background is in property appraisal, assessment administration, and tax policy. And so what we do is we go out and collect all this data. This is what I used to do in my career way back when, before I became this washed-up old has-been living on a fixed income. But the importance of independence reviews goes like this in that context. We sit there, we go out and collect all this data, we estimate the value of a property, and then we send people an assessment notice. And then on the basis of that assessment notice, taxes can be levied. But before the taxes are levied, there's a thing that is independent of government setting those assessed values. And it's the citizen, where they get to challenge the value that was placed on their property before those taxes get calculated and levied. And that's exactly what you're talking about here. If we didn't have that, and it's a quality control mechanism and a quality assurance tool that people can use, and that is one of the descriptions that one of the other people that's been involved in this, Carrie Simpson, used earlier. The National Citizens Inquiry is a tool that people can use to actually hold these elected representatives of ours that are supposed to be carrying our voice into the public policies that are being set that govern our day-to-day lives. They sit there, the NCI is there for them, and it's free. Talk about a gift. You know, it's free. Like, all that
we do not cost the taxpayer they don't have pennies anymore. One nickel is not spent by the government on this. And we're independent. Like,
there's another piece too that's really important in this. A word that, for me, about the NCI that is critical, and it's transparency. Not very many organizations actually publish their financial statements to say, where does all the money go? And I know that it costs money to run these hearings. You've got to rent space, you've got audio-visual stuff that needs to be taken care of. There are cameras that are needed to do what we're doing right now. But the NCI, I learned this in early 2025 as I was just surfing the website, and the financial statements are there.
Yeah.
This guy is the one that makes sure those financial statements are there. So talk about transparency when it comes to the NCI. Like, I mean, it's just awesome.
We have such an interesting, not even, I shouldn't use the word interesting, but the core team, the board of directors that we have right now is just, the quality of people is unbelievable. Now, there will be a lot of the other side that want to attack the character of people because they're afraid what this organization will uncover and can say about, you know, politicians and lawyers and judges and bureaucrats. We can say a lot because we uncover a lot of information. And so there will be some attacks and pushback. But the people that we work with here, to a person, have a individual desire to see transparency and accountability in our public sector, and the voice of the citizen to be broadcast and spread into the halls of power, so that those people who are supposed to represent the people can hear their voice.
You know, we've been at it now for well over 20 minutes. So I guess just to wrap it up, I always like to, we went through a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to wrap it up, I think just one question can sum it up. If there's one thing that you want to leave people with in terms of the message when it comes to the National Citizens Inquiry, what would that one message be?
Well, the thing that is very interesting to see when you look at our merchandise, we've got all sorts of little things of merchandise. The number one seller of all the different things, of the hoodies and the T-shirts, are the items that say truth matters. And the NCI is the venue, the organization in Canada that's recognized around the world, where we have people coming from around the world to both speak and to ask, how can we do this in our country? The thing the NCI does is promote the idea that truth matters, and it has to be upheld. Our country will fail. Truth, it must be upheld by the people. Biblically, it says in 1 Timothy 3:15, it says the church has to be the foundation and pillars of truth. That also applies to our communities and to our people. Citizens of Canada have to uphold truth. And if we don't, truth falls in the street, and we're over.
So the truth will set us free.
Yes, exactly. That's true.
John, I am so grateful that you have continued all of this yeoman's work that you have done along with the other people.
We have a good team.
I am just absolutely thrilled that the National Citizens Inquiry is still here today, and that it's not going away.
It's not going away.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go shut it off. Well, here we are in beautiful High River, and I've got Hetty all the way from Herbert, Saskatchewan. I probably pronounced that wrong.
Better than I.
But anyways, it's all good. Hetty, I like to start out with a question to find out a little bit about people that are volunteering for the National Citizens Inquiry. And, for myself, just as by way of background, I actually testified in 2023 in Vancouver for a little while. And then this is my third hearing that I've actually attended to volunteer. And now I'm helping out and chairing the National Citizens Inquiry Ambassador Program.
That's really
And part of that is getting to know the volunteers and a bunch of other stuff as well. So why don't you tell us just a little bit about yourself, like You know, we already know that you're from Herbert, Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
But tell us a little bit about Hetty. Like, you know, like what do you do?
I'm Swiss, immigrated from Switzerland in 81. And family, we have 4 children, 4 grandchildren. Grandma always have to brag about the grandchildren.
Absolutely.
We got the little country motel in Herbert. And then we had a herd of alpacas for about 20 years. So I'm the fiber producer, I'm an artist, I'm kind of an all-rounder. And I like people, I like sales.
Wow, like an alpaca farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes some of the best wool around, doesn't it?
Yeah, like my husband was looking after the animals and I did the fiber part. So we built up the fiber business. Yeah.
Well, it's amazing how many different volunteers that we've got here, whether it's a videographer taking something like this or the videographers that are in the hearing room that are recording the sworn testimony. But there's another piece of the NCI that doesn't just include getting the witnesses into the room and getting them all scheduled and all of that administration work in behind it. But there's also a merchandise table.
Yeah.
Where things like the National Citizens Inquiry pen can be found.
Yeah.
There are bumper stickers that could go on the back of your car or on your motorhome.
Yeah.
Describe this to me, Hetty. This is kind of interesting. Tell me about this.
Well, it kind of says it all on there, for farmers, for families, and for Canada. And that's the National Citizen Inquiry.
Which is actually the topic of the hearings right now that are going on.
That's right, yeah.
With trying to find answers to the question, are farmers safe in Canada?
Yeah.
Or is our food supply safe in Canada? Yeah. And it was really interesting. I actually sat in on the first witness, or in on the first witness, and he said maybe the question, are farmers safe in Canada, isn't the right one. Maybe the question is it dangerous for farmers in Canada? And you being a alpaca farmer would know. Tell me about this thing. What's this all about, Hetty?
Okay, so that's the National Citizen Inquiry. So you're testing me if I know everything about it.
Well, darn tootin'. What was the first sale that you made today?
Oh, a vest. And that's with NCI, a vest. Well, the first one took his first before he paid, and the first paid one was somebody else. And so this is, like you know better than I, it's independent, no government money, no government influence. With the inquiry, nobody can kind of shut people down. It's just all people, they have really a, how do I say, they want to say the truth without being influenced or bad or made to shut up.
It's nonpartisan.
Yeah.
It's independent of government.
Yeah.
It's independent of any big money donors.
Yeah.
It is 100% citizen funded and citizen led.
Yeah. And no wrong reporting, nothing, right? Like no, okay, what do you call them? The ones who do the CBC and all those.
No mainstream media.
No fake news, yeah.
No fake news.
Okay.
This is a nice shirt.
Yeah.
And maybe you can sit there, and I think the logo on the front of this is important for people to know. This is one of the NCI's logos. It is?
The truth matters.
Truth matters.
Yeah, and that's all about NCI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Citizen-led, independent, citizen-funded. Yeah.
Yeah, 100% citizen funded, 100% citizen led.
And it's pure cotton, very comfortable to wear and very fine.
Hetty knows all about the merchandise here because she is the one that actually sold me this vest, got me 5 bumper stickers, and then, if you missed it, she tried to sell me a bag too.
Yeah, that sells.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
What about this thing?
The toque. It's another NCI. And it's not alpaca, but it's a really nice one, nice color, and easy care. Keeps you warm.
Awesome.
And it's lined with a polar fleece. So for people who are sensitive, works really well. So another souvenir, men's or ladies.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, you know better about those than I do.
Well, maybe I'll give you my 25 cents on it, and then
Yeah.
if you want to fill in the blanks, you certainly
I
can.
don't know that much about
There
it.
was, let's see here. There was an initial report that was put in to the National Citizens Inquiry called the final report that was issued in November of 2023, and that was after hearing roughly 300 witnesses that testified.
The COVID, right?
During the COVID times, and there is around 5,000 pages of sworn testimony that backs up the conclusions and the recommendations from the commissioners.
Yeah.
And not one testimony has been contested by government officials ever since 2023. The commissioners also covered.
You can hold this one.
Yep. They had a supplemental report. They had held additional hearings in 2024.
Yeah.
And in 2024, they issued that final report, a supplemental report to the final report.
Yeah, that's both COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And since then, they've held hearings into the question, are children safe in Canada?
Yeah, yeah.
And as we heard earlier, the question today is that we're trying to find, and over the next 2 days, is to find answers to the question, are farmers safe in Canada?
Yeah. And is our food safe? That's
Yeah.
actually would be another title.
So I have a question for you, and it goes like this. People come to volunteer for the National Citizens Inquiry, and they do it for their own reasons.
Yeah.
You know, why is the National Citizens Inquiry important to you, and what prompts you to volunteer for the National Citizens Inquiry?
Kind of interesting. I like LSI Living Stream Institute. I do the Bible study with John.
Okay.
And of course, John always talks about it. And quite a few in
So
Bible.
John roped you into this.
Kind
it's all
of.
John's fault?
Kind of, yeah.
Because we're going to get him in here too.
Okay, okay. So, like, there are quite a few in the Bible study that I do already, like Chad, he's kind of the leader of the whole volunteer thing. There are quite a few people who are volunteering, and, well, I was a little bit selfish. I thought, I have a new grandson in Edmonton, so I thought I can do Calgary, the show here, volunteer here, stay with my daughter, do the Edmonton loop, and go home. Like, I burn gas anyways when I want to go and see my grandson, and I can help out. And I'm a people person, and I really enjoy it, and it's a good thing to support.
Well, I consider the National Citizens Inquiry a gift from
That's
many
true.
different perspectives. And sometimes they come to us in ways that we never imagined. And I'll just share a little bit of this with you. My grandson came to stay with us in Penticton, along with my other two grandchildren. Their parents came out, and then the fires started in Summerland. Anyways, my grandson was supposed to stay for hockey camp for a week. That all got canceled, but he stayed with my wife and I for an extra week while all the rest of the family went back to Calgary. As it turns out, his flight back last Saturday got canceled, and he was with Grandma and Granddad for that longer time, and he was at the point where he was missing his parents. So I said, well, I'll just drive him back to Calgary. And what I'll do is I'll go to the National Citizens Inquiry. So I'm here along the same lines, and it says gift, and now I get to meet you, which is a gift too.
And you know, it's just like there are such amazing people, and they give their time and their testimony, and they go out of the way, and it's for them to witness what they experience, and like some are really sad stories. And so that's just a little bit I'm adding and helping. Like some people come from the States, and it's just amazing. And just how committed the core group is to the whole thing, and how, like, it seems to me it kind of blossoms. And I put stuff on Facebook, our freedom group, and I told them just share it. And so I hope they're going to watch it. Yeah.
Well, you know, I think that people are watching.
Yeah.
You know, I think I mentioned I'm chair of the National Citizens Inquiry Ambassador Program. And so we're always looking for people to help us with the social media and things like that. And it's sort of an insiders group. If you'd like to get more involved, you just let me know, and we'll figure out ways that you can help. And it takes very little time, and I can tell you about that more during the breakfasts that we have together and stuff like that. So I have one final question with you to wrap up.
Yeah.
And the question is really this. If there's one thing or one message that you wanted to leave for people about the National Citizens Inquiry, what would be that one message that they all need to hear?
Listen to all the witnesses and support. Like NCI needs the money because it's not cheap to have the whole setup. And well, that's pretty much like get involved, volunteer, whatever way you can, or financially if you can't be on the spot. I think just help out.
You know, Hetty, that's awesome. Yeah. And I want to say I am very grateful that you took the time to chat with me. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much.
It was fun.
Have yourself a wonderful day.
You too.
And don't run away because he's got to turn the camera off.
Okay. Get a last smile there.
Wayne Llewellyn, here we are in High River, Alberta.
Yeah, it's my old stomping ground, actually. I spent 35 years of my life in Calgary, so...
Oh my goodness, this is home for you.
Pretty much.
Well, we brought the cowboy hats. I'm feeling like I'm missing something here, right?
Well, you know, I don't feel like I deserve a white hat anymore, but it used to be a characteristic of Calgary.
How about a black hat?
Well, maybe that might...
We're the NCI now, man. We're like good trouble in the nation, right?
I should have brought my blue hat.
There you go, the blue. So, amazing facility, this Highwood Memorial Center, hey? I'm just, every time I go to a new part of this building, it's just, what a great venue.
It is set up just absolutely awesome. You know, across the street, there's a beautiful park that I took a stroll through. There's camping right there. A long time ago, and this is a bit of a personal thing, I used to go hang gliding in Longview.
Well, aren't you the daredevil?
Yeah. Anyways, I was smart enough eventually. I wanted to watch my kids grow up.
Yeah, there is that, right? Mine are detailed, but yeah.
So I quit doing that, but I've been through this, and the growth that's occurred here is just nothing short of phenomenal. And this is like Mayberry in a lot of ways. You know, like you walk down the streets and people are saying hello, and
yeah, it's been just a warm welcome. And I just want to extend our appreciation to the people in charge of running this amazing venue. It has just been exceptional. Your willingness to accommodate has just been over the top and deeply, deeply appreciated. And, you know, all Canadians across Canada that will be benefiting as a result of the National Citizens Inquiry, it's because of venues and directors that run these kinds of places that greatly assist us to make sure that we have a place to hold these hearings. Just a super thank you. Deep, deep appreciation for all that you've done for our setup team here with the National Citizens Inquiry, because this is a production, Wayne. This is not a small little get-together.
Yeah, who would have imagined, and I go back to when I was working here in Alberta, who would imagine that in 2026 there would be a hearing into things like farming regulations, agricultural practices. You know, this is a great follow-up from the hearings in Kelowna that occurred in March, and you know, I'm thrilled seeing farmers go through here, and you know, the communities around here are just absolutely fabulous. I sent off last week a notice to the Western Wheel that has its...
That's the local community
paper.
There you go.
And I got a phone call from their publisher. So I stopped in.
You know, isn't that just like, that's so back in times when things were civil and community newspapers actually wanted to know what was going on, and more importantly, they wanted to tell people what was going on. How refreshing.
It's awesome. Like, I couldn't believe it. When I phoned him up, he said, you know, I think I've already heard of you guys. And I'm sitting there saying, well, you know, what do you know about them at the National Citizens Inquiry? And, you know, and he says, well, I think one of my guys has already published an article on it.
Well, there you go.
And that was awesome. So I actually stopped in and met him in
The
person
community
today.
wheel was really spinning fast in this case.
The western wheel was just going full tilt. And I stopped in and I introduced myself personally to him. I dropped off a brochure to do my best to educate him on,
Okay, let's stop there, Wayne Llewellyn, because let's talk about Wayne Llewellyn and your duties and your amazing talents that you bring to the National Citizens Inquiry. As I said a minute ago, I don't think unless people come and experience the hearings in person, that there's an understanding of how many parts there is to what we do. The hearings take place, huge production, AV teams, hearing rooms, commissioners, audiences, media tables, transcription tables, lawyers, the witnesses, big screen, everything live streamed, everything put on video recording, everything then uploaded to our amazing website, nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. But there's a whole nother aspect too, and we get to do this at these hearings. We get to meet all the new volunteers. But you also run a very special program for the National Citizens Inquiry called the Ambassadors Program. Tell us a little bit about that. And because what you're talking about with the editor from the community newspaper is exactly the role and then plus that you do for us.
Well, it's kind of, I'll give you the background. I first testified in 2023. And then I volunteered in Edmonton in March of 2025.
Okay.
And part of the purpose behind that was a few months prior to that, I met with Ted Kuntz, the chair of the NCI, and we were sitting there, we were brainstorming, like, why doesn't our petition have 1 million signatures on it? And that sort of stuff. And we came to the conclusion that there really wasn't as much outreach into the community that needed to occur.
Well, yeah, because we kind of think, okay, it's out there, and I think for a lot of us is, Canadians have to do some work for themselves if they want to get informed in these kinds of things. But we found that a lot of the communication channels, especially through media, is non-existent because we are a threat. Bringing truth, bringing stories that should have been told by them, that it's almost a competition. So they don't want to amplify our voice at all. So it's really up to Canadians to do that.
Well, there's that, and one of the things that I've noticed is that the media, the big media, they are very reluctant, or who knows why, but they don't seem to advertise or draw attention to the National Citizens Inquiry in any way. So,
do you think because there's probably a differing voice, just a little bit of a differing voice on some of these issues?
It could be the $1.5 billion a year that the federal government spends. But
Wayne, really?
You never know.
Well, yeah, worth considering. Yeah.
So anyway, throughout 2025, I met several times with Ted, and we landed on this ambassadors program. And so I helped him write a terms of reference we got it approved by the board. And the real short side of it is the question is how do we elevate awareness of the National Citizens Inquiry and turn it into what it deserves to be, which I think is a national conversation about what the government should be doing and that the media should be doing. And so the National Citizens Inquiry, from my perspective, and not to be just because I'm a volunteer for it or testified and so on, but it's actually a gift. It's a gift to the people of Canada. And it's 100% citizen funded, citizen led.
No special interest groups.
Citizen directed.
No big money pouring in and causing a bias in the conversation. This is give us the information, put it out there publicly, and let the people decide, at least have access to it. They can come to their conclusions.
Let them judge for themselves. And, I find it interesting that when I have talked to people about things like the commissioner's reports and the recommendations that are being made, when I inform people about the testimony from the nearly 500 witnesses that have testified to date, and I just start informing people about it. And I asked them to come to their own conclusions, too.
And we might add, because our lead counsel, Paul Jaffe, just said this, because as we're speaking, there's a live stream going. There's somebody testifying right now. But when Dr. Jessica Rose, who, phenomenal, you need to see her testimony, talking about self-amplifying mRNA vaccines. Guys, you need to know this. Before you take your dog to the vet or eat more meat that's being injected with these vaccines, you need to know. You need to listen to this testimony. So you can go to our social media. It'll be posted there. It'll be posted online within hopefully not too long. But after her testimony, so talking about your 500 witnesses, our lead counsel, who is just, we are so blessed to have Paul Jaffe, a wonderful lawyer. He says, and thank you for not taking the fifth. He says, as a matter of fact, the NCI of 500 witnesses, he says, nobody has ever taken the fifth yet. So we must be doing something right.
Have to be, you know, when I first got in.
Maybe we should invite Fauci.
Maybe.
See if we can get something
or
out of
Theresa
him.
Tam or Bonnie Henry, all of which have been invited. They have been invited, but why aren't they here?
There you go. Well, have we really extended to Fauci? I'm not sure we've hit Fauci, but certainly Tam and Bonnie Henry, yeah. But,
and Dina Hinshaw in Alberta.
Yeah, there you go. Well, she's in BC now.
Yeah.
Second in command, because once Alberta tossed her, of course, BC has to pick her up, right? Okay, so the ambassador program. So you pick up from after the hearings, when these reports are produced, you and your team, you do this amazing public education. You did Civic Saturdays, which I thought was brilliant, giving people the tools to understand the issues. You take these reports, you make sure MLAs, MPs, deputy ministers, the people who are in the decision-making process, and the accountability place, because that's the part that I like about this too. Have these reports, have these findings, and the solutions that government should at least be considering. But what I love about this is once they have those reports, Wayne, because the evidence is so overwhelming, the recommendations are so practical for a nation that should be protecting its citizens, that if they choose to ignore this, then there's an opportunity now for accountability, because they ought to know different, or they ought to know what they should be doing, or you know, maybe they're doing something right, you know, and deserve the pat on the back. But these reports are essential to be put into the hands of these decision makers. So thank you. And your team, you have a wonderful team.
Yeah, it's the administration behind our team is really quite simple. And it's not a huge time commitment in any way. We meet online roughly about every 2 weeks.
I hear there's an occasional pub involved, though.
Well, you know, that's part of our Civic Saturdays and or Sundays.
Civil Civic Saturday. That's the civil part, is it?
Yeah, we get together. But it's actually much like the NCI in a way.
Yeah.
That's where we get together after. It's where the real conversations happen.
Isn't that what's happened, though, with the NCI? There's this community that has blossomed, the NCI community, made up of professionals, top-notch scientists, lay people, hard work, farmers who have done everything, you know, from the ground up, literally. There's this legacy that's formed, but there's also this ongoing community and growing community of volunteers and people involved in the ambassador program, too.
Yeah, and, you know, back to the ambassador program, it's really quite simple. We ask people to spend 10 minutes a week, and that's all it takes. If we can get people spending 10 minutes a week, which is 40 minutes a month, to just send a link to the testimony, invite any elected official or a representative.
Or their friends or their family.
And to their friends and family, anybody, and just ask them to, you know, get people to look at it and actually invite them to give you their impressions of what they've seen and heard. And it's about educating ourselves as much as it is others.
But you raised that point too, because I think for Canadians, there's much like what happened over COVID, people suddenly discovered how much power our elected officials have over us. But post-COVID now, people are going, you know, maybe we weren't told the truth. Maybe there was more to this. And the NCI has come in and filled that gap in people's understanding. So they don't have to go looking hard for things. The NCI are great repository of information, videos, testimonies that have come on there. There's a lot of information, valuable information, if people really want to know about things, whether our children safe in Canada, what happened during COVID, are farmers safe in Canada, like it's all there.
Yeah, it is actually amazing, and it's back to that gift that we've been given.
Yep.
And you know, everything is in the public domain.
Yep.
And it's this record that is in place, and it's not going away.
No.
And that's the beautiful part behind this, because it's one of the phrases that I've heard, the truth is sort of like a bubble, and you can hold it down underwater for so long, but eventually little things start to seep up.
Truth always has a way of finding a stage.
It comes up to the top and it surfaces, and you get this full bloom of the truth.
Yep.
Well, I think some of that's even happening now.
Yeah.
You know, and that's actually part of the joy of being an NCI ambassador.
You get a front row seat to all of this.
Sorry?
You get a front row seat to all of this.
You get a front row seat. You get to sit there and talk to all the people inside.
Yep.
You know, and our regular meetings, they're attended by people from the NCI board.
Yep. Yeah, occasionally they invite us.
Yeah. Ted's been there. You've been there.
Yep.
And they're very informative sessions. It is like actually being an insider.
Yeah. Well, I think all the NCI, every person that contributes, from the amazing people who bake the cookies for all these hearings, to our AV teams, to the people who are here with an amazing amount of swag, you know, where people can help promote the NCI. It's really swag. It's really a family, the NCI family, and it's growing. It's growing in popularity. It's growing in influence. Just this last week, I had a number of lawyers calling me saying, Carrie, would you guys consider doing hearings into, you know, very important matters involving, you know, do we really own the homes that we're in? You know, the issues that are going around, the land claims and such. So the NCI has now grown into, you know, the people's place to come to make sure that they have a voice, and those voices are heard. The testimony this morning from this horse breeder, Lonnie, about, you know, the vaccines that they're being forced to put down, and he's saying, look, I'm old, so I can speak about this, you know, but there's consequences to telling the truth. What kind of country do we live in, Wayne? You know, certainly Canada's not friendly, free, and, you know, available if people are in fear to tell the truth about what's happening on their own land with their own animals or in the farming community in general. So lots of work to do.
Yeah, I spent 35 years in government. And if I would have been doing the things that are being done today while I was in government, we wouldn't be the people threatening the people trying to tell the truth and get their story out.
Yeah, the world has changed.
I would not have had a job.
No, the world has changed.
It has changed, but I think it's changing back, though. I think there's people that are starting to become more and more aware than they ever have been.
Because the NCI and hardworking of a few other groups and such are making the difference. We're giving people that opportunity to be informed, to be courageous, right? And to make a difference.
There's one piece too, and just going back to a comment that you made earlier, there's a word that was going through my mind that I didn't want to lose track of, and it's this thing called transparency. When it comes to the National Citizens Inquiry, what I've learned is that everyone is 100% transparent in everything that they do and that does get done at the NCI.
Yep.
I mean, it is actually, it's a breath of fresh air.
Yep.
It is the kind of experience that you only get when you have been relieved of this, I don't know, something that might have been a weight on your shoulders. And the NCI actually helps to relieve that weight.
Yep.
And it takes that weight off your shoulders and it says, yeah, these are people I can connect with.
Well, and as other people have said, you can actually ask questions and get an answer. What a concept. Okay, we got to wrap this up, Wayne. How do people get a hold of you if they want to join up in the ambassador program?
Well, there are a couple of ways. One is they can reach out to info@nationalcitizensinquiry, all one word, .ca. We'll get back to them. It might take a while because the NCI is 100% volunteer, run and led, but we'll eventually get in touch with them. Or if they could reach out to people like yourself, you have my personal contact information, and you can at any time.
I will track him down for you.
You can share it with anyone that you feel that you want to.
Yeah.
My contact information is pretty much out there when I do things like letters to the editor and the rest of it, so they can even contact the media and say, do you know this guy named Wayne Llewellyn? And they might be able to connect me, and I'd have no problem if they did.
Yeah.
And because, you know, what I've learned, I don't have anything to hide. Again, I testified. I know you've testified too. Mm-hmm. And when you bury yourself like that, it's okay. It's actually kind of fun because you get to go and talk to people that you might never have had a chance to.
I think we have more to fear by not doing it than to do it. So that's where we're at in Canada. So the other easy way to get a hold of the National Citizens Inquiry and to volunteer is simply go to the website, nationalcitizensinquiry.ca, click on volunteer, and that'll at least get you to the screen where you can provide us with your information and somebody will reach out to you.
And one last thing to do too is sign the petition. Get your name in there, get onto it's roughly a weekly newsletter.
Yep.
And you get informed. You don't get spammed, but you do get a lot of great information.
There is a lot of information that people need. Tools. Yep. It's not information, you guys. It's tools for survival in Canada, tools. I think. Yep. All right, Wayne, always good to see you. And I love it how we have this group of people that travel at the hearings and then we get all together. And as I say, this community that's being built is a pretty special one, and everybody's invited.
Thanks, Carrie.
All right.
So here we are with Carrie Ann, and I first met Carrie Ann in Kelowna last March on the hearings, the first set of hearings into our Farmers Safe in Canada, which is interesting. But I guess I want to talk to you a little bit. Well, let's start out by telling people again, like, where are you from? And you know, I guess, just where are you from and a little bit about Carrie Ann.
I am from Kamsack, Saskatchewan. So it's a bit of a drive to get to some of these places, but that's okay. It's worth the adventure. I live on a small farm. And obviously, because I live on a small farm, farm safety and farm health is very important to me. Raised on a farm, grandparents farmed, so it's in my blood, and I'll fight for my farm. And that's just, yeah. I also work in the funeral home, so that's my 9-to-5 job.
Oh, wow.
Which leads me to why I'm here as a compassion leader.
So you're actually, you work in a funeral home to support your habit of being a farmer.
Yes, exactly.
So it's really quite interesting. You know, there's numerous volunteer positions that are involved with the National Citizens Inquiry. Everything from people that make meals to, you know, so that we can have some dinner together, through to people that schedule witnesses, the lawyers, and then there's the witnesses. And you mentioned compassion leader. Well, you know, I testified in 2023 in Vancouver. And I don't mind admitting that I was a little bit nervous. And there was no compassion leader there at the time.
Yes, I wasn't there.
And anyways, and that's fine. You know, like we can't be everywhere all the time and the rest of it. But why don't you just talk to us for a few moments about, you know, what has been your experience with the witnesses, and, you know, what do you learn, and, you know, like what, like, just tell us about being a compassion leader.
A compassion leader. It's some witnesses who are experts and do this on a regular basis, and they bring their information out to the public. They don't have the emotions that others might have, who have gathered up every ounce of courage they have to share a story that's very important to them. And they're up there shaking in their boots, delivering a message that they feel is very important. and even if it's not an emotional message, just the emotions going through you, when they come down off the stand, it's like they've come from another world. So it's nice to have somebody meet them, and you know, do you need a drink of water? Do you need a Kleenex? Would you like to go for a walk? Do you want to have a little chat? And it depends on some of the messages. We've been through the COVID messages, we've been through our children safe messages, and now with the farmers. This isn't as emotional as the other ones were. But we just heard about a fella who lost and had to kill his whole deer population. And that makes
So he had to cull his entire herd.
He had to cull his entire, him and his family had to cull his entire herd. That makes me and the audience feel emotion. So how is he feeling when he's sharing this story? So for them to have somebody come and be able to kind of guide them back and walk them down through their emotion, so they're back to, you know, they can sit in the audience again as a gathered, collected person again.
So here's a person that's actually a professional farmer, an expert in what they do with regarding deer, and then at the same time, they have the emotion of like just a regular person, if that's the right way to put it. You know, like, and it's kind of, for me, personally, when I testified, I got to tell my story.
Yeah.
And, you know, that included, you know, the impact of the government mandates on my family, myself too, and explain why I decided to testify and stuff like that. But it's really interesting how even somebody that has that expert, if you want to use that, or that professional expertise, to still sit there and experience this thing called the National Citizens Inquiry, where they get to tell their story, and how they might come down a little bit jittery, but isn't it at the same time they got to tell their story, and it's a bit of a relief?
Telling the story is part of the healing. It really is, and being able to have a venue where somebody understands and you have an audience who feels your pain and your loss and what you've gone through, and then have a group that you can visit with afterwards, and they're sharing in your story. That is huge, because it helps the healing, and it makes what you had to go through worth something. Like, your loss and your tragedy is now something that can help other people.
So in some ways, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it's not really a loss and a tragedy. At the same time, there can be a lot of joy attached to it.
Yes. Yeah.
Describe that. If you had to describe, I guess, a witness from the perspective of what's the joy of the National Citizens Inquiry. And like, I know it's a difficult question that none of this is scripted, but if there's something about, if there's a joyful side to this, what would that joy be?
Look at you. You were a witness. Where are you now? We have a family. We have a community now that we have built.
Welcome back, everybody. Commissioners, our next witness is here in person. Jaisona Rondeau, do you can hear me okay? Do you want to turn on your mic?
On. There we go.
There we go. Now I can hear you as well. Could I get you to state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Jaisona Rondeau, spelled R-O-N-D-E-A-U.
Okay, and Jaisona, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. You're joining us today from, I think, a little town called Blackie, Alberta?
That's right, about 15 minutes east here of High River.
Okay, well, thanks for making the trip. I understand you're going to testify about your firsthand involvement in dealings with the Alberta Utilities Commission. And it relates to wind, solar, energy storage, and data center projects that are adjacent to agricultural lands. And you've been doing this, you've been involved in this activity for about 3 years now. You've made formal submissions, both directly on your behalf, and also became known as a bit of an advocate on this front, and have assisted other landowners affected stakeholders in these various issues that are before the commission. So I understand your evidence is going to focus on how approval and consultation processes are experienced by rural landowners and the regulations which you consider inadequate, and want to address some of those problems and maybe have a few proposals as well. Have I got that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay, just before we get to that, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do when you're not waging battles with the Utilities Commission?
Well, I am a single mom to a really wonderful special needs daughter, and I pretty much spend most of my time taking care of her because I actually have a Bachelor of Education degree,
Okay.
and I homeschool her, and honestly, being involved with this kind of advocacy work takes up the majority of my time.
Okay.
But it's something that I'm very happy to do because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing what I know and not being able to help other people. So.
Great. Okay, well, look, I understand you do have some prepared notes that you were going to take us through, and unless there's anything you want to add at this point in terms of your background, why don't I invite you to start that? I may have a few questions, but I'll let you go.
Sounds good. Basically, I want to start off by saying I could probably speak for 2 hours on this topic alone. And so what I've done is try to create an overview of the entire regulatory landscape as it applies to our most important rural ranchers, farmers, and landowners.
Hey, just on a better late than never basis, I've been known to do this in the past. I forgot to swear you in.
Oh, I did swear.
Oh, you did swear. Well, then I've been misadvised by someone on that point.
Okay.
I'll admonish him later. Back to your evidence.
I didn't raise my right hand. Maybe we have to redo it.
Sorry about that. It's also not the first time that has happened. But in any event, let's continue.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So as we were saying, I've been involved with helping local stakeholders learn how to navigate the regulatory system of the Alberta Utilities Commission, which sees applications for wind energy generation, solar generation, battery energy storage, actually now data centers, but only when they're associated with a natural gas power plant do they fall under the jurisdiction of the AUC. And the biggest story that I usually tell my landowners so that they can be prepared for what they're about to get into is that imagine that you are in the Stanley Cup Finals and you are playing the top team in the entire collection of NHL teams. You've never owned a pair of skates, you've never played hockey, you've never been on the ice, but the AUC will give you a pair of skates, a hockey stick, and a coach, and you need to go out there and do your best to save your land. And honestly, it is something that consumes people's lives for at least a minimum of 2 years. So the stress that landowners have to go through when these project developers approach them with their very meaningful consultation documents and methods is they don't know what they're up against. They don't know the industry. They have full-time lives, full-time families, and they don't have time to take a 2-year correspondence course on how to save their land. So that's where I step in and say, these are the processes that exist at the AUC, and then let's talk about your land. Let's talk about your individual situation and what your biggest concerns are. And because they don't know the industry, that becomes another part of my job that I have spent time researching, watching every proceeding on the AUC since 2023, so that I could learn the issues that landowners are facing. And the number of projects that I have been through in the last 4 years, I'm gonna just go to the next page here, are considerable. And you'll notice right at the top of the page, we've got Foothills County, Foothills County, Foothills County, Foothills County. And these projects have all been denied because of the work that I've been doing with landowners, raising their awareness. And the reason that they've been denied is that they were all inappropriately sited on agricultural land. So as I said, I've created quite a treasure trove of resources, of peer-reviewed articles, of legal proceeding documents, and I've included a Dropbox link so that they can be perused a little bit later on. So this next page here kind of tells us what happened in the renewables industry, because the very first solar project that was denied would have had solar panels 1,100 meters from my home. And I became involved in that project on a very minimal level because I had no idea what was actually involved. And that one project being denied triggered a moratorium on approvals. And one day prior to that moratorium being announced, I had done several weeks of research to determine how many solar projects do we have in Alberta, how many panels would they have already committed us to without any kind of recycling or reclamation, and how much cultivated agricultural land was being usurped, let's say, because a lot of these are foreign entities who are coming in and taking over the land. And I found that there were, as of 2023 in August, 99 approved or built or announced solar projects. They were going to be a cumulative number of 27 million solar panels, and they were consuming 65,000 acres of pretty much prime agricultural land. I haven't verified the soil class on most of these sites, but cultivated land is one of the best types of land for solar projects to get into.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
In April of 2023, this was a project right near your house, right?
Yes.
And what was it about that which motivated you to challenge it?
Well, the developer was attempting to put 80% of their project footprint inside a buffer zone for the Frank Lake IBA KBA, which means Important Bird Area and Key Biodiversity Area. Frank Lake, when our biologists and the caretaker of the bird sanctuary got their information together, there were 256 species of birds using this lake, and 9 of them were on endangered or threatened list. So it was primarily declined because of its inappropriate location, especially in relation to the protected bird area.
Were you the only one going to bat, or
No.
did your neighbors join in with you?
Oh, there were many, many neighbors. There were many different levels of participation because only the people within 800 meters of the project are actually given standing to participate.
Okay.
Yet we had a whole community of 250 people who wanted to be able to raise their voices.
I see.
And I believe we had well over 150 people register.
Did you go through a hearing process with the commission?
Absolutely, yeah.
And in that process, you were able to speak directly to them, and did you call evidence from experts or environmentalists?
Well, how the process goes is that when the landowners join together, they form a group. That group can hire a legal team who has a team of experts behind them. And there's a written process that takes place, information requests, reply evidence, and so on, prior to the hearing. And then the hearing is very much quasi-judicial. It begins with opening statements, cross-examination by lawyers, evidence presented, and a lot of new evidence tends to come out in the hearing that no one knew about during the project documentation phase. So it's always really valuable to watch a hearing and learn all of the secrets that usually come out during that point in time.
Okay. Okay, and then subsequent to that, then you began to discover what you've set out now on this list of all these other projects that were in the pipe at some point in the process, and let me have you then continue as you were.
So just very briefly, we had the the provincial government called the moratorium. The AUC instituted an inquiry that was rather extensive. As I note here, it had 154 participants and 50 observers, and that included industry, landowners, organizations such as Alberta Wildlife Association or IBEW Edmonton. It encompassed a lot, and the outcome of that resulted in new rules and new regulations that applied to wind and solar. And as we progress through the years, we see that the regulations come into force, and there are a number of consultations done in relation to these new regulations. So Rule 7 was the largest consultation there was, and that is the rule that governs all facility applications. And then there was Rule 9, and Rule 9 is the rule that governs interveners' costs. So what costs can interveners recover during this hearing and application process? Because that's an important feature of the AUC. They allow interveners to be able to recover their costs. No other jurisdiction does that. So as we move through, things just keep happening. We've got new laws, we've got new regulations, and then we've got data centers that pop up on the scene. So I've tried to kind of include all of those in this list because they kind of all happen in sequence and they just contributed to each other. Alrighty, I'm gonna head on. Okay, so when we get into talking about these project applications, we've got a number of people involved. We've got the residents groups, we've got the legal counsel and the experts that are hired by the resident groups, and we've got the project proponents or the developers, and then we've got the AUC staff and council. So there are a lot of people involved in this process, and I've talked to all of them and worked with them and learned from them, because that's really the only way you can figure out how to go by this process, is to teach yourself. And when we get to the types of information that and consultation that I've given to landowners, my biggest job has been, I'm just going to list these bullet points here, to assist local interveners in learning and understanding the AUC e-filing portal and registration on proceedings. This is probably one of the biggest hurdles for most people to try and navigate, is how to move from their rural agricultural lifestyle to a digital corporate portal that is completely unfamiliar and probably even a challenge to their digital literacy. Next, educate and inform landowners of the potential impacts they could face from individual projects tailored to their specific holdings, because each individual landowner is going to have different issues that potentially affect them, depending on what they do with their land. Then I work to liaise with legal counsel, providing grassroots intervener questions, information, and concerns pertaining to each project, because it's these individual concerns that fuel the legal team in order to try and pull more information from a developer and get closer to the answers that they're looking for. I've also worked to communicate with developers on behalf of groups who wish to avoid one-on-one consultations. It is the very defined playbook of developers to divide and conquer. Try to make sure you meet your landowners one-on-one. Try to make sure they don't meet together. Try to make sure they don't compare notes. And so on the most recent project that I worked on, we refused. We said, no, we're going to join as a group and we're going to speak to you all the time, all the same, because we all want the same information, and they sure didn't like it. I worked to also procure printed project documentation to reduce barriers to participation for those who choose not to participate only electronically. So because everything is available online digitally, the AUC expects everyone to access it that way. And no, please do not cut down a tree and print a document. We want you to look at it electronically on your computer. And that doesn't work for a lot of people. So I took the extra step to ensure that people are being given information in the form that they can most easily use. Then, once all the project documentation comes out, I review, interpret, and analyze it, looking at the expert reports, looking at application documents, information requests, and information responses. And this is something, again, that landowners really appreciate, because it's an entirely different vocabulary for people. And it's just something, the processes are so foreign, there's a massive learning curve. And then the last thing, I provide advice, I answer questions, and I encourage confidence in landowners to voice their concerns and follow the process, no matter how steep the learning curve or significant investment of time. It's a lot of work, but I really enjoy it. So I'm just looking at my time, and I'm going to kind of try to speed things along and not read from here. But I want to go over the specific implications related to wind, solar, batteries, and then later data centers and the lithium extraction projects. The biggest problem that I see with wind turbines is a complete and utter, what's the word I want? They want to ignore a neglect of the problem of infrasound and the health impacts that it puts upon every living being, including plants, including animals, including insects, including humans, including cows, everything where all these wind turbines are out. And the most significant work that I did was last year on the Oyen Wind proceeding, where for the first time we were able to procure a medical expert witness who was able to put the most recent scientific evidence onto the record in order to challenge wind developers. Unfortunately, the AUC still saw fit to approve the project that she testified on, but I think it's been very significant that not another wind project has come to Alberta to apply since that time and since that approval was granted. So in the Dropbox folder that I created, I have listed all of the research of a Dr. Ursula Bellet-Stake. And she is my friend, I'm happy to say at this point, but one of the most learned individuals who has figured out that infrasound is actually perceived at the cellular level in every living thing. And what happens with infrasound is that it disrupts all of your body processes. Nitric oxide uptake is one of the biggest ones. And when you upset those processes, you create a chain reaction of other problems within your body. With plants, it slows their growth. With insects, it prevents them from mating and reproducing. With animals, we're looking at massive drops in fertility rates, low birth weights in cattle, up to 50% lower than when turbines were not there. And so turbines are basically the bane of my existence, and I'm in the process now of conducting a survey amongst all of the people who live under turbines in Alberta, because we do not actually have a complaint process for them. They have no avenue whatsoever to be able to complain if they are being injured, and if, you know, their livelihoods are being affected. You know, I have a very good friend of mine, Charlene Hager. She lives out near Provost under the Bull Creek Wind Project. It was the very first one to go to hearing in Alberta. And she suffers every single day. And that's why I have to do something. So I'm looking to create this survey, collect data, and then present it to the appropriate government agencies so that they can really start to see what the impacts are around these. Wind turbines are also known for blade shedding, so you're looking at microplastics and PFAS sprinkled all over the landscape for kilometers and kilometers. Wherever the wind blows, that's where it's going to go. And I think the most difficult thing that I've found in relation to wind turbines is that their land scouts, when they go out into communities, will harass people over and over and over again. Come on, give us your land. Come on, give us your land. Come on, we'll pay $5,000 an acre for 5 years. Come on, give us your land. And it is atrocious. These renewables companies are not required to hire legal land agents, and so they go out and it's wild, wild west time. And they meet people who don't know what they're getting into. They do not inform them properly. And then they offer them a lottery ticket worth of money for an exchange for their land. And yeah, that's hard. Okay, solar panels, so much more fun. We're talking about some very serious leaching that comes from these things. I've included in my Dropbox a study from Korea in 2024 that proves a number of heavy metals and toxic chemicals that are being leached from solar panels as they gradually degrade on a daily basis. And the reasons they degrade are from the sun, from the rain, from the snow, from hail. And with every impact, there is damage to a solar panel, yet developers refuse to acknowledge this because it would be the end of them. This is all information on every hearing we bring forward to the AUC over and over and over again. Yet it is their public interest determination where they weigh how much does the public benefit from this as opposed to how much is the public negatively impacted. And if the public benefit is 1% higher than the negative impact, that project can get approved. So it makes it really difficult when we bring the same information forward all the time, and the AUC treats it the same because the narrative is very, very established. All right.
Can I just get a quick question?
Yes.
You say it's a quasi-judicial tribunal. You get a full hearing once you've gone through the procedural prerequisites of exchanging information and so forth. And then it publishes its decisions, right?
Correct.
So presumably if you raise these factors in one project, the commission then takes notice of its findings in relation to these things that were raised. So you don't need to call the same bunch of experts in each time. They look back on the prior decision and for some guidance. Have I got that right?
Almost, because if you don't call an expert, you can't enter any evidence. You can refer to those past precedents and so on, but the strength is bringing an expert in to speak about that specific project and what its specific impacts are according to its specific location.
Right, but the commission itself would look back on earlier decisions it made in relation to similar projects, and for similar reasons, it would follow its own precedents.
Yes.
And yeah, okay. So presumably acts in a consistent fashion with respect to these kinds of projects. Okay, don't let me interrupt you, other than to tell you we've got about 6 minutes left, and you've got, I should also say, your, I assume your notes here that we're reviewing, you're fine with these getting entered as an exhibit.
Absolutely.
So it'll be in the archive of evidence for the NCI, so we can spend more time with them online.
Okay.
So we're halfway through your solar factors.
I'm just gonna speed right up.
Okay.
This gets easier as we go on. Okay, so with battery energy storage systems, we also had a project denied only 6 kilometers from my home, and it's the first one ever in Alberta to be denied, but it was also in the vicinity of this Frank Lake. So there were several reasons there. Data centers, you may have heard yesterday the Synapse data center across the street from Olds College was denied. Yes.
Wow.
That project was looking to destroy a bunch of cultivated land, then 27.4 acres of wetlands, and probably all of Olds College. So very happy that has gone by the wayside. The reason it was denied, they wanted to put a 1.4 gigawatt natural gas plant within 800 meters of 700 homes. Okay, so the next page, this is just showing you my Dropbox link and some of the contents. I did put in copies of the decisions from the various applications. And I've also included cost claim decisions because another important factor here is that the experts and lawyers on landowners' sides often do not get paid appropriately. They will be reduced in pay or, like me, completely unpaid. And I've submitted approximately $50,000 worth of invoices for stakeholder engagement to the AUC and have every single one of them denied because they say, well, a lawyer could do your job. I'm like, the lawyer can't do my job. The lawyer is representing every landowner group in Alberta. So here is just inside the Dropbox. I've set up folders here so that they can be easily reviewed. Got some municipal proceedings, provincial guidelines and regulations, included a copy of my presentation here, and then I've also included a folder that was submitted to the Minister of Utilities and Affordability last July. It included 88 different scientific references and a summary document of Dr. Ursula's recommendations, and it was completely ignored. And this is a file of Dr. Ursula's work. This is an example of the solar project about 20 kilometers from here, where the landowners won because the developer pulled out. And you'll see this is just a sample of what a project will look like and the direct impacts going around it out to 800 meters. So here we had a highly agricultural area, and they wanted to put this nice big old black sign of solar panels right in the middle of it. This is an example of some of the questions that we have asked developers, especially in regards to the use of agricultural land for these projects. Alberta instituted what they call the coexistence policy, where if you want to have a renewable generation project, you must also maintain Now, 80% of the original agricultural production, if you choose to site on Class 2 or Class 1, which there's almost none of lands here in Alberta, and a lot of developers are really reluctant to actually continue farming to any level of productivity. They're very happy to say, well, we'll grow some hay in between the panels and we'll run some sheep under there. So this is technically the end of my presentation. If I have any time left for questions, I would be happy to take them.
Well, you do have a few minutes,
Okay.
and I'll turn it over to the commissioners.
Thank you. You seem to have done a really great job in being able to pull together civilian activism in pushing back against concerns in residential areas. How would you recommend other citizens take appropriate action to push back on other issues in similar manners?
Well, probably one of the most important things that I could say is know your neighbors. Because out of every project that I go on, people are like, I don't know my neighbors. And if you don't know your neighbors, you don't know what's going on. So know your neighbors. Second, usually you just kind of got to keep your eye out for projects as they appear. There is no formal notice. And if you hear of something, it's best to just start looking into it. It's unfortunate that the atmosphere is as such. It's very difficult to find out about projects. I find out about them the day that they've applied on the AUC. Most of the time, that's the beginning. So, yeah, know your neighbors is big because the neighbors really help each other.
I noticed in your information here, thank you for the presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I saw Sturgeon County move forward to 2027. I live in Sturgeon County. I thought that project was dead and done with.
No, it is currently in front of the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. There has been 75 appellants want to appeal the master site plan and the grading plan that were approved by Sturgeon County for the Meta facility. So there's currently a judicial proceeding going on about it, and the question will be, did Sturgeon County misread, misinterpret, or relax their own municipal bylaws in order to accommodate this project? And unfortunately, I have seen that happen in 7 different counties so far. Every single place is looking at the same thing. Rules, bylaws were changed without anyone's notice. This basically took place mostly last summer, started in 2024. And the reason we're seeing backlash now is the government is saying, we've been researching data centers for the last 2 years and we think they're the best thing for Alberta. But not a single person in Alberta knew that's what was going on. Now they're here. Now there's no rules and regulations in place, and people are panicking because we're trying to catch up on 2 years worth of development in an industry that is brand new.
So, as a concerned citizen, where would I go with this information? Me personally, because where I live, and I know this is personal, but I'm sure it affects other people, where do we go with this? Do we go to municipal meetings?
Yeah, unless there's an application in front of the AUC, you cannot go there for any help. The only place would be to be in your municipal jurisdiction and figuring out what they are doing there. That is where the bylaws are passed. That is where the oversight for data center lays. It's actually at the municipal level. There is no provincial oversight for data centers yet. The AUC does not oversee them. They will oversee components of a data center that may affect an application for a power plant they're considering, because they have to consider cumulative noise levels. But at this point, it's really community groups. They are banding together, thick as thieves, quick as lightning. And if you can get onto social media, you can find a lot of the resources that are there. And it's really at the municipal level that things have to be taken, because there is no provincial level for them yet.
Okay.
But that's one of the things I'm asking for. We really need provincial oversight because these data centers are not benign. They are one of the major sources of infrasound.
Yep.
And they are not willing to admit it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
How would you answer the question, are farmers safe in Canada?
I made
From your perspective.
I made a Facebook post and I said it was HE double hockey sticks. No, they are not safe. They are constantly being inundated by these projects. They do not have any kind of protection. The government is very slow and very reactive to putting in rules and regulations. They are not proactive. For example, they put in reclamation guidelines for wind and solar, but nothing for battery energy storage systems. That can cause a massive catastrophe. If anything needs a reclamation security bond, it's that. So there are so many loopholes in the system. It's disheartening, but we just keep trying.
So projects are a concern.
Very much so, yeah.
Thank you.
Just by way of scale for your information, the data center at Olds was to cover 640 acres. So we somehow think these are small projects, but they're not. And it was huge, all agricultural land, top quality. And so these data centers are having a sincere impact on ag production.
Absolutely they are, because in Olds, that data center was actually on cultivated agricultural land that had been previously rezoned into urban future residential. From the urban residential, it got rezoned into light industrial. And with the urban residential designation, the thing about agricultural land there is until it's developed, it remains agricultural land. In this case, they wanted to bring in a heavy industrial project in a light industrial zoning, and the developer wouldn't even recognize that it was agricultural land because he was only willing to reclaim it to industrial surface, not the original agricultural land that it currently is.
Okay. I think that concludes our questions from the commissioners. Jaslana, is there anything else you'd like to sort of...
I did forget one thing. Before I started, I handed out these little pamphlets. This is the extent of the information that you get from the AUC on how to save your land. This is it. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even tell you how to save your land. It just tells you about the process. So consultation is one of the most important things that does not take place in this province properly, and it needs to be entirely revisited.
Well, I assume you've become quite well known amongst those who are involved with the commission, Utilities Commission.
They do know me on a first name basis.
Can they access your wisdom somehow online? Is there a way for them to get hold of you or at least see what your suggestions might be?
Well, this is actually the bad news. When they had the Rule 9 consultation, part of it was not just to talk about interveners' costs. It was to talk about who would be allowed to represent interveners. Prior to the changes, they allowed legal lawyers and agents. And an agent was somebody who is not a lawyer, doesn't have a law degree. After Rule 9, they ruled agents out, and that included me and one other man who lives here in this area, Daryl Bennett. So the AUC is not receptive at all to the information that I am bringing forward, and they have actively worked to ensure that I can never recover costs for the work that I do. However, the caveat with Rule 9 is they actually granted the equivalent of my services to go immediately to Indigenous groups. So while rural landowners do not get access to the kind of services I provide, they have gifted them to Indigenous groups.
It's a very interesting, we could spend some time on that, but let's not.
It's in the file. You can read all about it.
No, I just think you're just a wealth of insights and potential help to people who are up against the commission. And if you were just making yourself available online, whether you're formally retained as a consultant or have any sort of standing with the commission, there's great value in what you've shared with us today. And that's why I was asking if there's a way for the public. They will have the NCI now, and they will always be able to read your material and see your evidence in the archive of the NCI, but is there not something else that they can look to online to?
Well, I do have a Rumble channel that's called Save Our Farms and Flyways with no spaces, where I've archived all of the AUC hearings. I make sure that I make them available so that people can study from them, because the AUC deletes them after a month. And I just have my regular Facebook page under my own name. I don't keep anything personal because this is my life. And, you know, I've been on a couple of podcasts and so on, but that's, a lot of people don't have any problem finding me, which, you know, is good and bad, but yeah, I'm around.
Well, Jason, thank you so much for making the drive in here from Blakey, Alberta today on behalf of the NCI. Thank you very much for your very interesting evidence.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Okay. And Commissioners, we do have another witness on deck right now. He's joining us virtually. Lloyd, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
I can hear you as well. Lloyd Manchester, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My full name is Lloyd Howard Manchester, Manchester.
And Lloyd, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Welcome back to the NCI. I think we last saw you and heard from you. It was in the Kelowna hearings, as I recall. Am I right on that?
That's correct, yes.
And you're joining us, I think, from the Kelowna area. Isn't that where you live? Somewhere up that way?
Yes, and I'm actually in downtown Kelowna right now with a blue sky and 30 degrees.
And just before we get to the subject of your proposed evidence, I want to acknowledge that you scored a victory in the BC Court of Appeal recently by being granted leave to bring before the court a very important issue of whether the city can suppress any protests that you were having. Do you want to quickly tell the world through this platform what you've achieved in that regard?
Sure. So what happens is the city of Kelowna applied for an injunction to stop the rallies that have been going on for the last 6 years in Kelowna, downtown Kelowna, at Stewart Park, which is right across from City Hall. Anyway, one of the things myself and David Lindsay did was that we filed an action against the city called the Protection of Public Participation Act, and we went to court on that. We had 9 days in Supreme Court, and the judge ruled. And the judge and basically it's a 4-point test: is that you have to show that you're having expression, and then how you express that expression, and then there's whether you did the city damage. But anyway, what the judge did was ruled on the first part of the test, because we believe, in our case, that that you can't have expression without expressing yourself. They sort of go together. And anyway, she ruled that there had to be a new test given for the first part of the test.
So,
which,
so it was in the context of what we call a SLAP application, and the city was targeting you and your supporters on, I believe it was a COVID protest, and they were trying to shut you guys down, and then you brought a SLAP application against the city, which was dismissed, but you've been given leave to appeal to the Court of Appeal, basically turning on the right to protest and the ability of the city to legally shut you down. Isn't that generally the issue?
That is the issue. I mean, what's really going on here is that the case in the Court of Appeal was significant because the judge ruled that we had merit to move forward.
Right.
And that's really important because and that the extension of time was granted. But what they're trying to do here is use bylaws in the cities across Canada to stop protests from happening.
That's right.
So they want to use the bylaws to violate your rights and freedoms, because constitutionally it says quite clearly, and the rulings have quite clearly said that you can protest in parks. You don't need a permit. You don't need that kind of stuff.
Right.
So this is a precedent-setting case across Canada.
Yeah, and the background activism at issue in that case, while it was COVID issues that were, I think, the subject of the protests and things, is the activism that now takes us into the subject of this week's coverage, which is subject, which is Are Farmers Safe? And you testified about you've been active in this area in your efforts to sound the alarm about the spraying of chemicals in relation to the gypsy and spongy moth circumstances, and you've basically gave evidence in Kelowna about that, about some history there, and about some legal proceedings with the city in relation to that spraying from your evidence back in Kelowna. And I understand that that's what you wish to address today, then, the ongoing sort of landscape with respect to your efforts, your activism regarding the spraying of gypsy and spongy moths. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's fairly close to it. Yeah, so I want to sort of carry a bit on about that with relation and an update on the BTK. That's Bacillus thuringiensis kerstaki. It's a pesticide used to kill caterpillars. And anyway, they sprayed two cities this year, Delta and Squamish, and the permit was appealed. The permit was lost, and currently, and they sprayed 3 applications in each city. And I've currently used an argument with WorkSafe BC, and I've said to them that they are employers the same as the government is, and that they have to respect the WorkSafe BC laws. And so I'm going after them on that angle. So we're continuing to fight that, and I think there will be a lot discussion at the Union of BC Municipalities conference this September about stopping this program in its tracks. But this is just an illustration of one program that's going on in BC. But other programs that are similar are programs like the spraying of glyphosate in our forests here in BC, and they're being sprayed in our forests across the country. And they're also spraying more and more BTK, which is a bacteria, and so the soil becomes inoculated, and there's different things that can happen with respect to that. But with all of this spraying going on, not to mention the geoengineering spraying or particulate spraying from these particulate trails, where you're getting barium, selenium, aluminum, and all kinds of other things coming down onto us. So the aerial spraying is definitely impacting, our environment. And Roundup or glyphosate, which I fought against for decades, is probably one of the most toxic substances that almost every person that eats wheat or anything like that that's grown will have in their bodies. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty sad and sick because we're sort of expected to carry the burden here, and farmers are actually at a fairly high risk. And I just like to point out too what I think the top main risks are to farmers in the province and in the country.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
I'll get you to do that, but just review real quickly the spraying, the examples of the kinds of spraying which concern you, the moth spraying, the glyphosate spraying, the BTK, and the spraying in relation to geoengineering. All of these things are related but different battlefronts, and because presumably the use of these sprays and the potential impact environmentally and health-wise must differ as between these various categories of spraying. Am I right about that? And these are each kind of representing slightly different battlefields for you in your activism?
Yes, and it's just all part of the bigger picture where, and again, with all these chemicals that are being deposited on us, we don't actually know what they're actually doing, because when a chemical, the active ingredient, is used, and keeping in mind BTK is using a formulation with 87% of the ingredients unknown, and they say they're not toxic, which of course is not true, but that these pesticides are, have residues, and these residues exist for long periods of time, and the breakdown metabolites of these residues are in fact in a lot of cases more toxic. So malathion, as an example, will break down the first stage to malloxin, which again is more toxic than the original active, and then it will eventually degrade. But again, these exposure risks continue to mount up, especially from these aerial spray programs. And then you have, basically most of the food that you eat is sprayed unless it's organic, and we're still not certain, you're not certain it is truly organic, because certain sprays can be used in that. So you're not sure what's on your food. And, you're basically in a state where you have to take precautions all the time, especially, using baking soda and water to wash all your fruits and that off, because there's two types of pesticide exposure. There's topical, which is on the outside, and then there's systemic, which is on the inside of whatever product it is. So, there's always a lot of things with pesticides are inadvertent exposures to them. So, and that's one of the big problems, especially with farmers.
Well, let's go into that then, because we're trying to focus on the question of whether farmers are safe, and inferentially the food supply in Canada and Canadians, the consumers of the products. Tell us about that. Tell us about your concerns that in relation to the pesticides and other chemicals possibly applied on farmland.
Well, I think there's more risks than this, but I mean, from the very beginning, there's the pesticide exposure. So in farming, you have applicator exposure, worker exposure, re-entering the fields after exposure, contaminated clothing, tools. In fact, applicators are actually one of the key people that they study from an epidemiological perspective, because they tend to get sicker faster as a result of that exposure. And then there's the workers that go in and pick the fruit and all of this stuff, and they're being exposed to pesticides that are degrading as they do this, and therefore they have low level exposure. And the thing about pesticides too is a lot of times they don't actually affect you, in my experience anyway, for sometimes decades after you've had these exposures. And then again, there's the cumulative risk, which we all face. And that's and farmers are facing more because of the different, obviously producing all of the food, but they get multiple exposures throughout the season, through their skin, lungs, food, dust, air, the food they eat. Then they have they're exposed to the residues. So the residues, and in some cases, the metabolites of those residues are breaking down, and they're being exposed. There's the potential impact of contamination of water sources, irrigation water, wells, creeks, those kinds of things. There's one of my bigger concerns is the particulate trail thing, where you're having these unknown airborne particulates settling down, into the soil, on our crops, and farmers don't know. When I was in Rock Creek speaking at a town hall, that was one of their big concerns, is they don't know what it's actually doing, and they're kind of afraid to ask. And so there was a lot of fear around that area with respect to farmers that I was getting from their input. There's no proper testing going on either. When you look for soil testing and that, you're not seeing that. And I think it's partly from fear, but it's also partly from municipalities and governments not wanting to do any kind of full type of testing. There's spray drift from farming operations where they not only expose themselves, but they expose people. So orchards in urban areas. Kelowna is a really good example. Intensification within urban areas, pushing the orchards out. That's happening here in Kelowna. And then there's farmers who are dealing with like the trust of the public. And when you're spraying pesticides and you're trying to get your crops in and you're trying to keep yourself safe, and it's another thing to try to do it in a way in which you keep other people safe from it. So, you know, basically, farmers are being asked to produce food while carrying chemical risk, environmental risk, economic risk, and land use conflicts, public trust risks, and risks that they're not even allowed to measure, and in some cases don't even have the faintest clue about how to do this and how to be able to, you know, get food to all of us so we can eat and live.
Lloyd, one of your victories on this front was against the city of Kelowna in its spraying, and you gave some evidence about that when you were last testifying with the NCI up in Kelowna. You talked about how Squamish has resumed after stopping the spraying. They resumed it for some reason. I can't recall how that story ended about Squamish, but you also just now a minute ago talked about being down at Rock Creek, speaking to a group of folks down there about these kinds of issues. Tell us about you and are you associated with a group? I think there was a group that you were associated with for about 25 years or so. Do you still have that group, and what is it called?
Well, that group was called the Canadian Earth Care Society, and that was you know, a multi-issue environmental group that I ran for 25 years. We were successful in stopping the regional district of the Central Okanagan from using malathion to kill mosquitoes. They never sprayed malathion again, and they actually use BTI, which is an offshoot of BTK, Bacillus thuringiensis israeliensis, to kill mosquitoes in storm drains and ponds. It has some environmental effect for sure, but again, it's a solution. And I think that's what's lacking is the ability, not even just the ability, but you know, for bodies and governments to be looking for solutions, alternatives. I mean, we're 2026 and we can't figure out how not to use chemicals. And unfortunately, you know, there's just no incentive because it seems that it's quite clear that there's an effort to be poisoning us on a regular basis, whether it's from the sky, the water, or the air.
What efforts have you made with respect to changing things in Victoria or even Ottawa? I suppose would be overlapping jurisdiction, it seems, on a lot of this stuff. Any progress on the political front?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's a really hard political game right now. But what you know, I'm with the Kelowna Citizens Safety Association, and we're running a campaign called The Right to Be Heard. And so we believe that the foundation of government is at the municipal level, but the provincial government controls that type of government. So what we found in BC, we did a study of 8 communities or 7 communities in one regional district. And we found that basically the people don't have the right and I suspect this is across BC and I suspect it's across the country, but that basically if there's an agenda item on a public meeting, you can't speak to it. They've altered the law in BC here to allow, they changed all the zoning from single family to multifamily. They changed neighborhoods, they've increased density, and you can't speak to it because the law says it's illegal. So we're conducting a campaign that will bring people's attentions to the fact that you can't speak to councils and even farmers when you think about it, land use decisions, all this kind of stuff. If it's already permitted by the official community plan, you're done, you can't speak to it. So we're fighting that battle to bring that to the forefront, as well as going after the government with respect to geoengineering. We'll be launching a campaign on that coming this fall, and that will be combined with freedom of information requests to the federal government, of which we have quite a bit of that information. We're really close to being able to launch that. But what we want to do is we need to get people involved and taking action. And it doesn't matter whether you write a letter, whether you're, anything that you do starts to change what's going on. Because what I'm talking about is pretty dismal, and it can get people down. But I don't look at it that way. I always look at it being positive. Form your own little community organizations, 1, 2, 3, 4 people. It doesn't matter. Start, interacting with your municipal governments and starting to get things changed and get people that want to, we, on our campaign against, or with the municipal governments, we've said, as a alderman or a councillor, you have to swear an oath to the community. And, and you have to pledge your allegiance to the community, not to the king and not to the provincial government. So there's ways in which you can take action. And again, even if you don't do that, just think about one or a number of things, but one main thing, which is what kind of world do you want to see? I want to see a world where my grandkids can grow up and not be poisoned. I want to see one where they can, not be indoctrinated and told what they should be thinking, where they can, utilize their skills of creativity and enjoy being a child instead of being, bombarded with all the issues that we have to face in this world, and think about what we want. And the more the people think about it, the more that we can change the world, and we will change it, because that's what we are. We're creator beings. We create our reality, and we can create a reality that's better than the one we've got right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Lloyd. Just one quick one before I turn you over to the commissioners here. You referred to geoengineering a couple times as one of those 4 areas of spraying that you've raised as concerns with you, and tell us briefly what do you mean? What do you mean by geoengineering? What are you actually referring to?
Well, it's basically the science of altering the weather.
Okay.
And by whether you're, in Alberta, they have, cloud seeding programs where they're, creating clouds that will produce rain. And they're doing these kinds of things all over the world, except they've gone to the next stage, which is that they're emitting particulates out of the back of these airplanes. So it's not a contrail. A contrail will dissolve. You'll see a plane, it'll go along. Right. Actually, I'm just looking at one right now, but it'll go around and you'll see that trail disappear as it goes. On these other ones, all these particulates, the only reason they expand and they do that in the sky is they have particulates in them. That's the only way it could hold it in place and allow it to do it. So what are they? And what are they doing to us? So we need to have more monitoring. We need to be putting pressure on them. Like our campaign will be, sending pictures daily to these elected representatives and saying, you have a responsibility to protect the air above your municipality. And if that's the case, then you should be finding out what's in this stuff. Why is it coming over you? The one thing that's happening from the congressional hearings in the United States is that they have states that have banned it. They're going after filing legal action against the military from the planes that are in fact distributing these types of particulates. So, I think there's great hope in the United States as far as the amount of states that are banning this and the amount of states that are starting to monitor it. We have a lot to learn from what they're doing, but they're definitely going after the pilots that are doing this kind of stuff. And I think that's progress. It's just a matter of time before that whole system starts to crumble and we get our blue skies back, like when we were children.
All right. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners who I think might have some questions for you.
Sure, thank you.
Right. Krista? No? Okay, Lloyd, I think the commissioners are fine. So let me just give you the last minute. Our timing is perfect, by the way, and I would invite you then to give some closing comments if you feel inclined to do that.
Sure. To answer your question, yes, I think that the farmers are at risk. Our farming system is at risk, and that the farmers are bearing probably the highest degree of risk in all of this exposure, and I think it illustrates the issues that we need to deal with in our society, which is the contamination of our food, or even just labeling it. In Canada, they don't even label all the stuff that was in it. If you put all the ingredients that were in these pesticides, because if you eat strawberries or you eat any of the dirty dozen pesticides, you're getting 2, 3, 4 pesticides on one fruit. And so therefore you're getting cumulative exposure. And I think that the more people that understand that this is happening, then they'll start to take steps to change the way they eat and encourage and ask, for these things to change, whether it's at your grocery store, whether it's through your municipal council, your provincial government, or your federal government. If we don't do anything, we're in trouble. I don't think we have anything but to become active and to save our world. And I mean, that's when I started doing this in 1980. My whole thing then was, to save the world. And I got knocked back quite a few times, and I changed the world a lot. And that was just one person. And I think we can all do that. And I really am thankful for what the National Citizens Inquiry has done for our country, has done for the world, by having people of great caliber and quality speak to the issues of the day so that it's not being covered up by the media, and that we have a record of our history of how we fought against the corruption and the poisoning of our world.
Very well put, Lloyd. Well, on behalf of the NCI, we want to thank you for participating tonight with us and sharing your views with us. Thank you for your passion on these issues, these hugely important issues, and your activism on these various battlefronts. We're very, very grateful for you and to have you here with us tonight. And all the best in the BC Court of Appeal on your defending your right to protest on these very important issues, related issues, but absolutely vitally important ones. So on behalf of the NCI, Lloyd, thank you very much for attending tonight.
Well, thank you for having me, and you can get information from our website, kelownacsa.org, if you want to find out more about the other issues we're involved in. But thank you again so much for doing what you're doing and bringing all this to the forefront.
Thank you. Now, Commissioners, we talked about a brief break before our next witness, who's scheduled to go for about an hour or so. Do we still wish to take that quick break? Okay, let's do that. Our next witness, Dr. Michelle Perrault, is with us on the screen, but if we could just stand down for about 5 minutes, then we'll be back with our next witness. We'll take a brief break. Thank you.
Well,
but you start well. You start every interview with well.
Yeah, here we are in High River, Alberta, on a beautiful sunny day. And I've got Angie here all the way from Saskatchewan. I first met Angie in Kelowna back in March.
Yes.
When the first hearings were held on the question, are farmers safe in Canada? And I had no idea how important she was and what a big shot she is.
Oh, I am not.
She doesn't think that she is, but I know that she is, because she bosses me around left, right, and center. She tells me when I can be quiet and when I can talk and when I can't talk and all the rest of that other stuff. Isn't that right?
He's the biggest liar. Don't believe him.
Anyways, that's my 1 minute intro to Angie. And Angie, we got all kinds of volunteers here.
Oh, yes.
Why don't you tell people about your role with the National Citizens Inquiry? Like, what do you do? What are you doing here? Make it fun.
Truly?
Yeah.
Can I be myself?
Absolutely.
It didn't start out like this, but after the first meeting I went to, the next meeting was family and community. And it didn't matter whether they were sitting in the courtroom and being a lawyer or a commissioner or a guest or one of our people that testify. It felt like we are a community. We are together in something that we can share with other people to make our country great again.
You know, this thing called community.
Yes.
So we already know that there's been nearly 500 witnesses that have testified,
Yeah.
that we have 4 commissioners that sit through the hearings,
Yeah.
that we have, what else? You know, people that drive people around and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
People cooking.
people cooking.
Yeah.
You know, we just talked with Carrie Ann about compassion and how the National Citizens Inquiry is a community of people.
Yeah.
But there's a part of it that, you know, we haven't really put enough numbers to.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, this is the 43rd day of hearings being held from coast to coast.
To coast, yeah.
But how many volunteers are, other than the ones that I just mentioned, how many volunteers are there? I think there's got to be close to thousands.
Well, I don't know that, but I know there is very many. We have them in different groups, not just here. We have them in prayer groups. We have them in compassion. We have them going to funerals for people that live provinces away. And then we're sitting there and they look up and they say, community, there's my community at a funeral. It's totally amazing. I cannot stress it more how important that community
So don't take
is.
this the wrong way,
Okay, what?
but I get around.
Yeah. Okay.
And by
What
that,
does your wife say?
well, that's a little too personal, but it's kind of funny. I could tell you what she says, but I don't think I will. She tells me that I need help all the time.
Okay.
But the real fun part of it is I get to talk to lots of different people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I get to talk to lots of different volunteers. We started the National Citizens Inquiry Ambassador Program. And the idea behind that is to elevate awareness of the National Citizens Inquiry in every way that we possibly can, with the public at large, with the media wherever we can, with institutions, you know, like various colleges and stuff like that, as well as all of our elected representatives. And, you know, it's interesting, a lot of them don't want to admit that they're part of this community yet, but they're coming around.
Slowly.
And you just mentioned an example, I think, of how people are actually part of this community and they may not even know it.
And they may not even know it. And
which is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. And we can be so grateful for that.
But there's another thing that goes on this community that you haven't told people about in terms of your job here. You haven't really told them about your job. Like,
I don't know.
What happens? What's the first thing that happens when somebody steps through that door that you?
You want me to demonstrate? Your wife may not like it.
you just show me what you got.
Get up. Okay. Hi. How are you?
Oh dear. Oh. This is the hugger.
This is the hugger.
This is the lady that shows up. You show up at the front door and you get a hug from this lady, don't you?
And you get a hug, and
that is a welcome. That's part of making a people community.
This is what I want to do, but also because it is such a serious event with people losing husbands and wives sometimes by just wanting to testify the truth. That they need this. They need
that touch.
That touch to know. And some of them are starting to cry. They haven't had a touch like that. And to me, this is a big deal. It's a big deal.
I've seen people come through that door and they feel a lot better once they've got that hug.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And I think you put something into this that people might not realize, and maybe you don't too, and I'm going to say it this way.
Okay.
And I heard it this morning at our volunteer meeting from John.
Yes.
When you get that hug, that makes people feel like they're welcome and that they're a citizen in this world.
And they are. And so many don't know that. You are welcome. You are valued.
And you are a citizen.
And you are a citizen. Yes.
And that's why they call it the National Citizens
I think
Inquiry.
you're
It's not the
right.
National Politicians Inquiry.
No. It's the citizen. Yes.
It's not the National Lawyers Inquiry.
No.
It's not the National Doctors Inquiry.
It's you and me, and we here.
It's you, me, and that guy behind the tree over there.
And we can be ourselves. We don't have to put a face on. We can be totally ourselves. And I love that.
I love it too.
Yeah.
And it means that we can agree.
Yeah.
We
Or
can
disagree.
Disagree.
Absolutely. That's our right still in Canada. Yet.
And that's all part of the fun.
Yeah, it is.
You know, I have nothing but fun. I can't tell you, I have laughs here. And yeah, we get into serious stuff.
Yeah.
But
Can
there
you hear
is
me?
fun stuff that goes on too.
Yes,
Just like that big smile that you got going right now where you're showing me your pearly whites, you know, like play
Well,
piano on them.
well, I was going to make a comment, but I'm not on television.
Okay. So I got just a couple more questions for you, and then we'll wrap it up. And it
Okay.
goes like this. First one is why do you volunteer? Just wrap it. You may have already mentioned this, but why do you volunteer, and why is the National Citizens Inquiry important?
I think I said this before. We are so brainwashed by what is going on in the media and everything else. And then you come to something like this and
Welcome back, everybody. Commissioners, our next witness is joining us virtually. Michelle, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Dr. Michelle Pirot, I'm wondering if you might state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Sure. Michelle Perro, P-E-R-R-O.
And Michelle, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Welcome back to the NCI. You were, I think, last speaking to us, was it back in Vancouver? Was it the fall of 24? And you first testified at the NCI. So this is, I think, your second presentation with the NCI. So thank you and welcome back. What I propose to do, I know you have a PowerPoint presentation or something of that nature that we'll start in a moment, but I just want to introduce you and have you supplement whatever I say or correct whatever mistake I might make. But I understand you're an integrative pediatrician with more than 4 decades of pediatric experience and approximately 25 years in what's called integrative medicine or integrative medicine, which maybe I'll get you to explain in a second what that is. You're the author and co-author of a couple of books, Making Our Children Well and What's Making Our Children Well and What's Making Our Children Sick, I think are the names of those 2 books that you've authored or co-authored. I understand today you will examine what the health of children may reveal about the food and environmental conditions and public health priorities. And I think the title of your presentation today is The Canadian Child as a Biological Sentinel, a focus on the microbiome, as I've noted your intended presentation. And you're joining us, I think, from Fairfax, California, is that right?
That is correct.
Great.
Very, very good. You got it down.
Well, I must credit the folks who pull this together for us at the NCI. They've done a pretty good job. But so with that very brief introduction, then Michelle, tell us what an integrative pediatrician is.
Certainly. So what I do is I'm a holistic pediatrician, so I don't treat symptoms necessarily. What we do is look for the root cause for what's causing whatever a child's symptoms may be. And we're always relying on pharmaceuticals. We use a much larger toolbox, homeopathics, herbals, hands-on medicine, and of course, food is medicine. So a different perspective, a different point of view, and we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We use what we need to do to get children well.
Okay, is a holistic approach a word that you would use as a sort of a way to capture the meaning of interactive pediatrician? Holistic approach?
Yes, certainly. We are holistic physicians. I like holistic. Some people use the word functional. I never liked that word. So I stick to integrative, meaning I'm bringing the different pieces together, different types of medicine, weaving them together, individualized. Every kid is different. 5 kids in a family, they all might require a different treatment protocol. So it's individualized, holistic based, root driven therapeutics.
Okay, great. So with that background, Michelle, unless there's anything else you want to say up front before we get going into your presentation, and you're welcome to share with us whatever you wish. Otherwise, I'm prepared to just hand it over to you right now and invite you to start your presentation.
Certainly. Why don't we get started? And I'm going to share my screen and I'll get the presentation up.
Great.
Okay, how's that? Can you see that well enough?
Yes.
So again, thank you, NCI. I love this group. I love what you guys are doing. I love the citizen-led voice. So this aligns perfectly with the kind of way I see the way children's health needs to be shaped. So what I'm looking at, you see, like, what kind of topic is this? I feel that there has been an attack on children. You heard, I believe, Lloyd prior to me and many other speakers, that there is an assault on our children's health. And the way that it's happening, one of the ways is through the microbiome. And I hope by sharing with you some science over the next hour, or whatever you guys want to give me, I will relate to you what I've learned over the past 43 years about how the microbiome attack has driven neurocognitive changes in our children's health. So we'll get started. So a little bit about me. I run a 501c3 GMO Science that was started in 2014. The other folks kind of stepped out. I continued going, and we specifically started to counteract the narrative by Monsanto, now Bayer, that GMOs were fine, safe and effective. I hate those two words, safe and effective, and that we were going to show the science that gave you the other side of the issues regarding GMOs and their associated pesticides, glyphosate-based herbicides for one. There are certainly more toxic herbicides now as weeds have gotten smarter and have gained resistance against glyphosate-based herbicides, Roundup. So what am I talking about? The Canadian child as a biological sentinel, and what the health of our kids reveals about our food, our environment, and our public health priorities, and what I can share with you about the missteps here in the US, and hopefully you guys can autocorrect in Canada. Let me move that down. Let me just get rid of my own face here. There. So there is a signal, and you guys in Canada, I'm going to specifically speak about Canadian children. I don't need to talk about Californian kids or New Jersey kids. Let's talk your kids. Since 1 in 4 has a long-term condition. That's shocking. When I wrote that first book in 2017, 54% of American children had a chronic disease. It's about 73% now. And if you look at those numbers, this is an epidemic. It's literally a pandemic. And that equates to 1.6 million children. That's a lot of children in your country. And I want to share with you that I'm not all Dr. Doom and Gloom, that development creates vulnerability, but opportunity. And as I take you through the weeds, pun intended, folks, I have so many bad ones this evening, but we're going to also see how we change this around. We're solutionaries. So I made a lot of these images. You can take screenshots of them. Happy to share them for you. And I like text, but I also like pictures. I'm a pediatrician. I like stickers, crayons, markers. Yeah, I like all that. So I want to hone down, beat into kids are not little adults. They have greater vulnerability. They're developing. And I won't go into this ad nauseum, but you'll see it happens in their brain. It happens in their hormone system, the endocrine system. It happens in their microbiome. We're going to talk about that tonight. It happens in their immune system, which is linked to the microbiome. It happens regarding their gut barrier. All the kids now have leaky gut or intestinal permeability. And their detoxification systems are different. Kids do not detox as well as we can. The liver, kidney, and detox pathways are immature and easily overwhelmed by toxic exposures. Childhood, as I wrote here below, is a critical window. Exposures and experiences today can shape a lifetime of health or disease. So feel free to take pictures, screenshots. So I pose to you, NCI, listeners, attendees, is this environment compatible with the optimal development of a child? I ask you. Let's look at the framework. The child, the sentinel. The microbiome, I'll talk more about it. The interface. Food, environment, medicines, lifestyles shape the terrain. It's all about the terrain. Beauchamp was right, Pasteur was not. If you don't have a healthy terrain, nothing's going to grow. Excellent seed, and you don't have good soil, nothing is going to grow. And what does that produce? Health or disease. Let's move on. So this is broken up into segments. I like breaking things down. I like taking things that seem out of reach and digestible so that an 8-year-old can understand it. And so the first part we're looking at is where the child meets the environment via the microbiome. What is this microbiome? I keep saying it, but you say, what is she talking about? And it's the invisible ecosystem. It's a living interface between us and the world. It's not just bacteria, folks. There's a microvirome, viruses, mycobiome, fungi, protozoa, and very primitive organisms called archaea. They colonize every part of our body: eyes, skin, colon, biggest microbiome. And for example, if the person you're sitting next to, you don't like them, it may not be you don't like them. It may be your microbes don't like their microbes. We share microbes and families, by the way. The largest collection in the gut. It functions like a metabolic organ. It might as well be an organ. And it is the key driver of digestion, immunity, and brain function. We are only 10% human, some of us less, some of us more rodential, ratty. I guess NCI can make bad jokes. I made them a couple of years ago. I think Canadians have a sense of humor still. Okay, I'll go on. And the other 90% are microbes, our partners in health. So I like pictures. I already told you that. This is kind of what they look like. So you get a sense what I'm talking about. Of course, these are all microscopic. I'll put up a lot of literature, not that you're going to become experts on this. I know for the most part, I'm speaking to lay people, legal people, citizens, farmers, hopefully lots of farmers, but we know a lot about the microbiome now, and there's a lot we don't know. I want to pull out a few papers so you know I'm not just a doctor of juju medicine. I'm legitimate. I am an MD, as I've established. I'm also a homeopath, the great eye-rolling profession, the bastard child of medicine, and we have gained traction. So there's evidence that shows that the microbiome composition is associated, for example, with development of obesity and metabolic disease. I'm going to hone in on that a lot this evening regarding Canadian children. Oh yeah, Canadian children have a problem, not so different than American children. So what I want to share with you, that factors that influence the formation of the gut microbiome during infancy and childhood can impact the development of obesity and metabolic dysfunction. In mice that were sterile, that received the microbiome, for mice that were obese, the other mice developed obesity. So there are metabolic markers via the microbiome for cardiometabolic disease. Isn't that fascinating? I thought you'd find that interesting. More pictures. There is a homeostatic balance between health and disease. On the health side, sources of microbes, mom, local environment. I'm going to show you what they are. Modifiers, genetics, small part. Diet, huge. Drugs, big time. Disease mechanisms, you're not going to become microbiologists, but there's something called bacterial translocation and inflammation. That matters with GMOs, as the person speaking before me began to mention. Energy and nutrient bioavailability, and we don't actually get benefit from the microbes, but what they produce, that they're called metabolites, and they're known as metabolic response modifiers. Name doesn't matter, but they make stuff that we need. Let's move on. Okay, so how do kids' microbiomes different from ours? They're not the same, and it changes throughout life. Let me show you what that looks like. So kids' microbiome is under construction. So colonization, we think, begins at birth, but actually, I don't believe that. There's a lot of literature now suggesting that there is a fetal microbiome and a placental microbiome. There's also a brain microbiome. What am I telling you? That no part of our body is sterile. Mythology, throw it out. And of course, the mode of delivery of babies matters. Vaginal births, babies acquire mom's microbiome. Moms have to be healthy. And that microbiome begins to talk to the baby's thymus, a gland that sits right behind the sternum. They involute by late childhood. And that sets up an arm of the immune system called the innate immune system. Cesarean section babies, I had one. I think Canada, you're leading the charge in the world for the number of C-section births, 34%. We are behind at 32%. Oh, yeah. C-sections, the babies look like the surgical suite and not like mom. Breastfeeding can restore some of that microbial well-being. Breastfeeding is so critical. If you hear nothing else tonight, why babies have to be breastfed, and I'll share that why that is. Babies have lower microbial diversity, but high numbers. And this is the window of imprinting. They have high numbers of one particular microbe called bifidobacteria. Bifidobacteria, you may be familiar with it from yogurt. If you don't know it now. If you have children, you want to support bifido. If you have grandchildren, even more. By age 3, the microbiome looks like adults' microbiome, and any disruptions that occurred from antibiotics, diet, toxics can alter that microbiome for life. One dose of amoxicillin, that pink yucky antibiotic that every kid has received, can change the microbiome for 6 months. I know, this is a big deal, folks. And of course, you all know that glyphosate is an antibiotic, right? Patented in 2003 and then 2010. It is an excellent antibiotic, killing off the soil microbiome. So this is why I've shaped this lecture to share with you how our children have been under a targeted attack since the introduction of glyphosate began. Formulated in 1950, introduced in 1973 as a metal cleaner. It's a chelator, binds minerals, and then as an herbicide. So I don't want to get into this much because I'm going to start to lose you all. It's late at night. You're going to snooze. I just want to show you that there is a transition from initial exposures, transitional, stable, retrogression. And babies start out with a lot of bifidobacteria. And by the time we leave this planet, we have very little. A4M medicine, which is anti-aging medicine, would do really well by getting babies' poop. There's a lot on fecal transplant now, by the way, guys. That's a whole nother topic. You'll have to invite me back for that one. So, moving right along. Okay, so what are the factors affecting the microbiome? You can see that it's just not one thing. There's a load. I talked about maternal vaginal flora. There are environmental factors, house cleaning products, what you use, perinatal antibiotics, moms who have group B strep, for example, maternal lifestyle. What mom eats affects the baby's taste buds. If mom drank alcohol, babies prefer alcohol. If mom ate a lot of fermented foods, babies prefer fermented foods. How babies fed. Did I say breastfeeding like a million times? I'm going to trash infant formula by the end of this talk. Gestational age, how the baby is delivered, and mom's gut and mom's skin. So I just want to share why breast milk is so key. It has prebiotics in it for baby, has probiotics for baby, and immune factors. The pre and probiotics in there are designed specifically to feed the microbes, not even the baby. So there's a design in place that the bifidobacteria gets moms. It's called human milk oligosaccharides. Ultras processed foods, the first one is infant formula. And what we've known to take out the microbiome are ultra processed foods. I know. What are we doing? Refined carbs, seed oils, avocado oil is now contaminated. You all saw that. GMOs and pesticides. I did that talk in Vancouver, as you heard when I first came to NCI, and I'm so thrilled to be back with you guys because it takes all of us. This is a global agenda. Pesticides damage microbial diversity. So do GMOs, by the way. They're not benign. We'll get into that. And fiber, polyphenols, fermented foods, all feed the beneficial species. We have to feed the microbiome. Can't eat just any old stuff. Ultra processed foods do not fly. And in shortly, I'm going to show you why. So hang with me. I know it's late. You already heard about antibiotics disrupt the microbiome. So do antacids, acetaminophen. So many of the pharmaceuticals disrupt the microbial balance. Acetaminophen, it's been definitely associated with autism. It depletes glutathione. Glutathione is the body's master antioxidant. It is key for preventing internal rusting, and it affects microbial metabolism and our capacity to detoxification. That process happens in your liver. So, although we make glutathione, the production goes down with age. What takes out glutathione? Toxicants, GMOs, pesticides, infections, stress, and diet is huge for taking it out. You need cysteine, and cysteine is the rate limiting factor for our bodies to make glutathione. I take some cysteine via something called NAC, N-acetylcysteine, every night, and that is the treatment for Tylenol overdoses. I'm a pediatric emergency physician by training, and I did that before my transition into integrative health, the holistic space, and becoming a homeopath, which I started practicing in 1993. A little bit more research. So I'm not from the School of Juju Medicine. In 2015, researchers from Yale showed that, that's my alma mater, that prenatal antibiotic exposure influenced the development of type 1 diabetes in the offspring. Oh yeah. So these antibiotics make a huge difference. Now listen, someone needs antibiotic, I don't hold it back. But boy, I will try a lot of tools first before I reach for the prescription pad. However, one of my favorite antibiotics is, you guessed it, who said ivermectin? Anybody? Yeah, that's yet another talk, NCI, maybe next year. So, environmental exposures. I know she's like, you guys are saying, is she going to talk about glyphosate again? Yes, I talk about it a lot. Heavy metals. Oh, mercury, one of the best antimicrobials there is. When I was a kid, I used to paint my body with mercurochrome, mercury, and we've known that for decades. And a lot of pesticides are contaminated with heavy metals. A lot of that work was done by Dr. Gilles Seralini in France, and they took him over the coals. But you may not know that EMFs, everywhere, electromagnetic frequencies, also reduce the heterogeneity and promote the growth of mold. Everybody's talking mold toxin. Well, there's a reason. EMFs were bombarded with them. Lack of outdoor exposure reduces microbial variety. Yes, I just threw that in there. Get outside, kiss the earth, kiss the soil. I couldn't help but put this picture in of that tree that's exposed to electromagnetic frequencies from a cell tower there. You can see what happens, and you can see molds just going nuts in an area that was exposed to high EMFs. And so molds like EMF, and they grow better with EMFs. Isn't that interesting? And what are we all getting bathed in, particularly during COVID? 5G, 6G is knocking at our door. Yeah. And yet another talk, NCI. We're going to have to be doing this for like decades. We have so many talks coming up. So moving along, you hear C-section no good, formula feeding no good, NICU stays when the kids stay in the ICU not long. We need skin-to-skin contact. And I talk about some of these things. I'm going to move on. I won't dwell on this. You're not pediatricians. Let me just talk a little bit about this study I did 2 years ago. And we looked at infant formula. And we studied whether infant formula had toxic metals. I was concerned about this because of a school lunch study, which I'll share with you in a minute. And we tested 40 infant formulas, 2 of 20 types, conventional and organic, local and abroad. I don't think Canada makes any infant formula, by the way. Tested, all of them were positive for toxic metals. They all had lead and aluminum, every one of them. And there's very little data when these heavy metals, aluminum is not heavy, by the way, by weight, it's just toxic when they're together. They have increased negative effect, and that is called negative synergism. It's rarely studied because they don't want you to know what you're eating in the cocktail of pesticides, cocktail of heavy metals. We went to DC on this. A group of us went, we marched into the FDA, the USDA, we went everywhere, and we got what they call a run around. I wrote a bill here in the state of California. It went nowhere fast. We tried to get companies to identify metals in formula, and that bill got shut down. We'll try to bring it back again next year. They don't want families to know what's in those formulas. Okay? They put something in formulas called human milk oligosaccharides. They're in breast milk. Every breast milk is unique. That's the food for the microbes that I mentioned before. But when they add them in formula, they're made from a genetic engineering process. What that does long term to children, not been studied. And that is one of my pet peeves, is genetically modified microbes have made their way into every part of our lives, our food, our supplements, baby's formula. They are not labeled, they are not identified. That could be changing, but not yet. This is the skin to skin transfer that I was talking about. I just love this picture, but when I picked this picture, I didn't realize this dad, I assume he's dad, had white spots on his hand. That's vitiligo. So dad had an autoimmune disease. I didn't realize it when I saw it, but then I left it in. Yes, this is also great for babies. Sharing microbes with animals increases their immune resilience. Farm children have some of the healthiest immune systems who grow up on clean farms, organic, regenerative farms, not the toxic monocropping farms that we have throughout the US. And you have in Canada too. We'll talk about that. So let's get into some nitty gritty. Of course, would it be a talk from a physician without some stats? Let me just torture you with some statistics. Chronic disease is reshaping childhood in Canada. I told you about the 1 in 4 kids. You got that. Autism, glad you asked. It's about 1 in 44 kids now in Canada is now on this autistic spectrum. When I was a resident at Bellevue, New York University, it was 1 in 10,000. And in the US, we're not doing great. In our great state of California, it's 1 in 12.5 boys. I don't know where the 0.5 came from, is on the autism spectrum. California is competing with New Jersey for some of the highest rates of autism. ADHD in your fair country has increased, and autism also increased based on the Canadian Health Survey on Children and Youth. Now, this is the stuff that really caught my attention, if that wasn't bad enough. And what I wanted to share with you tonight about your kids, 1 in 3 Canadian children age 5 to 17 is now overweight, which is up to 95th percentile in weight, or obesity. Obesity is a BMI greater than 95th percentile. However, recent childhood obesity prevalence itself has been relatively stable. We'll take it. The historical change is substantial. And so I'm just sharing with you that these trends happening in your country are concerning. Obesity is not a benign disorder. It's associated in adulthood with autoimmune disease, cardiovascular disease, mental health challenges, etc., even cancer. Yes, all associated with obesity. I just couldn't resist just saying stress. Does emotional stress affect the microbial terrain? Absolutely. Chronic stress alters the gut, brain, microbiome axis, lowering beneficial species like lactobacilli and bifidobacteria. Cortisol and catecholamines change our gut and create more leaky gut and motility. And stress hormones can directly feed pathogenic bacteria. So children under psychosocial or environmental stress, lockdowns, masks, go picket, pretend pandemics, often show increased dysbiosis and inflammation. That's another talk, folks. We're going to save that one. So the developing child's microbiome mirrors their emotional landscape. Calm, connected environments nurture microbial balance, and chronic stress dysregulates both the gut and the brain. Let's move on. You guys still good out there? Yeah, I'm going to assume you're still good. Yeah? Do I hear a yay?
Yay.
Yay. Okay, I'm going to keep going. I wanted to share a little bit about hand sanitizers, and this was a COVID phenomenon. Over-sanitized, under-resilient, and these alcohol-based hand sanitizers change the microbial diversity on the skin. They alter immune training. And triclosan, which is still found in some products, it was banned in 2016. is an antibiotic. It promotes antibiotic resistance. Early life overuse of these sanitizers delays the development of immune tolerance, and it's linked to increased rates of atopic disease, which are eczema, asthma, and allergies. What does work? Soap and water. I'll go on a little bit more about this. So Dial is owned by a German multinational called Henkel. Dial's Canadian antibacterial hand soaps are sold by Henkel Consumer Brands Canada. That benzalkonium chloride back is a quat. It's called a quaternary ammonium compound, and those quats have been shown to have reproductive issues at very small amounts in rodents. Amazing work by a vet named Dr. Terry Rubeck. And so that's still out there, and these quats are ubiquitous. They don't break down easy, and I'm sure you guys have seen this with the beautiful packaging. Spring water. Isn't that reassuring? Healthcare workers, way worse. They're constantly putting this stuff per shift on their hands. Canada did one of the best studies on hand sanitizer, by the way, in 2021 during COVID. Before COVID, hand sanitizer use in children in Canada was about 0.8%, 0.8 times per day, not percent, pardon, 0.8 times per day. After COVID, hand sanitizer use went up to as high as 25 times a day. Yeah, that was a Canadian study. If you want the study, happy to share it. But when I was digging around and noodling around to present to you guys today, I went, well, that's interesting. So overuse can delay the microbial maturation of skin barriers in kids. Another article I pulled out, that it's also kind of like manipulating the microbiota of pregnant mice can modify the function of the offspring's immune systems and alter their disease outcomes. So again, sharing with you how important this is in protecting mom's microbiome. So what about the role of the microbiome in detoxification? I'll get through this kind of quick. The microbiome talks to every part of your body. It's talking to your brain, it's talking to your heart, it's talking to your mitochondria. They're all chatting up all the time through different methods, either the chemical or something called quorum sensing. What interferes with quorum sensing with microbes? You got it, you smart Canadians, EMFs. Oh yeah. So what do these gut microbes do? They're the first line of defense for detoxification, and they can transform and neutralize toxics, metals, foreign substances, and with the aid of bile acids. There are specific strains that can bind and excrete these toxins out. And when you get a backlog, you get dysbiosis, which is an abnormal microbiome. So your first line of defense for detox is your microbiome. Your second line is your liver. Glyphosate affects both. We're all eating glyphosate every single day. Nobody's absent from eating glyphosate, unless you're eating all organic. But in Canada, 19% of organics are contaminated with glyphosate-based herbicides. And to the previous guest point, I think I think the average food in Canada has about 4 pesticides. Peaches, I read, can have up to 19 pesticides. Why peaches? Poor peaches? I don't know. So I want to get into what Canadian kids are eating. American kids are eating it too. These ultra-processed foods. This is from a NOVA classification. It was a Brazilian classification system. NOVA in Portuguese means new. And you could just see, I just took it right from their article. Group 1, we want to stick to groups 1 and 2. 3 and 4, no bueno. You don't want 3 and 4. Those are the bad stuff. 4 is what our kids are eating. Let me define. Industrial formulations of substances extracted or derived, maybe what once was food, containing little to no intact foods from group 1, what we want to be eating. There's the article. I give it to you. It was Professor Carlos Montero. It's a great review. And there it is for those of you who want to take a look. I won't get into it right now. So what makes these ultra-processed foods different? These folks, I think they're demons, they're engineered for hyperpalatability. They combine various amounts of fat, salt, and sugar not found in nature that make you crave them and eat more. They have no nutritional content, so you're never full. Your body's never saying, oh, I got enough nutrients, folks, stop eating. You're overfed, undernourished, stripped of fiber, phytonutrients, and food matrix integrity. They're loaded with GMOs, pesticides, emulsifiers, I'll get into that, stabilizers, sweeteners, colors, preservatives, and they're designed to live on your supermarket shelf, not our children's biology. And so you can say, well, that's a lot of information. I know. I'm just going to basically say what's in ultra processed foods that harms the microbiome of the gut. Emulsifiers, they can even happen in organic foods. I look at some Canadian organic foods like peanut butter, and you have to read the label. Some of them have emulsifiers. You do not want emulsifiers. What do they do? They cause increased gut permeability. Sweeteners, out. Sucralose, aspartame, all of them have to go out. What do? Alter the microbiome composition, impaired metabolic signaling. Fermentable fiber, there's no fiber in these ultra-processed foods. And then you get something called reduced butyrate, which is what is a short-chain fatty acid produced by bifido. Your cells of your colon need that butyrate. Butyrate's also in butter. Butter butyrate makes it yellow. And something I'm going to teach you tonight, you may or may not know it, something called advanced glycation end products. And what do? Cause oxidative stress, internal rusting, inflammation, damaged tissues, and disrupt function. And on the bottom of the screen, you can see that pathway from compromised gut barrier, abnormal microbiome, chronic low-grade inflammation, metabolic and immune dysregulation, chronic disease, whether it's obesity, type 2 diabetes, inflammatory bowel disease, atopic disease, allergies, fatty liver. One in 3 adults in America now has fatty liver. I didn't look it up for Canada. I bet it's similar. Neurodevelopmental disorders. We talked about them. 1 in 44 kids in Canada. What are we doing, people? And this is why. Those advanced glycation end products, take a picture. You can read it later. They're formed whenever proteins or fats are heated with sugars. Where are they? In every ultra-processed foods, including infant formula. These compounds activate pro-inflammatory receptors. They're pro-inflammatory. The breastfed infant gut, by contrast, encounters no AGEs. It's not a minor difference, people. Like you're saying, why is she going through this? I have nothing else to do? No. It's a fundamental divergence in the chemical environment of the developing gut. We're not supposed to be eating that. Let's talk a little bit about school lunch, shall we? So, I'm looking into your kids' data, more than half of Canadian children's calories come from these ultra-processed foods. Not unlike American kids, by the way, but I'm going to pick on your kids today. So, Canada is building a permanent national school food program right now. It's actually built in 2026. The question is, what are we going to put on the tray? So, U.S. school lunch, my colleagues over at Moms Across America, I'm an advisor for that group, did a school lunch study of American school lunches. They tested 43. Of the 43, 93.7% were contaminated with glyphosate. 100% had toxic metals. They found a significant number with veterinary and pharmaceuticals, including bird contraception. I guess 5-year-olds need bird contraception in public school. Additionally, the nutrient density of school lunch in America, those kids might as well have been eating cardboard. It was minimal. That's what our kids are eating in the US. And you can see. And Canada, don't repeat what we've done. Look, you guys are looking better. You just launched the program. You're feeding up to 400,000 kids in your country. And hopefully your policy calls for safeguarding kids from marketing of highly processed foods and beverages and encourages local sourcing. I hope this is not, but real change in your foods. We serve 30 million meals a day in America. Some kids are eating 1 to 3 meals in US schools, and that's what they're eating. This is another common scenario in the US, dumping food waste. Kids don't want to eat that. We had a program here in my county where we created an organic food in one of the local schools. It was a low-income school, and we brought in these executive chefs in. It was a month. Kids were food ambassadors. Not one iota of food left on a tray. Those kids sucked it down. When this food is good, they eat it. This caca is a pediatric word. They don't eat it. Food waste. This is a terrible problem. So, moving on. Microbiome and the immune system. This is key, people. Our immunity and what the relationship is, and how it's all tied back to how we're poisoning our children from the assault on our food system via genetically modified foods and their associated pesticides. 70% of your immune system lives in the gut lining. The microbes train immune tolerance and prevents autoimmune disease. What's skyrocketing in kids? Autoimmune diseases. Like you say, like what? Hashimoto's, juvenile arthritis. We call it idiopathic arthritis now. Inflammatory bowel disease like ulcerative colitis, Crohn's. Type 1 diabetes is also eking up. Early dysbiosis is linked to all those atopic diseases. Asthma, common, not benign. 1 in 5 to 1 in 9 American children is now asthmatic. Maternal microbiome, I went over it. I think I beat that into you. I had to create this because I'm a fermenter. I have some sauerkraut sitting on my kitchen. You can't see it. When I first learned to ferment, my little farming child, my little kid said, I said, honey, can you show me how to ferment? And my own kid said, Mom, go watch it on YouTube. Like, oh, okay. I went on YouTube. Lo and behold, I learned how to ferment. It's super easy. The best thing you can do for your gut is to eat fermented foods. In Korea, those folks are eating it every day, and they have these OG pots. Every family has one. They actually have refrigerators especially designed for their fermented foods. In Canada, how are you guys doing with your fermented foods? In the US, not so good. So, what else does the microbiome do? What do we do? What does it do? It produces vitamins, K2, all the B vitamins, short-chain fatty acids, food for your colonocytes, and neurotransmitters. And that's a big problem, people. Let's see if I have another slide on that. I'm just going to tell you. No, I have another slide. So I told you vitamins, food for your colon cells, but it also, they create the metabolites for your neurotransmitters. Those are the chemicals that run your brain function. For example, bifidobacteria, babies 100 years ago were all bifido. 25% of babies don't have bifidobacteria right now. It's in the US. It's a problem. And one of the things they make is something called acetate. Acetate is the precursor to acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that allows you to focus. What can't kids do now? Adults too. Focus. There it is. It's a process from our industrial food takeover by big food, big ag, big pharma, big telly, just big. So let's get into some more solution-based stuff, because now I've been Dr. Doom and Gloom for the first part of this talk. Building and protecting the microbiome. Again, we are solutionaries. Food, soil, outdoor play, families eating together. Kids do better when families sit down for dinner together. So you've heard it before. This is all in my book: whole foods, organic, regenerative, fermented, eat the rainbow, outdoor exposures, avoid disruptors, support detox. I go into this a lot in my book, folks. Probiotics, family habits. And so I wrote about this because before I become compost, I decided to put it all in a book and download my brain for parents to regain their children's health. I call it Regain the Terrain, moving from farmer to farm. Yes, farmer to farm, that's correct. And creating holistic health. From the beginning of this talk, we defined that for you. So what I talk about and what I teach is regenerative pediatrics. And there's the simple triangle. I told you I like simple, right? I also like geometrics, healthy gut. So what we're talking about is root cause stuff, how we restore the microbiome, and that is the foundation for regenerative health. How do we get regenerative health? By healing the soil, Healing the soil and healing the gut are parallel paths. They're literally synonymous. And childhood is the critical window. We can still shape lifelong resilience if we heal the soil, our farmers. Getting back to the whole point of NCI, are we protecting our farmers? Are we protecting them? Are we protecting the eaters? Our most vulnerable, our children, not to mention our animals too. And I taught a whole course on this. It lives on my website for those of you who are interested. Yes, Hippocrates said it, so do I. Nurturing the microbiome is nurturing life itself. I couldn't say this enough. And everything I do now is teaching people how to restore their microbial integrity. There has been an attack by our governments on our microbes. They're under siege. They can't fight back, and we need to help them. I want to read this by a colleague, Dr. Ross Pelton. The genome complexity conundrum. Scientists begin to realize that we humans are not just the product of our human genes. Instead, we are a bacteria-controlled superorganism. Scientists now recognize that the bacteria in our microbiome, with their vast quantities of DNA, play a major role, either directly or indirectly, in controlling how we develop and function as humans. We're not just us, we are us plus them. So, there are ways I choose probiotics. You can read more about it, but these are the kind of things I look for when I choose probiotics for kids. Always food first, always. And for those kids who need more help, yes, I do give them probiotics if I need more help. And these are the factors that I look at. I mentioned this bifidobacterium deficit in the US. This came out of a study from My Baby Biome, 25% of babies. That My Baby Biome, Stephanie, was done by a company called Persephone. I'm always wary of research done by companies, especially when the company, people who own this company, a lot of them are into synthetic microbial engineering. Not my favorite. I've talked a lot on genetic modified microbes in the past 5-10 years, still talking about it. I don't think I'm going to talk about this right now. It's just a pairing. You could take a screenshot. This is more for your information. I just want to share that little bottom microbe, Akkermansia, that's really good to help offset metabolic issues like diabetes. It's a cornerstone species. So we have, you see, this balance, and this is why the farmer, and this is such an important part of this conversation. The microbiome is not just a collection of microbes, it's a story of our relationship with the earth itself. And if we don't support and protect our farmers and our soil, we've lost. We've lost the game. So I'm not going to get into this much for sake of time. I'm going to go through this quickly about glyphosate and GM food systems because I think through NCI, you're going to get a lot on glyphosate and genetically modified food systems. I'm going to zip through this last few minutes, and then I will be available for questions from the commissioners. So quickly, in Canada, are you using it? Yes, you've heard it. You're using it a lot, canola, soybeans, corn. And you're using it for a pre-harvest weed management and as a desiccant. That's when it's really high. But you may not know this. The Canadian Health Measures Survey measured glyphosate and AMPA, the metabolic product of glyphosate, which might be more toxic than glyphosate. They started measuring at age 3, and it seemed that it went down in your population, but exposure remained measurable at the population level. And as my previous the speaker said, it's cumulative, folks. And there are some studies by Dr. Don Huber and others who have reported that glyphosate can stay in the soil for 22 years. So Health Canada concludes that measured exposures are below its biomonitoring screening level and that approved uses do not present a human health risk of concern. My question to Health Canada is different. What do repeated low-level exposures mean for the developing microbiome? So I'm not going to, guys can take a picture. I'm not going to get into glyphosate and the gut microbiome because we will be here all night long. And I can talk about this all night, but maybe you want to have a life and go home. But I gave you how it works and animal evidence with links to studies. There is some human health clinical evidence I wanted to give you, basically the Chamaco study, and focusing on neurodevelopment, which is something I've been looking at for the past 25 years. Feel free to take a screenshot. Childhood leukemia and agricultural exposures. Yes, that's my finger going way high. The take home, pesticide residue carried into home on clothing has been well documented in farm worker communities, with children's urine showing pesticide levels really high and linked to childhood cancer, leukemia. Yes, it's correct, particularly paternal exposure. Jane Goodall said, how could we have ever believed that it was a good idea to grow our food with poisons? Thank you, Jane. I agree. GMOs, not good. NCI will come back next year, talk more about this. But we also know that genetically engineered process can also affect the microbiome. And it's not the benign process that our governments would like us to believe. And I gave you what has been observed, biologic plausibility, and the glyphosate microbiome crop connection. And you guys can take a look at that. So in summary, the microbiome is the root of lifelong resilience, healthy soil, healthy gut, healthy child. The Canadian child as a biologic sentinel, I want to begin to wrap up. Is Canada's environment compatible with the optimal development of a child? And if children are biological sentinels, their declining health is not simply a pediatric problem. It is information. It is telling us there's something gravely wrong about our food system, our agricultural system, our chemical exposures, our medical practices, and our public health priorities. When the sentinel signals, we have an obligation to listen. Take the attitude of a student. Never be too big to ask questions, never know too much to learn something new. Wrapping it up. Let's just wrap this up, folks. You've been with me and so patient. I hope you're still there, out there. I can't see you, but I hope you're still out there. It's not one thing, everybody. It's the cumulative exposure modeled. The industrial food system, starting with those ultra-processed foods, the genetically modified crop systems, agrochemical environment, is disrupting the pediatric microbiome, causing subsequent immune dysregulation. They don't need another vaccine. Gut barrier breakdown, they don't need more pesticides. Metabolic dysfunction, remove the chemical inputs. Neurodevelopmental effects, add back the microbes. These ultra-processed foods damage the gut barrier. GMOs and glyphosate suppresses protective commensals. Together, they create a gut environment primed for inflammation, which then amplifies the toxicity of each individual exposure. And I end with the precautionary principle. We do not require absolute proof that every emulsifier damages the gut barrier or that every part per billion of glyphosate shifts a child's microbial composition before we act. We require sufficient evidence of plausible harm, and that threshold has been crossed. Dr. Wangari Maathai, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, said we owe it to ourselves and to the next generation to conserve the environment so that we can bequeath our children a sustainable world that benefits us all. And my favorite poet says, you have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes, you can steer yourself in any direction you choose. Old book, new book, that's where it lives. It's on Amazon. I had to self-publish due to censorship. It's a long story, folks. I'll spare you, or we'll meet for a glass of wine. I'll tell you all about it. My nonprofit, there's my information, info@gmoscience.org. Oh, I just want to show you references. Yes, I researched this talk, and there's some stuff you can find about it.
Well, Michelle, you'll be pleased to know that nobody did leave or fall asleep at all. It was very, very interesting, and we're very, very thankful for your presentation. What I'll do now, I note the time, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners who will have a few questions for you, I think. I may as well, depending on how much time we have left. But no, it was an excellent. Oh, and I should also say, you've invited us a number of times to take screenshots of your various slides, But for the edification of everyone, including yourself perhaps, your presentation actually becomes an exhibit in these proceedings. So it can be accessed by the public who watch your evidence and can then spend some time with those slides, because so many of them, we could have spent an hour on just one or two of those slides alone. Very, very informative. So just to let you know that. My friends on the panel, I think, might have some questions for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perro. My biggest question is going to be on food supply. If we were to eliminate today from the food supply all of the oils, products, essentially the fast foods, the foods that we would consider not food or anything that we really shouldn't be eating, there really wouldn't be much left in the grocery stores, I believe, at this point. What do you see being the accurate formula for transition to sustainable growth in that direction?
Absolutely, that's a great question. And you know, most of our supermarket shelves, they are filled with these ultra-processed foods, and they're not real food. We're basically eating empty calories, and we have to shop to put in the supermarket. If our governments, I'll talk about America, if we subsidize organic regenerative farmers instead of conventional farming and monocropping, we would have enough food, real food, to feed our population easily. But we support GMO soy, corn, canola, et cetera, here in the US. Not as much canola, mostly corn and soy and cotton. Yes, cotton. So that would be one thing. We have to transition away from chemical inputs into organic regenerative. Again, I'm not a farmer, but I've been to a lot of farming conferences, and there are farmers, organic regenerative farmers, who are doing this, transitioning from the chemical inputs to organic regenerative farming. I talk about regenerative because it's not just organic without using chemicals. You need to regain the health of the soil, just as I was referring to the microbiome. So what the folks are eating in those supermarkets, whether it's canned soup or chips or any of these things, it's not healthy food. So I think we can. It will take a transition. It's going to take a cultural shift. They've created a whole country, your country, ours, on the dependency and addiction. These, I didn't mention in the talk that these foods are addictive. So we have to wean ourselves off these tastes. When I've told people to cut out certain foods, they've said, "What? I love that." Yes, it's an addiction. They really do love it. And I said, you've got to come clean. We've got to wean you. Some people, I've had to do a wean off certain chemicals. And again, it has to be not just family-based, not but community-based. This has to be in the direction of your government as well, with emphasis on supporting farmers who are transitioning their farms to organic regenerative farming. It's going to take a few years. They say 3 years to get off the chemical parade. Farmers and for NCI speaking now would be better to address that, but from what I've read, it takes about 3 years. And I've spoken to so many farmers. I speak at Acres, which is an organic regenerative farming conference, the oldest one in the US. And if anyone in Canada can ever attend that, it is fabulous. And you can learn all about the farming techniques. So I think we can. It will take work, but we have a sick country. We have sick kids. I gave you the stats. The way we're going is not sustainable. We must shift.
Yeah. Well, I think the panel has no more questions of you, Michelle. But let me ask you a couple of questions just in the couple of minutes we have left. You gave some very interesting figures initially. You talked about in 2017, I think, you talked about 54%, if I've got my notes right, of kids suffer some chronic disease, and it's up to in now 73% or something. Am I capturing that bit accurately here? And can you give us examples of what we've seen, how this dramatic increase has shown up with these kids?
Absolutely. So in the first book, I talked about that GMOs and glyphosate were causing an epidemic of chronic disease. So the 54% number of a number of, now this is American children with chronic diseases, and you're pretty close, was based on a study out of 2012. So that's already 13 years old data. So
Okay.
when I look for a present study to see, wait, what's the chronic disease rate now in the US children, I could find no cumulative data. They didn't publish it, but I can tell you disorders by disorders. Like, so like in, obesity, you saw 1/3 of your kids from ages 5 to 17 is now obese, which that means BMI is higher than 95%. So right there alone, I can go by the different disorders. Those are the main ones I looked at: autism rates, neurodevelopmental challenges, atopic disease, which is asthma, allergies, eczema. 60% of infants now have eczema. Eczema is not a skin issue, it's a gut issue manifested in the skin. Asthma depends on where people live, urban, rural, and ethnicity and socioeconomic class. Asthma can range from anywhere from 1 in 5 children to 1 in 9 children, astronomical. Mental health challenges, exorbitant. Anxiety, depression, eating disorders such as anorexia are skyrocketing. And I've read some stats where half of all teens have suffered from some kind of mental health challenge, also very high. And what other kind of things? Sleep disorders, it's called dysomnias. 2/3 of children under the age of 10 years old now have a sleep disorder or dysomnia. And we know that if there is a child with a sleep issue in a family, the whole family's disrupted. Nobody gets any sleep. So sleep is key for so many factors: immune function, also your brain. There's a lymph system in your brain called the glymphatic system that sweeps out all the caca in there at night. And so if kids are not sleeping well, they're not cleaning out the brain terrain. So what other kind of diseases are we talking about? Oh, it goes on and on. They're all up. All chronic disease in children up. And by definition, chronic means a disease that a child's had for more than 3 months that's not curable, and curable by mainstream standards. Maybe in our toolbox, we can cure a lot of these things, and we do, because we have a much bigger toolbox than mainstream medicine, the holistic practitioners. But we are not in the mainstream, and insurance here in the US doesn't cover integrative practitioners. I don't think with your health maintenance organization kind of insurance, national health insurance, I don't think you cover integrative practitioners either.
No, we are very selective in terms of government funding for various sectors of medical health. There are distinctions being made without a great deal of logic to them, in my view, but that's a whole other NCI. Let me ask you this, just to another thing you said, that you were recommending the subsidy of organic and regenerative farming industry. The government should fund those. I don't know if it's state, federal, or maybe a bit of both, applying money into that sector, which just on a common sense approach, and I'll just invite your comment, would be more than offset by the savings in healthcare costs, because if the connection with the microbiome and all of the concepts you've addressed tonight can be addressed through remediation of the soils in our agriculture sector and the establishment of a healthy diet, one must think that whatever subsidies go into that sector would be way more than offset by the savings in healthcare costs. Does that make sense?
Yes, I hire you. You're hired. Come on board. Indeed. Welcome to the School of Common Sense. You're 100% right. Chronic disease is expensive to manage, whether it's diabetes or obesity, or whether it's heart disease or cancer. 1 in 2 to 1 in 3 folks now has cancer. Men, 1 in 2, women, 1 in 3 will develop cancer. These are very expensive, pharma-funded diseases. Pharma loves these diseases. A sick patient's a patient for life, is money for life. So yes, I am with you. We shift those funds away from chronic health diseases and get people healthier, get them off just even the drug wheel. There are so many people now on GLPs, those GLP agonists. You may have heard of Ozempic or some of those drugs, right? And for type 2 diabetes, for weight loss. The average cost here in the US per month is $1,200 per month for one of those drugs. Oh yeah. the GLP, they're called GLP-1 agonists, and they're being used for everything from weight loss to type 2 diabetes to Parkinson's disease. And in Hollywood and LA, I'm in California, everybody's on a GLP-1 because everyone is losing weight for a part in a movie. So, and the American Academy of Pediatrics says, oh, guess what? You know what? Kids over 12 can take these drugs. So now we're creating a whole new generation of consumers of drugs instead of addressing root causes. What's making kids obese? It's not lack of exercise and sunshine, are obesogens from the chemical onslaught. Glyphosate itself is an endocrine disruptor, as well as other pesticides as well, like atrazine. There are many plastics are endocrine disruptors. So get to the root cause, understand what we're doing. I'm with you. Let's rehab our soil, get people healthy. They get off the medical wheel and shift the funding. I'm with you. Put me on your team, Coach.
Well, I'd love to have you on my team. And I'll just finish with, if I've got this right, you went to Washington as part of some sort of lobby effort to have these policies addressed, and you just covered it very, very quickly. I don't know if you want to expand on it just a bit, but why did you go there? Who did you talk to? What did you say? And you say your efforts weren't successful. Just maybe.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. So we were kind of eager beavers, and we were going to fix this infant formula thing. So we said we wanted to show. Oh, and we went for the school lunch. We also went for infant formula first for school lunch, and we went to for the school lunch. We went to the FDA. We went to the USDA. The USDA said, oh, and where else we went? We went, I think it's two main organizations, and they were just shifting blame. Nobody said that they could fix the school lunch issue. They were just kind of playing, they just said, oh, no, it's them. And they said, oh, no, it's them. We went back to DC on the infant formula issue. And this was interesting. We had a meeting with the FDA, and we were saying, look, infant formula is contaminated with toxic metals. Here's the data. We found other studies too. It just wasn't our study. We found other good research and presented to the FDA. I pulled up a study done by the FDA called the Total Diet Study. They run it in the US every few years. It began in the 1960s, and they were looking for radiation contamination is what they were looking for in foods. And they assessed 910 foods. Of the 910, 4 were infant formulas. Of the 4 they tested, 2 of them had uranium as well as other toxic metals, and they did nothing. I brought it to their attention. They sat there and they didn't say a word. I said, this is your own data. What do you have to say? We can't clean up infant formula? Are you kidding? And then I went back on their website a year later looking for something else. They took their total diet studies down. They're up there, but they're almost impossible to find the same data I found back in 2024. So rather than give us information, they're going to hide it. Obfuscation of the truth. They don't want us to know. And you're going to tell me this is not an assault on our children? This to me is child abuse. This is the definition of child abuse. You have information that will hurt babies and children, and you don't act on it. Child abuse.
Well, that's fascinating subject. I wish we had more time, but we don't. I'll invite you now if you have any closing remarks. You've said so much. I don't know if you wish to sort of sum things up in any way, shape, or form, but you're invited to do that now.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm delighted to speak to you. I love what you're doing. I would say closing remarks, I'd say I'm an optimist. Maybe I didn't sound like an optimist in that talk, but I feel that you have to, it's like dealing with an abscess. An abscess is a collection of pus. In order to heal that collection of pus, you have to open the wound, express the pus, and let it heal. So what we're doing now is we've opened the wound. We have to clean it out. We have to express out the stuff that doesn't serve us, heal it up, and begin fresh. This is an opportunity. We know what the problems are. We know what they do. We know what they cause. So I say we work collaboratively, internationally, US, Canada, UK, across the world. We work globally on behalf of our most vulnerable. Who are they? Our children, plants, animals, our well-being of our society. And I think we can do it together. So this is an invitation to do better. And I'd say the more of us who get involved, we are greater in numbers. They may have deeper pockets, sure, but we have heart, intellect, lack of arrogance, more of us.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Dr. Michelle Perot, at the NCI, we are so grateful for you to have once again attended and shared with us this invaluable expertise. Your insights on this have been fascinating and very informative. And for everyone, again, the slide presentation is online as an exhibit in the archive, and as will be your video testimony today. So on behalf of the NCI, Michelle, thank you so much for what you're doing generally, your passion on these issues, and for attending once again at the NCI.
Thank you for having me, and thank you. And I'll see you guys again. Reach out to me if you need me.
We'll do that. Thank you. Well, Commissioners, that concludes the testimony today from our 10 witnesses that we heard and listened to. And I think Ted has some closing remarks.
So I've been asked to take a few minutes to just summarize the testimony that we've heard today. And if I'm going to use Dr. Perot's metaphor that she used at the end about a wound filled with pus, I would say that we heard a lot of pus today. Much disturbing information. And I think what's even more disturbing is the information that we heard shared today by our witnesses is not information that we're receiving from our governments, from our public health, from our media, from our doctors. Those institutions that we trusted to keep us safe, to keep our children safe, I think there's no question in my mind, and I suspect in yours as well, that they are failing us. It also appears that those same institutions have an agenda that's different than the agenda of keeping Canadians safe or serving Canadians. There is just too much that leads one to question what their motivations are. I was particularly struck by the statement by Nicholas Hostler, who shared the quote from Canadian Food Inspection Agency back in 2018 when they were looking at the environmental assessment of the use of mRNA products. And their declaration was, no special monitoring of human safety will be carried out. I mean, that's not just an accident, that's by intention. And so we have systems that by intention are not serving us. I think one of the other themes that I took away from the 10 witnesses today is those witnesses are the ones that are taking responsibility for the safety of Canadians. It's not our governments. It's not our institutions. It's not government-paid researchers. It's citizens. And if you look through the list of the witnesses that we heard from today, from Dr. Jessica Rose, right on down to Dr. Perot and everyone in between, each one of them picked a topic that they were passionate about, they did their research, and they committed themselves to holding our governments to account and to educating the public. And we owe them a great debt of gratitude for their passion and their service. And I think it underscores even more the importance of the National Citizens Inquiry. One of the themes that we keep talking about is that we're creating a record. And I recognize that to date, for the most part, our governments have ignored the record. But the record is not going away. If anything, it keeps accumulating, and every time we conduct a hearing, more evidence is being brought forward. And I would suggest that our Canadian government, if they're not paying attention to the Dr. Anthony Fauci files, that they might want to take a look. Because what that suggests is that accountability will come. What the Anthony Fauci files indicate is that when there's a public record, accountability begins. And we are compiling that public record. And so we're coming for accountability. The other thought I had is today was the day that Detective Helen Grews was punished for her act of trying to bring awareness to the role that the COVID vaccine may have on the sudden infant deaths that have exploded in this country. And in spite of the evidence that has been revealed in the Fauci files of recent, and really evidence that has been around for more than 5 years, Ottawa Police Services persisted with the punishing of Detective Helen Grews. And I think that's a sad day for Canada. They had an opportunity to say that they got it wrong, and that Detective Grews was doing something to serve Canadians and to protect our children and our infants, and they failed us again. But we will persist. I too, like Dr. Perot, am optimistic because I know all of you, you're here because you're committed. You're committed to the truth, you're committed to accountability, and you're committed to taking care, particularly of our children. And these particular hearings is about our concern for farmers. Without farmers and without food, we don't have healthy children. I would suggest that of all of the suggestions that we heard today, I thought Molly Engelhart made the best suggestion. She said that we have to make healthy food a national security issue. And I think until we recognize the importance of healthy food, this country will always be in trouble. Today, we heard the truth. We have 2 more days of testimony, and I fully expect that the next 2 days will be just as rich in the testimony that we will hear, and it will inspire us, empower us, and encourage us to do even more to restore the health of Canadian society. Thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.